For 3 years, I have worked like a slave for Su Shuiyao. Just a word from her would make me run all over the city. Even when my mother was in the hospital, she forced me to accompany her to buy bags, and I was willing to do so because I felt that sincerity would always be rewarded. But today, she stood in front of me and said without any emotion, "Yi Feng, let's break up." My heart was broken, and the world seemed to collapse. But at this moment, a voice sounded in my ears. The dog-licking rebate system is activated, and you can get rebates for every consumption you make for the goddess. A dog-licking rebate system? What is this? Can the money spent be rebated? I stood on the street, my face full of questions. Just when I was confused, the system prompt sounded again. Ding dong! The host guessed correctly. The dog-licking rebate is just as the name suggests. The money spent on dog-licking behavior will be returned to the host's account in proportion. I immediately asked the system, "How is the rebate method?" Ding dong! The current rebate value of the host's licking dog is 10 points, and the system will rebate 10 times. The cold voice of the system sounded in my ears. In other words, spending $1 turns into $10, and spending $10 turns into $100. What if I spend 1 billion? What the fuck? I said in shock. Just thinking about this scene makes me drool. The moment of life's counterattack is finally here. I thought my life as a dog licker would be completely turned around because of this rebate system, and from then on, I would be on a high and march towards the peak of my life. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong! Friendly reminder, you can only get rebates for licking dogs. The host's other consumption, such as buying a house, buying a car, daily expenses, etc., will not be eligible for rebates, and you can only use the host's original accumulated funds. I almost jumped up in anger. I thought I had obtained this amazing rebate system, and I could win without having to be a bootlicker. Who could have thought that the system was so strict and the conditions were so rigid? I was a bootlicker, but in the end I still had to pay for it myself. Ding dong! Another warm reminder, lickers are not scary. What is scary is lickers having money to spend. As long as you lick the goddess until she is willing to become a licker for the host, you can successfully counterattack. The system said faintly, for every success, the rebate value will be doubled, with no upper limit. Our goal is to get everything we want and to be a good licker forever. The system's voice sounded in my ears again. I couldn't help but laugh. This system is also interesting. However, since it says that the licker counterattacks, I will accept it. From today on, there is only one word in my dictionary, lick. Brother, how can you be happy when your girlfriend runs away with someone else? Are you crazy? An old lady said, shaking her hand at me. "Ha, you don't understand my world." I rolled my eyes and said to the ant. The lady next to me rolled her eyes. "TSK, I don't want to understand either. I just want to know, will you give me the money for the milk tea you just bought?" I felt in my pocket, pulled out my phone, walked to the milk tea stand and scanned the code to pay. Your savings card with the last digit 59.99 withdrew 15 Chinese yuan at 13:15 on July 8th, and the current balance is 1,000 Chinese yuan. Sure enough, the system was right. There is no rebate for personal consumption, which is really annoying. It seems that I have to keep licking to get the rebate. Just when I was thinking about finding a goddess to take action, a voice came from behind to urge me. "Can you hurry up? Why are you taking so long to pay? Can't you see we are still waiting in line?" Turning my head, I saw the girl in front of me wearing a JK uniform, dressed fashionably, a real internet celebrity. God help me. This is the perfect target for the dog-licking rebate system. I walked up to him with a big smile on my face. "Classmate, what would you like to drink? It's my treat today." The system's notification sound did not disappoint me. Ding dong! The dog-licking object is being reviewed. The review passed. The overall score is 82 points. Then, the system sent the girl's information directly to my mind. Name, Peng Miaoing, age, 20, height, 166 centimeters, appearance, 8.5 points favorability, minus 10 points difficulty, 2-star specialty, singing. The system also kindly reminds you, as long as the favorability is over 90 points, the counterattack is considered a success. If the favorability drops to negative 60 points, the mission is considered a failure and the rebate will be deducted. This is really exciting. If you fail, you will lose points, and if you succeed, you will earn double the money. Wow, this is really the top challenge in the dog-licking world. However, as a professional dog licker, I have been through many battles, so what am I afraid of? I immediately made up my mind and started the task. Soon, a voice rang in my ears. The dog-licking mission is started, and the target is successfully bound. However, just as I smiled, Peng Miaoying's favorability dropped again. Peng Miaoying's favorability, -5. My heart tightened. It's over. This girl won't buy it. A loser wants to treat me to milk tea? That's too cheap. But I'm not giving you a chance. Starbucks' new sour lemon float cold brew is good. I want to try it, Peng Miaoying said coldly. The road of being a dog licker is full of dangers. I raised my lips, since I was used to licking it anyway. Starbucks sour lemon float cold brew? It really suits your noble temperament. Unexpectedly, this sentence made Peng Miaoying roll her eyes again. Then the system prompted me. Peng Miaoying's favorability, -5. Now, my favorability has dropped to -30. If it drops further, the mission will fail. I'm afraid I'll lose both the lady and the troops. I touched the balance in my pocket and swore to myself that if I had enough money, I would buy out the entire Starbucks today and make Peng Miaoying drink until she vomited. When she arrived at Starbucks, Peng Miaoying stood directly in front of the counter and asked the waiter with disdain, "How much is the most expensive coffee here?" 100 Chinese yuan per cup, said a waitress. Peng Miaoying sneered. It's such a small place, only 100 Chinese dollars. Then, Peng Miaoying turned to look at me and said, "You are lucky today. Please buy a cup for me and my sisters." I was shocked because this one bite would cost me a whole month's living expenses. But as the task progressed, I gritted my teeth, took out my phone, and scanned the code to pay. Sure enough, the system did not disappoint me. Ding dong! The dog-licking rebate was successful. This time I spent 1,000 Chinese dollars, and the rebate was 10,000 Chinese dollars. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a 10-fold rebate. 1,000 Chinese dollars instantly became 10,000. This deal is so good. Looking at the balance on my phone, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. 3 years of licking the dog finally paid off, haha, so cool. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Peng Miaoying sneered and said, "How is it? It's okay to invite my sister's friends, right? It seems that you still have some strength." Afterwards, the sisters around Peng Miaoying followed suit and placed orders. In just a few minutes, Starbucks was packed, and the situation was a little out of control. But now, with the support of the system, I don't have to worry at all. No matter how many cups I order, I can earn back double what I spend. Of course, no problem. I waved my hand and continued to scan the code to pay. "Give me another 100 cups." The voice was so loud that the whole cafe shook. Peng Miaoying was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect me to be so crazy. What about me? At this time, I was already very happy, laughing secretly that this rebate system was simply a godlike assist for licking dogs. With this system, I'm not afraid of licking, I'm only afraid of not licking enough. Ding dong! The dog-licking rebate was successful. The current consumption was 10,000 Chinese yuan, and the dog-licking rebate was 10 times, and the rebate received was 100,000 Chinese yuan. I stared at the balance on my phone and couldn't believe it. I took a chance, and the bicycle really turned into a motorcycle. A loser with a balance of less than 1,000 yuan suddenly became a person with 100,000 Chinese yuan. Although I am still a loser at this moment, I stand taller than anyone else. It was like a spring breeze blowing on my face. My whole body felt like it was full of blood. My hands and legs were no longer sore, and I could walk with the wind. It was as if I could climb 5 floors in one breath without even taking a breath. However, before my self-confidence could be fully released, the proud face of Peng Miaoying beside me revealed a sense of loss. Yes, although I generously paid for Peng Miaoying and her sisters, her favorability towards me did not increase, but instead decreased rapidly. Peng Miaoying, favorability -3. Peng Miaoying, favorability -7. I was wondering what the hell is going on. I licked her like this, but Peng Miaoying didn't appreciate it. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? If you don't like Starbucks coffee, how about we go to the Empire State Building? I decided to lick her to the end and see how many tricks this young lady could come up with. Sure enough, Peng Miaoying's cunning eyes lit up slightly, immediately revealing her shrewd nature. Great! The Empire State Building happens to have a limited edition Givenchy lipstick for the Queen. I heard that it was jointly created by more than a dozen top designers, and there is only one in the entire Huaqing. Whoever can own it will definitely be the most dazzling woman in this city. Peng Miaoying said faintly. I immediately understood what Peng Miaoying meant. The whole article only conveyed one word, expensive. This instantly reminded me of Su Shuiyao. She liked to have this kind of high-end sentimentality. She never said what she wanted, always letting people guess. If the guess was good, everyone was happy. If the guess was bad, She would get angry and lose her temper, which made me unable to coax her for 3 years. But now it is my turn to take control. We took a taxi to the Empire State Building and headed straight for the Givenchy counter. However, before I even entered the door, I caught a glimpse of a familiar yet disgusting figure. Su Shuiyao. She was holding Qi Junao's arm, leaning against him like a little bird, looking extremely intimate. Su Shuiyao had sharp eyes and immediately caught her eye of the dazzling limited edition lipstick in the center of the store and became immediately excited. "Honey, look at this lipstick, it's so beautiful." Su Shuiyao looked up at Qi Junhao with anticipation. "You want it? Then I'll buy it for you," Qi Junhao said casually, as if this lipstick was a $10 street stall item. However, just as Qi Junhao was about to take the lipstick, the clerk immediately stepped forward to stop him with a gentle but firm attitude. "Sir, this lipstick is our most valuable product, and it costs 68,888 Chinese dollars. Please be careful, and I will give it to you personally after introducing it to you." Qi Junhao obviously didn't expect that this small lipstick would be sold at such a high price, and his face darkened. 68,888? A lipstick is sold so expensively? It's really a ripoff. Although Qi Junhao was not short of money, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he was asked to spend nearly 70,000 Chinese yuan to buy a lipstick. When Su Shuiyao heard this, although she said, "I don't really want it, I'm just looking at it," her hand was tightly holding the lipstick, fearing that the waiter would take it away. At this moment, the waitress breathed a sigh of relief and was about to put the lipstick back into the display cabinet when a familiar figure suddenly appeared and snatched the lipstick from her hand. It was Peng Miaoying. When Su Shuiyao saw this scene, her eyes were full of contempt and disdain, and she thought to herself, "This kind of sky-high lipstick, I guess you were just looking at it. You can't afford it, but you were pretending to like it." Su Shuiyao turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly saw me. "Yi Feng." Su Shuiyao suddenly raised her voice, with great disgust and contempt. "How dare you follow me? I have already told you very clearly that we are breaking up. Do you have any shame?" As Su Shuiyao spoke, she deliberately distanced herself from my relationship with her, fearing that Qi Junhao would misunderstand. If it were in the past, seeing Su Shuiyao being so intimate with another man, I would probably feel heartbroken and even kneel down to beg for her forgiveness. But now, I have completely seen her true colors. 3 years of experience as a licker has made me realize that she is just a vain, profit-seeking woman. Even though I gave everything for her and had never even touched Su Shuiyao's hand, Qi Junhao just gave her a look and made her throw herself into his arms. Today I am no longer that pitiful bootlicker. Suddenly, I heard a series of voices in my ears. Ding dong. The licking dog object is under review. Ding dong. The licking dog object's comprehensive score is 74.5 points. This score is lower than the minimum score of 75 points for the licking dog object, and the licking dog object review failed. Damn, Su Shuiyao doesn't even meet the standard of a licker. I licked her for 3 years, but I only got 74.5 points. This is too ironic. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was so ridiculous. What on earth had I been doing for the past 3 years? I smiled and said to her, "You misunderstood. I didn't follow you at all. I was just hanging out with Peng Miaoying." Su Shuiyao mercilessly. This woman, who has been a dog licker for 3 years and still can't reach the standard, is really miserable. Peng Miaoying held the limited edition lipstick in her hand, posing in a noble and elegant manner, and turned to me and said, "What do you think of this limited edition lipstick?" "It looks great. Let's take this one." Peng Miaoying then said softly, her voice full of expectation and temptation. Loser in front of her, wearing all cheap clothes, would dare to come to Givenchy to buy limited edition lipstick. "Sir, let me introduce to you the features of this product." The waitress was about to start her routine sales pitch. Bank card from my worn-out wallet and handed it over. The waitress's expression froze instantly, and she hesitated as she held the card, obviously not believing that I could afford such an expensive lipstick. She thought to herself that this loser might just want to win the girl's favor, but there was a high possibility that there was no money in the card. "What are you standing there for? Swipe your card quickly," Peng Miaoying urged me with a smile. She was obviously waiting to see me make a fool of myself. The waiter entered the card number and password and waited quietly for the insufficient balance prompt. However, to everyone's surprise, the card swipe was successful. The waitress was stunned, and her hand holding the card reader paused for a moment, fearing that there was something wrong with the machine. She quickly checked again and found that everything was normal. At this moment, her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She returned the card to me respectfully and bowed deeply. Sir, please keep your card. I took the card and put it back into the worn-out wallet. I heard the system prompt sound with pride. Ding dong! The dog-licking rebate was successful. This time the consumption is 68888 Chinese yuan. The dog-licking rebate is 10 times, and the rebate has reached 688,880 Chinese yuan. Then a text message came to my phone. Your savings card with the last number 5999 received 688,880 Chinese yuan, dog gold, at 15:35 on July 8th, and the current account balance is 719,992 Chinese yuan, dog gold. This scene made me secretly happy, and I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the system was really powerful. Peng Miaoyin obviously wanted to see me make a fool of myself, but the result was totally beyond her expectations. She was expecting to see me make a fool of myself, but when she saw me spend nearly 70,000 Chinese yuan so easily, her expression became extremely complicated, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Isn't he a loser? How could he have so much money? Peng Miaoyin couldn't help but doubt her own judgment. Could it be that Feng was really an invisible rich second generation? Because of Su Shuiyao's betrayal, he finally decided not to hide his identity anymore and become his true self again? This must be the case. Su Shuiyao, this stupid woman, actually left such a precious man behind and instead hung out with that scumbag Qi Juanhao. She was simply blind. When she thought of this, Peng Miaoyin's attitude changed instantly. Her eyes sparkled with a strong interest in me, and her favorability increased rapidly. Peng Miaoyin's favorability plus 8, Peng Miaoyin's favorability plus 12. Seeing the progress of favorability, I was relieved. As expected, most of the problems that can be solved with money are small problems. In order to completely lock onto me, the invisible rich man, Peng Miaoyin did not hesitate to show her skills. In front of Su Shuiyao, she deliberately took my arm, leaned against me intimately, and even left a bright lip print on my face. Seeing this scene, Su Shuiyao was so angry that her face turned red, and her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Although she had broken up with me, she was still filled with great anger when she saw me being so intimate with other women. Feng, you are such a scumbag. You said you loved me forever 1 second, and found a new girlfriend the next second. You are so shameless. After cursing, Su Shuiyao grabbed Qi Juanhao's arm in frustration and quickly left the Givenchy store. Listening to her angry scolding, I couldn't help but sneer. Su Shuiyao, this woman, had flirted with other men before, and she even called it "we are all brothers." Now she is standing on the moral high ground to accuse me. It's so hypocritical that it makes me speechless. Watching them leaving, I no longer felt any emotion in my heart, and even felt like laughing. Peng Miaoyin obviously noticed my mood changes. As an expert, she knew very well that Su Shuiyao might come to me to cry at any time, and even if she gave me some ambiguous promises, I might soften my heart. In order to avoid this situation, Peng Miaoyin held my arm more intimately, giving me an unprecedented feeling of being needed. Next, Peng Miaoyin took me on a luxury carnival at the Empire State Building. Look, your bags are old. Throw them away, and I'll buy you 2 new ones, I said calmly. And without waiting for her response, I swiped the card directly. I went into Louis Vuitton and then Chanel. I just waved my hand and said, "Pack these dresses." Faced with my unhesitating move, Peng Miaoyin was simply delighted. Although she refused, "There are so many skirts. How can I wear them all?" She was already delighted in her heart. I said nonchalantly, "Can't fit through it? Then give it away. It's all yours anyway." In this way, we shuttled between major luxury stores. Every time we went to a store, I swiped my card generously and kept hearing the sound of the system rebate being credited to my account. Every purchase was a leap forward in my wealth. At this time, a manager in a suit came up to me and said to me, "Sir, you have been promoted to a distinguished member of the Empire State Building luxury store and can enjoy VIP discount services." Discount? Not necessary. I interrupted the manager's sales pitch neatly. As soon as these words came out, Peng Miaoyin was completely overwhelmed. The attitude of no discount is the style of a truly wealthy person. Her eyes were shining with admiration. At this time, my system kept reminding me, Peng Miaoyin's favorability plus 12, Peng Miaoyin's favorability plus 18. In one afternoon, Peng Miaoyin and I visited almost all the luxury stores in the Empire State Building. Wherever we went, we could hear the sound of cards swiping and system prompts. In the Empire State Building, The legend of me, a mysterious rich man, began to spread. Peng Miaoying's favorability has soared from negative to positive and is still increasing. It seems that it won't be long before I can completely counterattack and complete the system's task. The balance in my bank card has reached an astonishing 8 figures, and my mentality has also undergone a drastic change in this crazy shopping spree. Seeing that Yi Feng bought so many luxury goods for her, but he didn't buy any for himself, Peng Miaoying couldn't help but feel a little confused. After visiting so many luxury stores, why don't you buy something for yourself? Peng Miaoying asked curiously. Yi Feng smiled bitterly and answered easily. No money. Peng Miaoying laughed out loud after hearing this. You spend money like water and still say you have no money. Isn't that too low-key? In fact, Yi Feng was telling the truth. Due to the limitations of the system, his personal savings were almost zero, and even the 1,000 Chinese yuan living expenses he had previously used were converted into dog-licking rebates. Peng Miaoying had no pressure to swipe his card. He actually didn't have much original accumulation funds in his card, and his living expenses were almost gone. The current predicament made him smile bitterly in his heart, and he didn't know how he would survive in the future. Peng Miaoying also realized the problem. She knew that blindly asking for things would not make the relationship last long. If she wanted to hold on to Yi Feng, the rich second generation, she had to show some sincerity. So, Peng Miaoying took the initiative to offer to buy a few things for Yi Feng. Her tactics were indeed much more clever than Su Shuiyao's. Peng Miaoying helped Yi Feng choose several sets of clothes and even took him to the barber shop to change his hairstyle. When Yi Feng walked out of the barber shop, he looked brand new, and even Peng Miaoying's eyes lit up. Yi Feng's original appearance was not bad, and with this dress, he seemed to have turned into the male lead in a Korean idol drama. The clothing store clerk's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Peng Miaoying couldn't help but admire. So handsome. Yi Feng stood in front of the mirror, saw his new look, smiled slightly, and thought to himself with self-mockery. This is just like this. Why should I be so excited? Then, 2 voices rang in Yi Feng's ears again. Peng Miaoying's favorability +8, Peng Miaoying's favorability +12. This time, Peng Miaoying took the initiative to hold Yi Feng's arm and walked on the street. The two attracted the envious gazes of countless passersby. The man was talented and the woman was beautiful. They were a perfect match. Yi Feng also felt the feeling of being sought after. No wonder those goddesses are always surrounded by a bunch of licking dogs. It turns out that this feeling of being admired is really addictive. However, Peng Miaoying soon realized that something was wrong. Her original skill of playing hard to get seemed to have lost its effect. She had always thought that she was in control of the situation, but unknowingly, she had begun to fall into this relationship. I'm really happy today. Thank you for the gift. But I have something to do tonight, so I'll treat you to dinner another day. Peng Miaoying suddenly withdrew some of her enthusiasm and wanted to regain control of the situation. Yi Feng agreed casually. Okay. His tone was relaxed, as if he didn't care at all, and he didn't have any expectations or nostalgia. Peng Miaoying felt a little regretful, worried that she had lost the initiative for a moment. However, since the words had been spoken, she could only bite the bullet and continue. Yi Feng returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, his roommates were stunned when they saw his new look. Dude, who are you looking for? One of them stared at Yi Feng for a long time, but didn't recognize him. Yi Feng found it funny for a moment. Did he become so unfamiliar just by changing his clothes and getting a new hairstyle? He couldn't help but ask, why? Don't you recognize me? Fuck, isn't this Yi Feng? His roommates finally recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. My roommates put down their games and gathered around me as if they had discovered a new world. I didn't expect that after dressing up, he would become so handsome. He's even more handsome than the young celebrities, said a roommate. I heard that you were dumped again. I was worried that you would be depressed, but I didn't expect that you would be reborn this time. Should I consider being dumped once too? Said another roommate. By the way, where did you get so much money to buy yourself this set of equipment? Look at your clothes. Even those from Hailan Home are not as high-end, right? The dormitory leader also wondered at this time. Yi Feng smiled and said seriously, I said that Peng Miaoying bought this for me. Do you believe it? The dormitory fell silent for a moment, and then everyone burst into laughter. Peng Miaoying? Peng Miaoying, the 3rd most beautiful girl in the music department of Hua University? Dude, do you have a fever? The dormitory leader Zhuang Chang reached out and touched Yi Feng's forehead, pretending to be worried. The 2nd oldest brother came up and said, is he crazy because he was dumped? The 3rd brother, Wan Bing, was full of disdain. who can't brag? Your story is too outrageous. Yi Feng was a little helpless, but he wanted to prove it to his roommates, so he suddenly came up with an idea. How about this? Tomorrow I'll go find Bai Anlin, the second most beautiful girl in the music department, and ask for her WeChat to show you guys, believe it or not. Zhuang Chang's eyes widened. Are you serious? That Song Ming and Wan Bing immediately started to make a noise. Great, great. If you can really get it, we brothers' lifelong affairs will be handed over to you. Bai Anlin will be at the club's recruitment meeting tomorrow. If you really have the ability, go and give it a try. Zhuang Chang said half-jokingly. Yi Feng smiled secretly in his heart, as he had a plan for the food money for the next 3 months. He readily accepted the bet. Okay, let's bet. If you lose, you guys will treat me. At night, Yi Feng returned to bed, ate instant noodles, and browsed Douyin. This ordinary and boring life made him feel helpless. The content of the live broadcast was almost the same, and all kinds of vulgar gimmicks made people feel bored. Just when Yi Feng was feeling tired, an unusual live broadcast room suddenly popped up on the screen. A host named 100 Hands Piano Fairy was playing the piano, and the camera only captured her hands and piano keys, without showing her face or figure. However, the melody of the music made Yi Feng feel unprecedented peace, as if he had entered a peaceful world. This is what a live streaming platform should look like. However, the number of viewers is very small, with only 10 people, including Yi Feng. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding dong! The dog-licking object is being reviewed. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. This was the first time that the system was triggered through the screen. Ding dong! The comprehensive score of the dog-licking object is 95 points. The dog-licking object has been reviewed successfully. The system's voice sounded again. Then, detailed information popped up on Yi Feng's system screen. Name: Han Jiangxue. Age: 20. Height: 168 centimeters. Appearance: 9.1 point. Specialty: piano. Favorability: 0 points. Difficulty: 4 stars. When the favorability exceeds 90 points, the counterattack is successful. Reward: 120 points of dog-licking rebate. Reward: 238 attribute points. Reward: 3. 1 lucky draw, said the system. Yi Feng was surprised. Could it be that this system could also recognize people from a distance? He was immediately filled with curiosity and couldn't wait to see what this goddess with a comprehensive score of 95 looked like. So he said, "System, start the dog-licking mission." Yi Feng started the dog-licking mission. He directly entered the live broadcast room of 100-handed lute fairy, Han Jiangxue, and took decisive action. He typed a sentence on the screen without hesitation. The most handsome man in the Beggars Clan. Hello, beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat? Such a straightforward opening immediately made Han Jiangxue feel uncomfortable. She did not start the live broadcast to attract these suitors, but hoped to meet audiences who truly loved music and knew how to appreciate the art of piano. Yi Feng's direct request for WeChat made her extremely disgusted. Therefore, Yi Feng's system kept sending out reminders. Han Jiangxue. Favorability -5. Han Jiangxue. Favorability -15. Han Jiangxue ignored Yi Feng and continued to concentrate on playing her song. In the live broadcast room, a top player named Wealthy and Powerful was obviously unhappy and immediately posted a message on the public screen. Wealthy and Powerful. Qinxian girl is mine. Don't compete with me unless your wave sound is better than mine. Yi Feng looked at the number 1 guy on the list who only swiped 5 waves, which was about 50 cents, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. He didn't intend to pay attention to it, but when he remembered the rules of the dog-licking rebate system, he thought this was a good opportunity to verify the theory. So, Yi Feng quickly recharged 10,000 huabi, and his account instantly increased by 100,000 langyin. He directly swiped a Guardian of Light, worth 100,000 langyin, which instantly ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue, replacing Wealthy and Powerful to become the new leader of the list. The system prompts sounded as expected. Ding dong! The dog-licking rebate was successful. This time, the consumption was 10,000 Chinese yuan, and the dog-licking rebate was 10 times. The rebate was 100,000 Chinese yuan. Yi Feng looked at the information on his phone, and suddenly it dawned on him that he didn't have to go out shopping in person. He could easily complete the task by swiping langyin. Anyway, as long as he spent money, he could get rebates, lying down, and swiping gifts. It was simply a perfect operation. At this time, the rich and powerful, who was knocked off the list by Yi Feng in seconds, was naturally unwilling to accept it. Rich and powerful. Dare to steal my number 1? Wait, I'll call someone over. Soon, several members of the Wealthy families flooded into the live broadcast room. Wealthy. What is this most handsome man in the beggar's clan? As soon as you hear him, you know he is a poor loser. Our union will let you know who is the boss of this live broadcast room. But Yi Feng didn't take these people seriously at all and spoke again. The most handsome man in the beggar's sect. Beautiful lady, can I add you on WeChat now? Han Jiangxue looked at the gift worth 100,000 Langyin and couldn't help but frown. She was not interested in this money offensive. Ignoring it obviously couldn't stop the other party, so she decided to take a tougher approach. 100-handed Qin Xian, you want to add WeChat just for this little bit of music? Who do you think you are? The most handsome man in the beggar's sect. Then name a price, and I will never bargain. Han Jiangxue rolled his eyes and decided to give a daunting number. 100-handed zither fairy. Then you should brush up 100 million waves of sound first. Yi Feng smiled slightly, then quietly exited the live broadcast room without making any noise. This action caused the wealthy and powerful family to laugh and cheer. Wealthy and powerful. Haha. He never bargained, but he couldn't pretend anymore and ran away. Wealthy and powerful. I thought we would see a big fight, but I didn't expect this guy to be a wimp and ran away early. Kaikuruo, thanks for the support, brothers. I am number one again. Ha! Just as the members of the Kaikuruo family were celebrating, Yi Feng quietly returned to the live broadcast room. The most handsome beggar gang. Oh, Douyin's design is really inhumane. After recharging 100 million Douyin, I still have to log out and do a second verification. Wealthy and powerful. Ha! There should be a limit to being pretentious. If you can really top up 100 million Langyin, I will eat shit live. Wealthy and powerful. What's the big deal about eating shit? I'm even live streaming myself swimming in a sea of shit. Yi Feng smiled lightly and recharged another 100 million Langyin. He no longer paid attention to these boastful people and directly sent out a God's Guardian. The live broadcast room was instantly in an uproar. 12 angels with brilliant light descended from the sky. The scene was grand and magnificent. The entire Douyin system was taken over, and the entire network reported this super reward. Han Jiangxue was surrounded by a halo, as if she had transformed into an angel queen, looking down on all living beings with a majestic aura. Yi Feng's move caused the entire Doulong to explode. In the dormitory, Yi Feng's roommates were also stunned by this scene. Zhuang Chong shouted loudly, "Fuck, who is so powerful that he actually got the god's protection worth millions of Langyin?" De Tsongming, Wanbing, why are you still playing games? Hurry up and watch this live broadcast. Then, Zhuang Chong called his roommates. Yi Feng really wanted to tell his roommates that the god's protection that was just broadcast on Douyin was a reward from him. But Yi Feng knew that if he told it, no one would believe it, and he would be laughed at for bragging. Instead of explaining, it would be better to pretend to watch the fun and follow the trend like everyone else. So he just said silently, "Okay." At this moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. The number of viewers seemed to have broken through an invisible gate, soaring from millions to tens of millions in an instant, and was still rising. Of Baisho Qinxian also soared from single digits to millions like a rocket, and what was even more shocking was that Yi Feng's number of fans was even more than hers, instantly breaking through tens of millions, becoming a super internet celebrity account. People from various guilds in the live broadcast room also began to compete to win over Yi Feng. Leader of the Beggars Guild. May I ask, Great Master, which branch of our Beggars Guild are you from? Wandering son of the Boai Union. What branch of the Beggars Sect? It's clearly our Boai Union. 18 Arhats Diamond Gourd. Great Master, please come to our guild. You can choose any position as the guild leader. The union members attacked each other in order to fight for Yi Feng, and the scene was in chaos. At the same time, the onlookers were not willing to lag behind and made jokes. Bald Xiaoqiang, who said he wanted to live stream eating shit. Come out. Sourfish, Master, don't stop, keep brushing. We want to watch live broadcast of eating shit. Seeing this, the faces of Kai Demeng and Kai De Chong instantly turned livid. Originally, they thought Yi Feng was a tycoon who was just pretending to be cool, but they didn't expect that he could actually spend 100 million yuan on Langyin, which made them extremely embarrassed. Coupled with the instigation of the spectators, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room developed in an uncontrollable direction. At this time, more female anchors and crazy fans flocked into the live broadcast room, vying to please Yi Feng. Cupid Bunny, the most handsome man in the Beggars Sect. What's your WeChat? Add me. I am the cutest, the most handsome man in the Beggars Sect. Come to my live studio. I will perform an exclusive dance for you. Long-legged girl. Husband, it's time to go home. I've warmed the bed for you. Various explicit private messages and ambiguous information flooded into Yi Feng's Douyin backstage, and there were even a lot of photos. Faced with this sudden beauty offensive, Yi Feng couldn't help but blush. He knew very well that the live broadcast room was a dangerous place, and if he wasn't careful, he might fall into an abyss from which he couldn't extricate himself. In order to end this harassment as soon as possible, Yi Feng decided to make a quick decision. He swiped several God's Guardian worth millions in succession, swiped 100 in a row, and cleared the 100 million waves. Ding dong! The dog-licking rebate was successful. The consumption this time was 10 million Chinese yuan, and the tenfold rebate of 100 million Chinese yuan was credited to the account. Witnessed by hundreds of millions of viewers, Yi Feng completed this unprecedented spree, and the live broadcast room was flooded with prompts and gift special effects. The most handsome man in the beggar sect. Sister Qinxian, can I add WeChat now? The live broadcast room was silent for a moment, and everyone was shocked by Yi Feng's generosity. Tababo, wow, I spent 100 million on Langyin just to add someone on WeChat? This is too much. The richest man in Tudou City. You don't understand this. Rich people are so simple, straightforward, and unpretentious. Han Jiangxue, watching the number of people in the live broadcast room increase, was so shocked that she was speechless. She never thought that her casual words, "Let's spend 100 million first," would be taken seriously by Yi Feng, and he actually spent 100 million on the live broadcast. This man is simply incredible. Faced with the increasingly vulgar and out-of-control atmosphere in the live broadcast room, Han Jiangxue finally decided to quietly end the live broadcast and withdraw from this fanatical world. Yi Feng felt a little disappointed. He had just watched so many live streams, but Han Jiangxue turned off the live stream and didn't even send him a WeChat message. This was too dishonest. Just when Yi Feng was about to turn off his phone and have a good rest, Do Long sent a message. "The 100-handed Qin fairy has followed you." Then a private message popped up. "My WeChat is..." Yi Feng was delighted. Sure enough, Han Jiangxue gave him WeChat. He quickly added her as a friend, but after half a day, there was no notification that she was accepted. Yi Feng shook his head. Perhaps Han Jiangxue only gave the WeChat on the surface, but didn't really intend to accept it. In the end, Yi Feng decided not to worry about it anymore and lay down to rest. Just when Yi Feng was about to fall asleep, his roommates suddenly started to make a fuss. "Yi Feng, have you seen it? The wealthy and powerful people on Douyin ate shit on live broadcast. It was so sour and disgusting." Zhuang Chang said. "By the way, Yi Feng, isn't your WeChat name the most handsome man in the beggar gang? Could it be you, the rich man who posted 100 million tweets on Douyin just now?" "Ha ha," the second brother added. "Damn, have you ever seen a rich man with a fortune of 100 million lying in bed eating instant noodles? It must be someone with the same name." The third brother said with a smile. Zhuang Chang thought about it, then affirmed. "Ha, that's right, but that rich man is also miserable. He spent 100 million on wave music, but in the end, Baisho Qinxian simply shut down the live broadcast, and all the money was wasted." Finally, Zhuang Chang patted Yi Feng on the shoulder and said jokingly, "We are still the best brothers. We can get Goddess WeChat for free. Tomorrow, we will leave our lifelong affairs to you." Yi Feng made an okay gesture, his eyelids drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yi Feng was full of energy, dressed up, and exuded confidence. Yi Feng came to the school auditorium, intending to be a quiet bystander. But as the saying goes, gold always shines. He soon attracted the attention of many people. All the students at Hua University knew Yi Feng. After all, his reputation as the ultimate liquor king had spread all over the campus. Many people recognized him at a glance. "Isn't that the bootlicker Yi Feng?" said a boy. "Are you seeing things? Could such a handsome and charming guy be him?" said another boy. "That's right, it's Yi Feng. Oh my God, he's suddenly become so handsome. What should I do? I'm a little moved," said a girl. Someone joked. "Are you moved? Then you have to ask Su Shuiyao." At this time, Su Shuiyao was also in the crowd, looking at the brand new Yi Feng. On the surface, she acted indifferent, but deep in her heart, she was filled with surprise and confusion. Is this really Yi Feng? How did he suddenly become so dazzling? Is he really the invisible rich second generation that Peng Miaoying mentioned? Last night in Baisho Qinxian's live broadcast room, she also witnessed the god-level reward from the most handsome man in the beggar sect. When she saw this name, she immediately thought of Yi Feng, and she wanted to send a message to confirm it several times, but her pride prevented her from letting go. Now, seeing Yi Feng's changes, Su Shuiyao began to waver. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Yi Feng, asking, Yi Feng, do you still like me? Yi Feng saw Su Shuiyao's message. He was slightly stunned. Su Shuiyao actually took the initiative to send a message and asked him about his relationship so directly. This kind of thing is simply rare in a century. Yi Feng began to struggle internally. He used to be completely devoted to Su Shuiyao. His instinct told him to reply like immediately, but his reason made him realize that such a woman was really not worth it. Just as Yi Feng was hesitating, another message popped up on WeChat. The hundred-handed zither fairy has accepted your friend request. Hundred-handed Qin Xian. Sorry, I want to take a shower yesterday and just saw your friend request. Yi Feng smiled slightly and immediately replied. The most handsome man in the beggar's sect. It's okay, I have nothing to do. Han Jiangxue then continued to send a message. Hundred-handed zither fairy. I was just joking with you yesterday. I didn't expect you to actually spend 100 million waves. Yi Feng was in a relaxed mood and jokingly said, the most handsome beggar gang. If you like, I will give you another 100 million next time I broadcast live. Han Jiangxue obviously didn't want to make a living from gifts. She replied solemnly. Hundred-handed Qin Xian. You misunderstood. I don't do live broadcasts for tips. I just want to find some like-minded friends who understand music. Meanwhile, several minutes had passed since Su Shuiyao sent the message, but she still hadn't received a reply from Yi Feng. She began to get anxious, and her inner doubts and tensions continued to grow. In the past, Yi Feng always replied within seconds. So why did he still not respond after waiting for so long this time? And Su Shuiyao clearly saw him looking down at his phone the whole time. Su Shuiyao felt more and more uneasy, so she sent a second message. Yi Feng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that yesterday. Please don't be angry with me, okay? However, Yi Feng was having a pleasant chat with Han Jiangxue at the moment and didn't care about Su Shuiyao's news at all. Han Jiangxue's words made Yi Feng feel that she was indeed different from other girls. She didn't care about his gifts and said that she would not do live broadcasts in the future to prevent Yi Feng from spending money indiscriminately. This made Yi Feng feel a little embarrassed. If he didn't start live streaming, how could he continue to give gifts and earn rebates? The most handsome man in the beggar's sect. If you don't start live streaming, I won't be able to see you anymore. I'm so sad, woo-woo. Han Jiangxue responded playfully. Hundred-handed Qin Xian. You can't see me even if I'm live streaming. But if you really want to see me, there's a concert next week, and I'll be performing on stage. Whether you can find me or not depends on your ability. Hundred-handed Qin Xian. I'm going to class first. I'll send you the time and address later. The most handsome man in the beggar's sect. Good. After the pleasant conversation with Han Jiangxue, Yi Feng noticed Su Shuiyao's apology message. Looking at her words, Yi Feng could only sneer. Every time she was dumped, Su Shuiyao would always send similar messages to coax Yi Feng into letting him continue to lick her. In the past, he would reply to messages immediately and forgive her mistakes without hesitation. But this time, Yi Feng was no longer the Yi Feng who was willing to be a licking dog. He simply replied with one word, yeah. Seeing Yi Feng's reply, Su Shuiyao was both happy and angry. She was happy to get a reply, but angry at the short and perfunctory Su Shuiyao suppressed her anger and sent another message to Yi Feng. Since you are not angry anymore, buy me a cup of milk tea later. I will take it as your forgiveness. Okay? Oh. Yi Feng replied calmly using his mobile phone. After the club recruitment meeting is over, I'll wait for you at the milk tea shop. See you there? Su Shuiyao quickly replied with a message on her mobile phone. But at this time, Yi Feng did not reply. Because at this time, Hua Bai Anlin, the second student of the music department, was standing on the stage, dazzling and charming, attracting the attention of everyone present. Bai Anlin's appearance today made the whole auditorium boil. Not only did she have excellent grades, she was also extremely beautiful. As a representative of the school, she participated in countless activities, thus attracting the admiration of a large number of boys. The boys in the auditorium were eager to take advantage of the new student recruitment meeting to get close to her, but she was very tired of those fancy confessions. She liked simple and direct expressions, not hypocritical declarations of love that were roundabout. Bai Anlin picked up the microphone and said to the boys in the audience in a firm tone, "Today is our music club's recruitment event. I hope that everyone comes here because they really like music, not because they have other messy ideas. If you like me, just say it out loud. Don't use music as an excuse to cover it up." This sentence tore through all the boys' disguises. The boys in the audience fell silent, and their eagerness to fight was instantly shattered. After all, they knew that a woman as high and mighty as Bai Anlin was not someone they could approach at all. Bai Amlin was slightly disappointed when she saw this. Just as she was about to continue hosting the event, someone suddenly stood up from the corner. Fuck, it's Yi Feng, said a boy. Is he going to confess his feelings in public? That's too crazy, another boy also said. He is in our dormitory. Why is he suddenly so bold? The boss said at this time. Yi Feng stood up, looked directly at Bai Amlin with a firm gaze, and shouted in a loud voice. Bai Amlin, I want to pick you up. The hall exploded instantly. Everyone was shocked. Who could have thought that the former Ultimate Liquor King would dare to express his feelings in such a direct way in such a formal occasion? The scene was in an uproar. Bai Amlin was slightly stunned, and then she smiled in surprise. She didn't expect that someone like Yi Feng would understand her thoughts. But soon, she replied, Okay, let's meet in the coffee shop after the new member meeting is over. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding dong! The overall score of the licking dog object is 93 points. The licking dog object review has been successful. Soon a message appeared in front of Yi Feng. Name, Bai Amlin age, 20 height, 165 centimeters weight, 48 kilograms appearance, 9.0 point specialty, piano favorability, 5 points difficulty, 3 stars. Then, the system said, when the favorability exceeds 90 points, the counterattack is successful. Reward 120 points of dog licking rebate. Reward 227 attribute points. Reward 3 piano master level skills. Ding dong. Host, do you want to start the dog licking mission? At the same time, Bai Amlin agreed to Yi Feng's confession, and there was an uproar in the auditorium. Everyone was talking about it. What's going on? Bai Amlin actually agreed. He didn't even send flowers. Isn't that too careless? Said a boy. If I had known this would happen, I would have been the first to stand up. Another boy followed. Yi Feng's roommates also rushed over, surrounding him and rubbing his shoulders and legs. Brother, you made us proud today. Remember to ask for WeChat later and share it with the brothers. We just need to drink some soup. No problem. But don't forget to pay for my meals for the next 3 months. Yi Feng replied with a smile. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. You don't need them to treat you. I'll treat you. How about going now? Yi Feng looked back, and it was Peng Miaoyin. Peng Miaoyin's appearance stunned everyone. They looked back and forth between Yi Feng and Peng Miaoyin, their faces full of disbelief. The guys in the dormitory were also completely confused. Why was Peng Miaoyin related to Yi Feng? Peng Miaoyin originally wanted to keep a cool attitude and wait for Yi Feng to take the initiative to invite her out for dinner and a movie. However, she did not wait for Yi Feng's invitation, but heard that he confessed to Bai Amlin in the auditorium and actually got a response. This incident made Peng Miaoyin unable to suppress her inner loss and anxiety. She rushed to the auditorium without stopping and took the initiative to invite Yi Feng in front of everyone. However, Yi Feng was unexpectedly calm. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, I've already made an appointment with Bai Amlin. Let's do it another day. Peng Miaoyin was rejected in public and was stunned for a moment. The third most beautiful girl in the music department of Hua University was actually rejected? This was unheard of. The crowd in the auditorium was also talking. This guy actually rejected Peng Miaoyin. Isn't he crazy? Everyone thought that Peng Miaoyin would be angry and even reprimand Yi Feng for his behavior on the spot. However, unexpectedly, Peng Miaoyin did not lose her temper. Instead, she walked forward, hugged Yi Feng's arm like a spoiled child, and said softly, Hubby, stop it! Yi Feng remained calm, gently broke free from her hand, and said calmly, Don't get me wrong, we are just ordinary friends. Hearing this, Peng Miaoyin's face instantly turned ugly. She had never experienced such a feeling of being rejected, especially in front of everyone. At this time, the system reminded me in Yi Feng's ear that Peng Miaoyin's favorability had dropped sharply. Seeing the goodwill he had accumulated with great difficulty decline, Yi Feng felt sorry for the goodwill, not Peng Miaoyin. Although he was disgusted by a snobbish woman like her, he had to continue to maintain his relationship with her in order to get the dog-licking rebate. So Yi Feng quietly walked to Peng Miaoyin's ear and whispered a few words. Peng Miaoyin's expression instantly changed from gloomy to sunny. A smile appeared on her face, and her mood immediately improved. Then, Yi Feng's ears were filled with voices again. Peng Miaoyin. Favorability plus 6 Peng Miaoyin. Favorability plus 14. This wave of operations not only made up for the previous loss of points, but also increased the favorability by 10 points. Now Peng Miaoyin's favorability has reached 70 points. With a little more effort, a counterattack is just around the corner. Wait for your call, Bai. Peng Miaoyin waved and left with a happy smile on her face. The crowd watching was completely confused. They had no idea what Yi Feng had said to Peng Miaoyin that made this cold goddess behave so well. "Brother, how did you do it?" "This is amazing, right?" said a boy. "What kind of magic potion did you give her?" "Share it with us," another boy asked. Yi Feng smiled and said, "Helping you find a few girlfriends may be more practical than my method." After listening to this, everyone expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, brother. We should also learn from you if we have the chance." Su Shuiyao, who was standing by, watched all this, her face becoming increasingly gloomy. Yi Feng had changed so much that he even made her feel unfamiliar. He was no longer the man who was willing to be her licker. Su Shuiyao sighed softly, stood up silently, and left the auditorium. After the new member orientation meeting, Yi Feng rushed to the coffee shop, but he didn't expect that Bai Anlin was already sitting inside waiting for him. "I'm so sorry, I'm late," Yi Feng said apologetically. Bai Anlin smiled slightly. "I came early. What would you like to drink?" Yi Feng was about to ask the waiter to place his order, but he did not expect the waiter to directly bring him 2 glasses of the most expensive sour lemon float cold brew. "I haven't ordered yet," Yi Feng said puzzledly. The waiter smiled and explained, "This is a gift from our store." It turned out that the boss had heard that Yi Feng had ordered hundreds of expensive cups of coffee in the coffee shop yesterday. The boss thought that Yi Feng was a potential big customer, so he specifically instructed the clerk that if Yi Feng came again, he would give him the most expensive coffee as a token of friendship. However, Yi Feng was not impressed by this. After all, the licking dog rebate system relies on consumption to obtain rebates. If all the rebates become gifts, how can he continue to earn licking dog gold? Yi Feng politely said to the waiter, "I'm sorry, I Yi Feng don't like to take advantage." After that, Yi Feng walked to the counter, scanned the code to pay for the 2 cups of coffee, and then returned to his seat gracefully. Ding dong! The dog-licking rebate was successful. This time I spent 200 Chinese yuan, and the 10 times rebate of 2,000 Chinese yuan was received. The waiter was stunned, obviously surprised that Yi Feng refused the free coffee. Bai Anlin's favor for him doubled. Therefore, the system sent out a series of voices. Bai Anlin, favorability +2. Bai Anlin, favorability +3. This surprised Yi Feng a little. He didn't expect Bai Anlin to like this kind of action. Bai Anlin took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "You are not the same as the rumors say." Yi Feng knew that she was referring to the title of Ultimate Dog-Licking King, which was already well known in Huada. He knew that it would take time and effort to change this impression. Yi Feng smiled slightly and asked, "So what do you think when you see me now?" Chapter 10 requires additional money. He's decisive, simple, and straightforward, but he's still far from my ideal partner. This answer is quite surprising. Is it her way of playing hard to get? Judging from the increase in her favorability just now, she seems to be more interested in the bohemian and domineering type of president. How far is it? Farther than the distance from the Earth to the Moon? Bai Anlin was slightly stunned. "As long as it's within this distance, it won't be a problem for me, Yi Feng." As he said that, he snatched the phone that Bai Anlin was fiddling with, added WeChat, left her phone number, and then put it back in her hand. "I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. If you miss me, just call me. It's okay if you don't call me. I will definitely call you. I will let you know that your criteria for choosing a partner may be tailor-made for me." Don't give Bai Anlin a chance to speak or refute. Turning around, he left Starbucks with a cool and domineering air. Bai Anlin was shocked by Yi Feng's series of actions, and a ripple silently arose in his heart. This kind of demeanor and this kind of approach are exactly what I want. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Yi Feng was silently happy. As expected, when dealing with Bai Anlin, he had to maintain the aura of a domineering president. As soon as I left Starbucks, Peng Miaoyin appeared from behind me out of nowhere. Seamless connection. Did she wait outside for a long time? Isn't that professional? "Look, does my skirt look good?" As she spoke, Peng Miaoyin turned around on the spot, showing off her beauty. Today, she tied her hair into 2 ponytails, wore a Japanese school uniform skirt, and black over-the-knee stockings, looking particularly playful and cute. Yi Feng nodded. "It's nice, but like I said, I have to work at a restaurant during lunchtime, so I won't have time to go shopping with you in the afternoon." "I know. I just want to work with you and experience life." Yi Feng smiled bitterly. Experience life? Peng Miaoyin may be experiencing life, but Yi Feng is trying hard to live. After all, the money from the dog-licking rebate system can only be used for the dog-licking object. If he doesn't work, he may not even survive until the next week. Work 3 hours at noon, 20 yuan per hour. Can you accept it? "I don't care about the money. I just want to be with you." Yi Feng couldn't stop anything. After all, working and studying or experiencing life were freedoms granted to every citizen by law. When we arrived at the restaurant, I briefly talked to the boss, and he readily agreed. After all, such cheap labor is becoming increasingly difficult to find. Yi Feng, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take your girlfriend to serve the food. Although Peng Miaoyin seems spoiled, she is not delicate or pretentious when doing her work. Instead, she works very hard and is full of energy. The restaurant was doing good business at noon. Suddenly, among the many diners, someone recognized Peng Miaoyin. Miaoyin, is that you? Mr. Liu? Liu Xiao's real name is Liu Jinhua. He is from the music department of Hua University and is a classmate of Peng Miaoyin. His family has a little money, so he can be considered a wealthy second generation. He has been pursuing Peng Miaoyin and unilaterally declared himself to be her boyfriend. I never thought that we would meet in this way in a hotel. Miaoyin, are you serious? How can you be a bitch here, pouring tea and water for others? Yi Feng happened to be nearby, and when he heard what Liu Jinhua said, he instantly became unhappy. We use our spare time to work and study and experience life. So how can we become lowly people? Liu Jinhua was slightly stunned. Fuck, who are you? We are high-ranking people talking. How can a lowly person like you interrupt us? Peng Miaoyin looked angry, pointed at him, and shouted at him. Liu Jinhua, I don't allow you to insult my boyfriend. What the hell? Your boyfriend? Then who am I? The person sitting at the same table suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? Who are you? You're a turtle bastard. What's the meaning? It means you've been cheated on. Liu Jinhua shook his head, but was not angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. You are such a poor fellow, yet you still cheat on me? You really don't know our Peng Miaoyin at all. Maybe your Peng Miaoyin is tired of playing and wants to change her taste. You're looking for death. Master Liu, I'm just helping you analyze the problem. Why are you so angry at me? You should beat him up. At this time, Liu Jinhua looked at Yi Feng with rage, picked up the beer bottle, and pressed forward, ready to take action. It happened in a flash. Peng Miaoyin suddenly stretched out her hands and stood in front of Yi Feng without hesitation. Liu Jinhua, if you want to touch my boyfriend, you have to step over me first. This selfless action not only stunned Liu Jinhua, but also surprised Yi Feng. I really didn't expect that at this critical moment, Peng Miaoyin would dare to stand up for him. Miaoyin, get out of the way. This ultimate liquor king wants you to work with him. He doesn't cherish you at all. It's really not worth your efforts for him. Don't say that anymore. I like him as a person. I will stand with him no matter if he is rich or poor. Peng Miaoyin was in tears and very passionate. Yi Feng's heart was deeply touched. I originally thought that Peng Miaoyin just liked his money, but at this critical moment, she stood up for him without any hesitation. Ever since he was heartbroken by Su Shuiyao, he no longer believes in love. However, Peng Miaoyin's great sacrifice of life made him regain his illusions about love. It is a great honor to have a close friend in life. No matter what, she must not be allowed to come to any harm. This is a matter between men. Please get out of the way. As he spoke, Yi Feng protected Peng Miaoyin behind him. Even if you get hurt, you must fight to the end. Liu Jinhua was slightly stunned. He did not expect to encounter such a situation. Intentionally or unintentionally, he looked at Peng Miaoyin for help. He who strikes first is the strongest. He who strikes last will suffer. These are the lessons Yi Feng learned when he was in high school and attending the Taekwondo class in the sports school during the summer training. Without waiting for Peng Miaoyin's response, Yi Feng took action directly. He kicked Liu Jinhua in the abdomen, and with a bang, he fell on his back, feeling unbearable pain. Kill him while he is ill. Running forward, Yi Feng punched and kicked him. I will beat you to death if you dare to bully my woman. Don't, don't, big brother, don't hit me in the face. I'm hitting you in the face. Ouch! Sister Bing. Help, Sister Peng. Our script doesn't say this. You didn't tell me he knows Kung Fu. This scene needs extra money. Yi Feng seemed to have heard something and suddenly stopped and looked at Peng Miaoyin. What did he just mean? Chapter 11. A hero saves a beauty. Looking into Yi Feng's eyes, Peng Miaoyin became more and more flustered, stammering and hesitant in her words. You shouldn't listen to his nonsense. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that even if he is not lying, he is trying to cover up something. However, instead of trying to find a breakthrough from her, it would be more practical to beat up Liu Jinhua on the ground. He grabbed him up. Tell me what's going on? Liu Jinhua looked at Peng Miaoyin very innocently, with an embarrassed expression on his face. Say it or not? Tell me, if you offend Peng Miaoyin, you will no longer be qualified to be a bootlicker. If you don't tell me, Yi Feng will punch you and your death will be very ugly. There are women everywhere, but there is only one life. In the end, he chose to surrender. Brother Yi Feng, calm down first, and let me explain it to you slowly. This is all a carefully planned, self-directed drama. What a bullshit love story. They just want to make a lot of money. Lu Jinhua, you were talking nonsense. I didn't do that. Yi Xiao, don't believe him. Peng Miaoyin shook Yi Feng's arm and denied it vehemently. Yi Feng was also slightly stunned. Could it be that the matter of swiping the dog-licking rebate money was exposed? Are you talking about me in a roundabout way? Do you want to reveal some information to Peng Miaoyin? She covets her material things, and I make my dog-licking gold. It's just a matter of playing according to the situation and each taking what they need. Why should it be made so clear? People like this really deserve a beating. Don't slander my girlfriend. As he said that, Yi Feng slapped him. Lu Jinhua looked confused. What's going on? Didn't you ask me to tell you? Why? Are you going to hit me again? Young Master Yi, swear to heaven and earth. What I said is true. Before Lu Jinhua could finish speaking, Yi Feng slapped him again. How dare you slander? Master Yi, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. If you dare to spread rumors again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Get out of here now. Peng Miaoyin's face was filled with shock. I thought that a tycoon of Yi Feng's level would be very angry and would even beat her up, but I never expected that the result would be like this. But is this his truest expression? Master Yi, I'm really not like what Lu Jinhua said. Please believe me. Okay, as long as you can pledge your love to me, I will believe you. Peng Miaoyin was suddenly stunned and her face turned slightly red. I don't know if it was because she was reserved or hesitant, but she felt awkward and at a loss as to what to do. Yi Feng is young, rich, handsome, and has a high emotional intelligence. He is a rare good man. After weighing the pros and cons, Peng Miaoyin finally nodded in agreement. However, Yi Feng suddenly slapped her on the butt. You wish for that. I'm still a young boy. How can I let you take advantage of me so easily? Oh, that's disgusting. I'm still a virgin. Peng Miaoyin, favorability +5. Peng Miaoyin, favorability +10. Seeing the favorability rating of Peng Miaoyin soaring, Yi Feng was very surprised. He had never expected that the favorability rating would grow just as fast through appropriate flirting as through spending money. Peng Miaoyin was also a little confused. I said I was only approaching him for his money, so why did I fall in love with him? Oops. What should I do? What should I do? If she could really win Yi Feng's favor, with her beauty and scheming, it would be no problem for her to become a wealthy wife. After marrying into a wealthy family, you don't have to work hard anymore. You can just lie in bed and count money every day. Isn't that great? As I thought about it, I couldn't help laughing out loud. What's going on? Are you so happy? Are you drooling? Peng Miaoyin smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. I thought of a really nice restaurant. Let me show my goodness and treat you to lunch. How about that? Then I'm going to eat you out of money. Peng Miaoyin took Yi Feng's arm and walked towards the restaurant. After a few steps, they saw Qi Juanhao hugging a young and beautiful woman, walking past them in a swagger. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment and paused for a few seconds. Peng Miaoyin also snorted intentionally or unintentionally. Qi Juanhao is a scumbag. He changes girlfriends so frequently. Whether Qi Juanhao changes his girlfriend or not seems to have nothing to do with Yi Feng. What a coincidence that happened was that he snatched Su Shuiyao from Yi Feng. Although Su Shuiyao is fickle and vain, if a man can swallow the hatred of his father's murder and his wife's abduction, he will become a coward. Since he has met her, it is a godsend opportunity. And at this moment, an even more surprising scene happened. Su Shuiyao unexpectedly appeared in front of Qi Juanhao, pointed at the charming woman, and asked hysterically, Mr. Qi, who is she? Ah, can't you see that? As he said this, he gave the woman a big kiss on the cheek. You said you only loved me. Don't be silly. A loser like Yi Feng is willing to give you up, so why should I keep you? Yi Feng was so angry that he laughed. What does it have to do with me if you're a jerk to others? Please don't abandon me, okay? Get out of here. Are you annoying? As he spoke, he slapped Su Shuiyao in the face, and instantly, a deep red 5-finger mountain handprint appeared. This seemed not enough to satiate his anger, so he slapped her again. You are only a goddess in the eyes of Yi Feng, that liquor. In my eyes, you are worse than a dog. You can hit me if you want, but you have to use my name. That's really bullying. Qi Juanhao, stop it right there. Yi Feng. Su Shuiyao was stunned, feeling mixed emotions. It turned out that the only person who cared about her was Yi Feng. Qi Juanhao sneered. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be the ultimate bootlicker, King Yi Feng. How come you changed your bootlicker targets so quickly? This is not in line with your usual style? Ha! If you could take action, try not to make noise. Yi Feng kicked straight at Qi Juanhao's lower abdomen. However, no one expected that Qi Juanhao just moved his body back slightly and actually dodged it cleverly. Haha, I'm a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and the champion of the Korean Youth Taekwondo competition. Your kicking speed is as slow as a snail, and you still dare to show off. You're such a rubbish. If you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, I'll give you a tip. Just kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and you can take the damsel away. Qi Juanhao's performance was indeed a bit unexpected. However, this is a matter of a man's dignity. Even if his head is broken and bloodied, he cannot kneel down and admit defeat. You keep the man to yourself. I'm here to beat you up today. Ha! Then let's see if you have the ability to do it. As he spoke, Qi Juanhao used a series of fancy moves, forcing Yi Feng to retreat again and again, causing his arm to ache. I really didn't expect Qi Juanhao to be so powerful. Although he avoided 1 round of attacks, the next round would not be so easy. It's not impossible to win, but it will definitely end badly. But even so, I still have to beat him up to feel better. Peng Miaoyin stamped her feet in anxiety. She really wanted to go forward to help, but this was not something she had arranged in advance. If we go up now, wouldn't it be seeking death? Peng Miaoyin, this place is too dangerous. Don't let me hurt you. Let's go. Peng Miaoyin was deeply moved, and a great feeling of emotion arose spontaneously. Chapter 12. Women are really cruel. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Yi Feng thought of not Su Shuiyao, not himself, but Peng Miaoyin. This is a man who is truly responsible and worthy of trust. Peng Miaoyin, favorability +5. Ding dong. The favorability of the dog-licking target Peng Miaoyin has reached 90 points. The counterattack is successful. The reward is 10 rebate points and 17 attribute points. Ding dong. Checking the host body data. Nim Yifeng. Age 20. Height 175 centimeters. Weight 65 kilograms. Qualification 10 points. Speed 7 points. Strength 15 points. Spirit 11 points. Talent 15 points. Perception 10 points. Adult average 10 points. Skills none. Attribute points 17 points. Ding dong. Which physical attribute can the host increase? Speed. Add it all to the speed attribute. Yi Feng stared closely at Qi Juanhao's every move. You will laugh at me for being as slow as a snail, but in a moment, I will let you taste what a lightning strike feels like. Ding dong. Attribute points have been allocated successfully. The host's current speed value is 24 points, which is 4 points higher than the peak level of an adult. Following the system's prompt, I instantly felt a current flowing through my body. Suddenly, the whole world slowed down. However, Qi Juanhao's punches became slow. In the split second that Qi Juanhao thought, Yi Feng thought of 1,000 ways to kill him. Finally, he chose a method that made him extremely embarrassed. He suddenly turned around, went behind him at lightning speed, and kicked him in the huge butt. Qi Juanhao staggered and ran straight towards the dog shit on the ground. Here comes a real-life version of a dog eating shit. Mr. Qi, are you okay? Let me wipe it for you. Drink some water and rinse your mouth. Su Shuiyao hurried forward and asked with concern. Get out of my way and don't bother me. Qi Juanhao was furious and wanted to kill Yi Feng. However, the dog shit in his mouth was too disgusting. He cleaned it for a long time before he could breathe a sigh of relief. You are looking for death. After saying that, he rushed towards Yi Feng like crazy. This kind of momentum scared Peng Miaoyin. Why bother with such trivial matters? Is there no place to put your energy? After dinner, go get a room, isn't it nice? Young Master Yi, let's run quickly, or else something terrible will happen. Run? That's giving in. There is no such word as giving up in Yi Feng's dictionary. Even if we get hurt, we must fight to the end. In a blink of an eye, Qi Juanhao arrived and punched Yi Feng in the head. However, his speed is even slower than a snail. It is really too slow. Yi Feng simply stepped aside, stretched out a foot, and tripped him. Qi Juanhao is another dog eating shit. Coincidentally, there was another pool of dog shit where he fell, and it was bigger and fuller than the previous one. Hey, Brother, I didn't expect you to like eating dog shit so much. There's still a pile of it. Do you want to try some? Mr. Chi, are you okay? I have some tissues here. I'll wipe it for you again. Get lost. It's all your influence on me. Snap, snap, snap. As he spoke, several slaps landed on Su Shuiyao's face. If you bother me again, I'll beat you up too. Su Shuiyao felt very aggrieved. She covered her red and swollen cheeks and cried like rain. Qi Juanhao is always like this. Once he is unhappy, he will beat people up, and he is becoming more and more unscrupulous. Su Shuiyao also saw through him completely. All the sweet words and vows were bullshit. Compared with Yi Feng's down-to-earth style of doing things, it is simply worthless. Su Shuiyao's eyes were tearful, and she looked at Yi Feng for help. To be honest, Su Shuiyao had nothing to do with him anymore, but seeing Su Shuiyao being beaten in front of him, he still felt very uncomfortable. Yi Feng, I'm going to kill you today. Qi Juanhao rushed towards him like a madman, as if he had a desperate momentum. But this time, Yi Feng did not dodge or evade, but went straight forward. Qi Juanhao was slightly pleased. Want a head-on fight? How naive. My speed and strength are already above the average adult. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Qi Juanhao thought he had a sure win, but at this moment, Yi Feng got up to him first and kicked him directly. Crack, crack, crack. After a few sounds, I saw a 1.8-meter tall man flying backwards, making a graceful arc in the air, and then falling heavily to the ground, instantly losing his combat effectiveness. Su Shuiyao and Peng Miaoyin were shocked. They never expected that Yi Feng, who seemed calm and unperturbed, could display such terrifying explosive power. Could it be some god, like One Punch Man? When the seductive woman saw that the situation was not good, she ran faster than a rabbit. Su Shuiyao walked to Yi Feng with grievance and said delicately, Yi Feng, thank you. You misunderstood. I just don't like him. I know you don't want to admit it. It doesn't matter, but I still thank you very much. Yi Feng, can we still be together? Peng Miaoyin was standing aside. How could such an outstanding man allow a scumbag like Su Shuiyao to continue to cause trouble for him? He stepped forward and took Yi Feng's arm. Hubby, thank you for your hard work. Let's go eat. Having said that, he took Yi Feng away without hesitation. Looking at the backs of the two people, Su Shuiyao became extremely angry. At this time, Qi Juanhao, who was lying on the ground, spoke very weakly. Baby, come and help me go to the hospital. I think 3 of my ribs are broken. If you don't need me, then let me go. If you do need me, then you call me baby. Qi Juanhao, you are such a scumbag. Go to hell. As she said that, Su Shuiyao kicked Qi Juanhao in the ribs. This lunch was the most filling meal Yi Feng had had in his 3 years at university. It feels so good not to have to eat steamed buns and pickles. After having a good meal and a drink, Yi Feng was urgently summoned by his roommates. He had no choice but to go back to the dormitory first. After coming back, they couldn't wait to surround him. Brother, how's it going? Is WeChat coming? Needless to say, there is nothing I can accomplish when I, Yi Feng, take action. However, I remind you that the WeChat account has been given to you, and whether it can be passed depends on your luck. The guys in the dormitory were all excited holding their WeChat accounts, while Yi Feng was lying on the bed, bored, and scrolling through Douyin. I looked at Han Jianxua Baisho Qinxian's Douyin account and found that there was actually a message about the live broadcast room being permanently closed. I feel a little disappointed. I don't know how much less money I will lose in the future. And at this moment, Douyin sent a prompt message. Someone you may know is live streaming. Click to watch. I clicked on it out of boredom. When he saw the live broadcast, Yi Feng smiled instantly. It is just like after mountains and rivers are so dense that you think there is no way out. Suddenly you see another village with willows and flowers. Chapter 13, Charity Live Broadcast. The person in the live broadcast was actually by Amlin. There is no beauty filter on, but she is still so stunningly beautiful. What's more important is that they are very loving. By Amlin. Welcome all new and old friends to my live broadcast room. Today's live broadcast is a little special. This is a fundraising event jointly organized by us and the Huada Charity Association. Every reward received will be donated to the disaster area. Great philanthropist. I hope everyone will give me more tips. I would like to thank you all on behalf of the elderly, women, and children in the disaster area. Fatal choice question. Is this true or false? Have you registered your charity organization? Don't let us tip you, and then you go to the nightclub to find girls. With this money, we can do it ourselves, isn't it better? Then questioning followed one after another. The most handsome man in the beggar's sect quietly enters the live broadcast room. Such questioning voices disappeared without a trace in an instant with the entry of the most handsome man in the beggar's sect. Lonely and Dudu. The most handsome man in the beggar's sect is here. Lu Diweier. Holy crap. It really is true. Word spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and the live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Xiao Erbi. Who is this guy? Why are you so excited? Grandmaster, damn it. How dare you speak like that? Be careful of being banned by the 4 major guilds on Douyin. Little idiot. Damn, so awesome? I'm a fool. Don't bother with me, but I'd still like to ask the big guys to teach me something. Big son. You will know it in a while. Just as these people were chatting idly, hundreds of thousands of people followed suit and flocked into the live broadcast room. Seeing the sudden surge in the number of people, the great philanthropist couldn't stop smiling. I really didn't expect that the richest man and the most handsome man in the beggar gang on Douyin would have such a strong influence, even more powerful than a celebrity actor. It seems that I can make some extra money today, so I can go out and have some fun. No, go and express my condolences, ha. Bai Anlin stared at this ID and this avatar, and felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere. Great philanthropist. Welcome the most handsome leader of the beggar's sect. Now, please invite Bai Anlin to play a piano piece, standing out from the rest for you. Great philanthropist. I hope you will give me more rewards. I thank you on behalf of the elderly, women, and children in the poor mountainous areas. Bai Anlin has participated in many charity events, but this time, he felt very awkward. It is clearly a public welfare activity. Why is it being made so utilitarian? However, she didn't think much about it. After all, I am just contributing my efforts, and all the school activities are subject to their restrictions, and I cannot offend them. Bai Anlin sat gracefully beside the piano, his fingertips dancing as he played One Flower Stands Out. Yi Feng closed his eyes and lay on the bed, enjoying himself very much. I really didn't expect that Bai Anlin is not only beautiful, but also has such a high level of piano playing skills. How can this be justified? After a piece of music is played, the lingering sound lingers in the ears and can be savored for a long time. The most handsome man in the beggar's sect rewards Bai Anlin with a divine guardian. Flower-hearted radish. Is this about to begin? Long Hushan Hua Hashang. I can also play the piano. I am the most handsome leader of the beggar's sect. Do you want to come and see me? Huang Huang Long. Beggar God awesome. Ultraman, beggar God awesome. The great philanthropist follower. I didn't expect that the beggar god is not only rich, but also so kind. It's really touching. We must learn from the beggar god. If we have money, we should donate money. If we don't have money, we should borrow money. We should do our best to help the poor mountainous areas. This sentence really set the tone, and many people followed suit. Although the amount of reward is not as much as Yi Feng's, the amount of reward is also very considerable. The great philanthropist was so happy that he went crazy when he saw the amount of reward rising sharply. Originally, he didn't have any hope for this charity event. After all, a college student with only tens of thousands of fans has little influence. However, no one expected that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room would immediately change when the beggar god arrived. Everyone was extremely excited, except Bai Anlin, who felt something was not right. It is certainly a good thing to raise so much money for the mountainous areas, but it is not so hard and exciting, right? Could it be that this money will go into their own pockets? People's love cannot be betrayed, let alone deceived. She wanted to step forward to stop it, but it seemed inappropriate. After all, it was not an established fact, and it was not convincing at all based on her feelings alone. Now, the only way is to rely on the beggar god to calm him down and see the truth of the matter. Bai Anlin sent a private message. Yi Feng was a little surprised. Could it be that Bai Anlin recognized him? He heaved a sigh of relief after opening the private message. Bai Anlin, it is good to be kind, but it would be even better if the money could actually be brought to the mountainous areas. I stared at this private message, wondering, what does this mean? Is there something fishy going on here? At this time, the philanthropist and team members in the live broadcast room were setting the pace like crazy. Great philanthropist, beggar god, we are looking forward to your 100 million reward show. Please use God's protection to crush us to death. Little assistant of the great philanthropist. Beggar God, I love you. The great philanthropist cutie. Beggar God, I am your cutie. If you spend 100 million, I will come to your house tonight. The little secretary of the great philanthropist. Beggar God, do you need a personal secretary? From now on, the secretary will do the work when there is something to do, and the secretary will do the work when there is nothing to do. It's getting more and more outrageous. Is this really a charity and not something else? The rebate for bootlickers is certainly important, but if these guys get a bargain, wouldn't we be fools? Nowadays, charity is becoming more and more hypocritical. There are countless examples of this kind. As for the incident involving Guo Piaoyang and the Red Cross Society, it is enough to wake up the world. After waiting for a long time, Yi Feng's second reward did not come. The great philanthropist began to get a little impatient. He signed a contract with Douyin, and the rewards were split 28%. If the beggar god could really reward Douyin 100 million, he would receive 8 million Chinese yuan. With this money, why bother doing charity? Strike while the iron is hot. So, they began to put pressure on by Anlin. Hurry up, keep playing, find a song to praise the beggar god. If he's happy, he'll reward you 100 million like it's a piece of cake. Then I'll give you 1 million. Bai Anlin was slightly stunned. Are you sure this is charity? I was so anxious that I told the truth. However, the great philanthropist has been in society for many years and can handle such a small matter with ease. Of course it's charity. What I mean is when the donation is made, 1 million will be donated in your name. Bai Anlin is weak and cannot offend him openly. Now he can only pin his hopes on the beggar god, hoping that he can turn the tide. Yi Feng is a smart man and can see the essence through the phenomenon. His mind raced, a plan came to mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Since you want to do charity, then let you be charitable to the fullest. Yi Feng replied directly to the private message. Just wait and see. Chapter 14. 100 million first. The most handsome beggar gang member. I admire people who do charity the most in my life. My dream is to become a philanthropist, working silently and selflessly. However, I heard that this industry is very complicated and many people use the name of charity to cheat people everywhere. Is this true? Great philanthropist. Those people are evil-hearted. Beggar God, don't worry. We are truly philanthropic. We have a certificate issued by the state, and every penny of the donation has been put to good use. The most handsome beggar gang member. Okay, if that's the case, I'll donate 100 million first. Is that enough? Great philanthropist. 100 million waves? He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Unexpectedly, the historic scene on Dolong would be repeated in front of this great philanthropist just one day later. Little Raccoon, beggar god awesome. Mangzi Chuan, beggar god awesome. Hua Gulong, beggar god awesome. For a while, the name of the most handsome man in the beggars sect once again topped the hot search list on Douyin. The most handsome man in the beggars sect. I'm not talking about Langyin, I'm talking about Huabi. From Langyin to Huabi, the price has increased tenfold in a blink of an eye. It's really exciting. The great philanthropist's legs suddenly went weak, and he couldn't even stand. Little assistant, help me up quickly. Boss, my legs seem to be weak too. After a long while, the two of them supported each other and stood up. Little assistant, slap me and see if I am dreaming. This was the kind of excuse he had never heard of in his life. The assistant used all his strength and slapped him hard. Bang! The left side of the philanthropist's face was swollen like half a pig's head. It was unexpected that a little girl could be so strong. Ouch! It hurts so much. Fortunately, the funny scene between the two did not appear in the live video. Otherwise, the mask of hypocrisy would have been exposed on the spot. Bai Anlin looked at the private message and felt a little relieved. However, the current situation made her a little confused. Great philanthropist. Thank you for your generous donation, beggar god. Your 100 million will bring hope and light to the poor mountainous areas. I will erect a monument and statue for you to praise your great achievements. The most handsome man in the beggars sect. I can't wait any longer. Great philanthropist. This is my personal account 622-70001. The beggar god donated 100 million Chinese yuan. If he shares the profits with the platform, he will lose 20 million yuan directly. Isn't it nice to put this little money in his own pocket? Yi Feng looked at the screen and smiled slightly. The fox's tail finally showed up. The most handsome beggar gang member. I have taken note of this account number. However, before I donate money to you, I need to test your love and strength. The great philanthropist unconsciously became cautious. Could it be that he was being tricked? However, if you think about it carefully, who is this great philanthropist? The ancestor of tricks, the one who can trick him, has not yet been born. Big philanthropist. I understand this. After all, this is not a small amount of money. We must find a trustworthy charity. The most handsome beggar gang. Sure enough, you are on the right track. These are the 3 accounts of poor areas that I found on the website of the National Trust Agency that are in urgent need of donations. As long as you donate 300,000 Chinese yuan to each account, I will believe you. The great philanthropist's face instantly turned black. It was already good enough that their charity organization had 900 yuan in its account. So where did the 900,000 yuan come from? Seeing that the great philanthropist did not return for a long time, Feng understood his concerns. It seemed that he had to continue to intensify the offensive. The most handsome beggar gang member. What? Your charity account can't even take out this little money, right? If that's the case, how can I trust you with my 100 million? Forget it, I'll just donate it directly to the country. This is a great opportunity to turn things around, and you must not miss it. The beggar god is a big shot on Douyin who spends money like water. He spent 100 million times on Douyin just to get a WeChat account. Money may be just a number to him. Therefore, there is no problem with his character, and he is trustworthy. This time, it should really be a test of his determination to do charity. The great philanthropist gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to take out all the 900,000 yuan he had pocketed from doing charity over the years. If you try hard, a bicycle can be transformed into an aircraft carrier. Great philanthropist, no. I just asked my assistant to check the account funds. In addition, to show our determination to do charity, we have donated 10,000 yuan each, a total of 990,000 yuan, all of which have been donated. The most handsome beggar gang member? Okay, I'll go find the relevant personnel to confirm. During the few minutes of waiting, the philanthropist team felt extremely tortured. How could they confirm it? The most handsome beggar gang member? Not bad. The National Credibility Agency confirmed that the poor mountainous areas received the donation. His heart was finally at ease, and the great philanthropist hugged his team and jumped for excitement. What is a family fortune of 900,000? I'll soon be a man with 100 million. Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, curry bak kut te, Indonesian basil, spie, fireworks sound la 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 la. The most handsome beggar gang. While everyone is happy, I have another piece of good news to tell you. I think it is troublesome to transfer money, so I donated another 100 million yuan directly in the name of Yanlin. I thank you on behalf of the elderly, women, and children in the poor mountainous areas. The most handsome man in the beggar's sect. You actually don't follow the rules. Puff! After saying this, the great philanthropist spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes went dark, and he fainted on the spot. The other members were not much better. They picked up their phones and started to verbally attack the most handsome man in the beggar's sect. However, Douyin has a built-in blocking function, so you can't send messages even if you want to. The hypocrisy of the great philanthropist team was completely exposed. In order to further expose their crimes, Yanlin simply picked up his mobile phone and broadcast it live to them. Yanlin. This is the true face of a group of hypocrites. Charity is risky, and donations should be made with caution. This time, thanks to the beggar's gang's most handsome man, he made us recognize the true face of these people. Applause to the beggar god. Hearing too much applause is not a good thing either. It will make your ears hurt. While they were flattering him, Feng quietly left the live broadcast room. This time, thanks to the philanthropist's secretary who tipped off. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have known the philanthropist's hidden card, and he wouldn't have been so happy. I spent another 100 million, feeling quite exhausted. Feng was preparing to have a good sleep, but unexpectedly, the always arrogant Yanlin actually sent him a message. Yanlin. Is that you, the most handsome guy in the beggar's sect in Dolong? Why do you have the same name and profile picture as you? Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Yanlin to observe so carefully. Even from a side profile photo with such poor pixels, he could still recognize it as him? It seems that this woman is really not simple. Feng only wanted to make money quietly, and then change his current embarrassing situation. Therefore, as long as he refused to admit it, Yanlin would have no way to stop him. Feng? Do you miss me so soon? Yanlin, don't interrupt me. I'm talking to you about something serious. Feng, isn't thinking about me a serious matter? Yanlin, stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Feng, since you want to know so much, please treat me to dinner tonight. Yanlin, see you at 7 p.m., shilling steak. I checked my phone. It's still early. My hands are tired from swiping money, and my heart is even more tired. I'll get enough rest and show off in a high-end Western restaurant tonight. Chapter 15. Tools are ready. I don't know how long I slept, but I felt groggy, and suddenly it was already dark outside. Suddenly remembered my date with Yanlin. I agreed to take a nap, but I actually overslept. I looked at my phone and realized that the appointment time had long passed. In addition, there were more than a dozen missed calls, but they were not from Bai Anlin, but from Su Shuiyao. This makes it incredibly expensive. Why does she make so many calls? Do you still want to keep pestering me? At this moment, Yifeng seemed to think of his past self. I would call Su Shuiyao more than a dozen times every day, just wanted to have a few ambiguous chats with her. However, whether to accept the call or not depends entirely on her mood. Since he missed it, Yifeng didn't want to force it. After getting dressed, I rushed to Shiling's Steakhouse Western restaurant. However, he never expected that the person waiting for him inside was not Bai Anlin, but Su Shuiyao. Su Shuiyao put on heavy makeup and attended the event in a gorgeous dress, looking extremely excited. Yifeng, you're finally here. I've been waiting for 2 hours. Why didn't you answer my call? Why are you here? Where's Bai Anlin? Bai Anlin? She left early because of something. It's better to ignore such a dishonest woman. It's just a steak. If she doesn't treat, I will. To be honest, Yifeng was already extremely disappointed with Su Shuiyao. However, I don't have enough courage to face it now. He appears strong on the outside, but he is actually too soft and too kind on the inside. I'm really worried that my obsession with Su Shuiyao will rekindle, and I'll become her bootlicker again. After struggling for 3 years, I finally got out of the mud. It's really not easy. Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Yifeng turned around and was about to walk out. At this moment, Su Shuiyao stood up, trotted 2 steps, and hugged him from behind. The cheek was pressed tightly against the back, and even the breathing seemed so intimate. Yifeng, please don't leave, okay? Yifeng was stunned and raised his feet, not knowing where to go. Once upon a time, I imagined so many times the scene of hugging Su Shuiyao. However, we waited for 3 years, and we didn't even hold hands, let alone a hug. I never expected that this time, Su Shuiyao would be so proactive. Yifeng's heart was beating like a deer, and his mind was blank. It feels so good to be hugged. Is this what love feels like? Suddenly, Yifeng let go of all his guard and just wanted to keep hugging like this. Yifeng, do you know? Only now do I understand that you are the person I love most in my life. After eating steak, you want me okay? A hot-blooded young man is hugged by a young girl. Moreover, such ambiguous words were passed between them. Who can hold on? Yifeng is also a normal person. I began to feel confused, and my heart was gradually shaken. Are you telling the truth? Su Shuiyao blushed and nodded shyly. It was the first time for the young lady to get into a sedan chair. I never thought that I, Yifeng, would be the one to receive love from others. God really treats me well. Why the hell are you eating steak? Without waiting for Su Shuiyao's willingness, he dragged her to the hotel and checked into her room. Yifeng, drink some water first and wait for me. I'm going to take a shower. I unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, took 2 sips, and it tasted weird. However, I didn't care too much. Not long after, Su Shuiyao came out wrapped in a bath towel. However, the fog in the bathroom was so thick that it spread to the bedroom, making it blurry and hard to see clearly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his hands and feet were tied to the bed and he could not move. In addition, there was another woman in the room. She was dressed like a gangster and held a dagger in her hand, which she pressed against Yifeng's neck. Who are you? What do you want? You don't need to care who I am. I just need to know who you are. Yifeng looked at Su Shuiyao, who was squatting in the corner, and asked quickly, Shuiyao, are you okay? What happened? Yifeng, I'm sorry. I borrowed money from a loan shark. I really had no choice. They forced me to do this. Don't you have money? Can you help me? Haha, are you still so stubborn? Don't think she likes you. She just likes your money. After listening to the gangster girl's words, Yifeng suddenly came to his senses. What the hell is this ambiguity? What bullshit love? It turned out that all this was a trap set for him by Su Shuiyao. Now thinking back carefully on the whole incident, this routine is not difficult to see through. It is full of loopholes. Even if one is a little more careful and cautious, one would not have fallen to this point. However, this cannot be blamed on anyone else. If anyone should be blamed, it should be Yifeng himself. He was blinded by his inner desire. Yifeng regained his sanity and became calm and resolute. He was wrong in this matter at first, but now he cannot make the same mistake again. You want money, right? Are you going to use money to solve the problem so soon? It seems that she still holds a very high status in your mind. You are wrong. You can't take a penny from me. Yifeng was telling the truth. After all, apart from the hundreds of millions of dollars he earned from bootlicking his boss, he was penniless. Even if I wanted to give them money, I couldn't. It doesn't matter. We've seen many people like you who are stubborn and recalcitrant. If we use a little trick, you will obediently take out the money." As she spoke, the gangster girl raised the dagger and stabbed towards Yi Feng's chest. Suddenly, Yi Feng opened his eyes with a start, sweating and panting. It turned out that this was a nightmare, but it all seemed so real. He knew Su Shuiyao very well, and she was definitely capable of doing such a thing. However, in the final analysis, it is still my own problem. There was a little bit of ambiguity and physical contact, and I was carried away. This is a problem and must be changed. The gangster girl in the dream said it very well. Don't think she likes you. She just likes your money. This sentence made the deepest impression on Yi Feng. If it weren't for the money, Su Shuiyao wouldn't even look at her highly. It's not just her. It also includes all the women who try to get close to him. It's okay to be ambiguous. It's okay to be a bootlicker. I'm sorry if you're serious about this. I'm just playing with you guys to earn some extra money. You treat me like a bootlicker, but you don't know that you are all my tools. Just as I had organized my thoughts, the phone rang. Yi Feng, I'm here. Where are you? Are you going to let such a beautiful goddess wait for you? Looking at the time on the phone, it was already 7 o'clock. If it were in the past, he would have admitted his mistake immediately and rushed over without stopping. But now his mentality has changed. Even if you are a bootlicker, you have to show your attitude. Otherwise, you will always appear so humble. Wait a moment. I have a surprise for you. Chapter 16. Riding a tiger is difficult to descend. Half an hour later, Yi Feng appeared at Shilling Steakhouse Western Restaurant. Hurdles vest, brown shorts, flip-flops. Apart from her pretty appearance, she has no other merits. His unkempt appearance always gives people a loser vibe. If the waiters here were not so well-educated, they would have kicked him out as if he were a beggar. I really don't understand how such a loser dares to go to such a high-end Western restaurant. I don't know what the person waiting for him here looks like. Could he be a beggar too? Hee hee. However, when I saw him sitting down in front of Bai Anlin's desk, everyone's face was filled with shock. But more people sneered, saying that this loser really didn't know his place. She is a goddess who is high above us. How can I be on equal footing with her? Yi Feng sat down and smiled indifferently. Sorry, I'm late. Bai Anlin was slightly stunned by this outfit, with a look of surprise on his face, but he still admired her in his heart. This is much more free and easy than those pretentious and elegant scoundrels. It can be said that he expressed his true nature. Bai Anlin, favorability +2. Bai Anlin, favorability +3. Although she admired Yi Feng's unrestrained nature in her heart, she would not admit it. Is this the surprise you prepared for me? Little did they know that Yi Feng had a dog-licking rebate system. Is the favorability increased? Is it reduced? It is clear at a glance and under control. It seems unlikely to succeed in maintaining a cool attitude in front of him. However, Yi Feng did not want to expose it. After all, apart from being a little aloof, Bai Anlin's other qualities are pretty good. Compared with her, Su Shuiyao and Bai Anlin are like heaven and earth. What do you think? Am I not qualified enough? Where do you get your confidence from? After seeing you, this answer was quite surprising, and he didn't wait for Bai Anlin to speak. Yi Feng continued. Don't you realize that we are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman? I'm sorry. I told you that you were still far from my ideal partner, and you are getting further and further away. Yi Feng smiled but said nothing. From the initial favorability of 5 points to the current 25 points, is it getting worse and worse? It's obvious that the weight is getting heavier and heavier. Bai Anlin felt a little uneasy, as if he was completely seen through. Why are you laughing? I laugh at how lucky you are to have met me. As he spoke, Yi Feng took out an exquisite little box from his shorts pocket. Opening the box, a diamond ring was lying quietly inside. Under the light, it looked so dazzling. Bai Anlin sat in his seat in a daze, his mind blank, feeling a little overwhelmed. The diners who were watching the fun around also widened their eyes. Diamond ring? Could it be fake? The gold shops around Huada University are too small. I looked in several shops before I could barely find a 5-carat diamond ring. You could just wear this for now. When I have time, I'll go to a big city and buy you a bigger one. The diners around burst into laughter instantly. Pretend! A diamond ring of this size would cost at least $1 million. With this money, you can buy some clothes, a pair of leather shoes, and take care of yourself. Isn't that nice? She's not stupid. Yi Feng chuckled. What a shallow bunch of humans. Of course, there is no need to pay attention to them. After all, the focus is on Bai Anlin. As a man, you should be more proactive. Don't care whether the person opposite you is aloof or not. Just do it. Yi Feng directly grabbed by Anlin's right hand and prepared to put the diamond ring on her ring finger. At this moment, a young man in a suit and tie, with a slick back hair and powdered face, rushed over with a bouquet of flowers and shouted, "Let go of that girl." "If you ask me to let go, will I let go? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Yi Feng continued with his actions. However, Bai Anlin was awakened by this shout. "What happened? How did I get into trouble without knowing why?" She blushed and quickly pulled her hand back. Yi Feng sighed. It was almost successful. Who is this grandson? He is ruining my good deeds at the critical moment. This young man stood in front of the table, ignored Yi Feng, and angrily threw the flowers onto the table. Very domineering. Bai Anlin, it's fine if you reject me, but there's no need to humiliate yourself by finding such a trashy loser, right? Xiao Hongyi, it's my freedom to find someone I want. It has nothing to do with you. And Lan, please don't be so impulsive, okay? I'm doing this for your own good. Yi Feng, but he's a well-known loser and bootlicker at Hawaii University. You won't be happy if you follow a loser like him. Also, I found a new sponsor for your show. Do you know how many connections I used? Do you know how active and hardworking I was? As long as you go have a meal with the sponsor's boss, the deal will be done. It's nothing like this loser who used a glass bead to impersonate a diamond ring to deceive a kind-hearted girl like you. He slandered me again and again. You really think I'm air? Hey, hey, that's enough. I've already given you enough face. Don't push your nose. Mine Lan doesn't care about you at all. You'd better stay where you want. I, Xiao Hongyi, am talking, so why should a loser like you interrupt me? This Xiao Hongyi really deserves a beating, which made Bai Anlin suddenly slam the table and stand up. Xiao Hongyi, don't bully others just because your family is rich and has some connections. Also, don't mention those shitty sponsors to me anymore. Don't you see those bosses? They all have such lewd faces. Then don't look for them. I have money. I will use it to sponsor you. Is that okay? Haha, don't try to show off. Last time I asked you to donate some money to the poor disaster area, you acted as if you were asking for your life. How dare you say you're sponsoring us? You should just sponsor yourself. I really didn't expect that Xiao Hongyi would make Bai Anlin suffer such a great injustice. Today, he must be given a good beating. However, Yi Feng is a man of status and quality, so if you punish him, you have to use a civilized way. While they were arguing, I quietly called the waiter over. After a few simple instructions, the waiter understood. At this time, Xiao Hongyi was still trying to pretend to be cool. Donate. Isn't it just a donation? Donate. If there is a donation box right now, I will donate mine right away and also donate the money from last time. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter brought a donation box that was temporarily converted from a lottery box to Xiao Hongyi. Hey sir, here comes the donation box. How much do you want to donate? Xiao Hongyi stood there in a daze. What the hell was this job? Look back at Yi Feng. I saw him hugging his shoulders, watching everything in front of him with pride. It is very likely that this was all Yi Feng's doing, but once words are spoken, they are like water spilled and cannot be taken back. The key point is that many diners were staring at him. It was difficult to get off the tiger for a while. Chapter 17, I am very low-key. I don't have any cash. The waiter smiled slightly. Yi Feng was indeed very foresight. Fortunately, he had prepared all the necessary things in advance. You can scan the code. You can pay by credit card. You can get a small loan. Or, are you willing to donate your organs? As he spoke, the waiter was taking things out. QR code, POS machine and loan agreement, and finally a knife was shown. This seems like a rhythm of pushing Xiao Hongyi to death. But I like it. Yi Feng was both surprised and astonished. This was just his simple idea. He didn't expect that the waiter would perform so well. It's a pity that he has to be a waiter. If we find an opportunity to train him properly, he should become a good and capable person. In fact, Xiao Hongyi didn't take the donation seriously at all. He just wanted to brag and calm down. Even if there is any unexpected situation, you can find an excuse to openly refuse the donation. However, he never expected that the waiter was so cruel. Not only did he push him into a desperate situation, but he also didn't even give him a chance to breathe. Looking at Xiao Hongyi's frightened and hesitant eyes, Bai Anlin shook his head helplessly and sighed. Why? Silence is better than words here. A sigh expresses endless disappointment. Xiao Hongyi has been forced into this situation now. If he doesn't bleed a little more, he will definitely not be able to save face. Donating 100 or 200 yuan is considered fulfilling one's responsibility. And at this moment, Yi Feng took the lead and stepped forward. I took out my mobile phone, silently pointed it at the QR code, and scanned it to make a donation. Then, A familiar female voice echoed throughout the Shilling Steakhouse. Ding! 1 million yuan in charity donations have arrived in Alipay. In an instant, the entire Western restaurant fell silent. He originally wanted to donate 100 million yuan, but he was afraid of scaring the diners around him, so he restrained himself. Even so, all the diners opened their eyes wide and looked at him in surprise. I was saying, to be able to dress so casually in such an occasion, he must be some important person. You know what? This little brother is getting more and more handsome the more I look at him. Looking at the two of them now, they are truly a perfect match made in heaven. Bai Anlin also had an incredible expression. The original purpose of this trip was to confirm Yi Feng's true identity, but now it seems that there is no need. The most handsome guy among the beggars gang on Dolong is himself. I really didn't expect that Yi Feng was such a low-key person. Not only did he not show off his rich status, but he was also so caring and gave all he had to me when I needed him. Just one point makes him incomparable to Xiao Hongyi. Isn't this kind of noble character what she admires? Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Originally, Xiao Hongyi still had a way out, but with Yi Feng's donation of 1 million, he was completely stuck. Just now, he laughed at Yi Feng for being a loser and a bootlicker. If his donation was less than what he donated, wouldn't he be worse than a loser and a bootlicker? If it was more than his 1 million, he would never be able to come up with it even if he was beaten to death. This is really too much. The only thing I can do now is to make trouble, get away with it, and then run away. The anger rises from the heart and grows towards the courage. Xiao Hongyi slapped Yi Feng's phone away. With a bang, the phone fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Yi Feng was so distressed that he almost cried. Damn it, Xiao Hongyi, this is the only asset I have worth more than 1,000 yuan, and you just wasted it. You took a crappy phone and played a crappy audio file, and thought it was a successful donation. Do you think I'm stupid? Just entertain yourselves. I don't have time to act with a bunch of boring people like you. Is this really acting? Some diners who didn't know the truth of the matter also frowned. While everyone was still not understanding what was going on, Xiao Hongyi hurriedly fled the scene. Grandson, don't run away. Return my phone to me. As he said that, Yi Feng was about to chase after him, but Bai Anlin grabbed Yi Feng's arm. Forget it, don't bother with this kind of person. What about my phone? This matter is all caused by me, otherwise, I will compensate you with one. Bai Anlin had never given anything to a boy before, and when she said it for the first time, her face unconsciously turned red and hot. Yi Feng was surprised and happy. How can I feel good about that? Then I won't send you off. When they returned to the dormitory at night, the brothers surrounded Yi Feng again. Brother, why didn't any of us three accept the WeChat ID of Bai Anlin that you gave us? Didn't I tell you all? Will you be added? That depends on your luck. Don't be too anxious. Maybe you will be added tomorrow. Zhuang Chang was a little bit relentless. I've been working all afternoon, and my fingers are all worn out. You have to take full responsibility for this. Did Songming also held Yi Feng responsible? Brother, are you afraid that we will steal your limelight, so you deliberately give us a fake one to fool us? If that's the case, I won't treat you to meals for this month. Wan Bing was a fair man, and quickly persuaded them. I think we should face the current situation. How could a goddess like Bai Anlin, who is so high and mighty, be interested in us? Even if she passed, do you think she would chat with us? De Calming immediately became unhappy. Why can't we chat? How am I inferior to Yi Feng? Am I not as handsome as him? Am I not as rich as him? Am I not as good as him? Brother, where do you get the confidence to compete with Yi Feng? The third brother is right. We still have to face reality. How do we face reality? Zhuang Chang and Wan Bing did not answer, but looked at Yi Feng with ill intentions at the same time. Yi Feng felt frightened by being stared at and couldn't help but hug himself tightly with his hands. What do you two mean? I'm a straight guy. Fuck. What are you thinking? We don't have your dirty thoughts. You have met two beauties from the Department of Music at Hua University. We won't steal their love, but I heard there are many beauties in their dormitory. You can just ask one of them to date a few girls, and we can also get some benefits. How about that? Yi Feng nodded. So that's it. This is a wise choice. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. This request is not too much. I'll take care of it. However, we have to make it clear that 1 month's meals per person are not to be defaulted on. Also, who of you will buy breakfast tomorrow? At this crucial moment, none of the brothers spoke, each busy with their own things. I don't know whether to play deaf and dumb or just ignore it. Forget it, I won't bother with them. They are the bosses after all. The next morning, Yi Feng was still asleep when he was suddenly awakened by Did Songming. Yi Feng, hurry up and look outside the dormitory. Is the woman you've been thinking about waiting for you with breakfast? Yi Feng smiled bitterly. For 3 whole years in college, he was the one who bought breakfast and waited for others, but no woman ever waited for him. I want him to get up early to buy breakfast, but I can't find a better reason. Don't bother me. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Zhuang Chang and Wan Bing became interested and came over. Which woman would be so blind as to come here and wait for Yi Feng? Chapter 18, Jealousy. As they talked, they both moved closer to the window and looked down. Fuck, Yi Feng, you better come over and take a look. Maybe he is really waiting for you. Why are you looking at women when you don't cherish the good and happy time in bed so early in the morning? You know what? Yi Feng's women are all so pretty. Listening to their chattering, Yi Feng was annoyed and simply got up to see which woman made them so excited. Walking to the window and looking down, Yi Feng was stunned. It turned out to be Su Shuiyao. Why is she here? What the hell is that breakfast in her hand? Could it be that it was really prepared for him? It's impossible. In 3 years of college, I have never seen Su Shuiyao behave so humbly as to buy breakfast in advance and wait for a boy. Even Qi Juanhao didn't receive such treatment. Stop looking at her. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. We have broken up. Who knows who she is waiting for? It's not me. Well, I was hoping that you could reconcile and get back together so that Peng Miaoyin and Bai Anlin would still have a chance for me. It seems that I was happy for nothing again. After washing up, Yi Feng and the other 3 left the dormitory building. While walking, we discussed who would buy breakfast today. At this time, Su Shuiyao was still standing downstairs, hoping that the person she was waiting for would appear. It's rare to see girls waiting downstairs of the boys' dormitory, and even fewer who are this pretty. For a moment, all the boys passing by stopped to watch. I don't know which grandson will be so blessed. If I could have a partner like this, I would be willing to die. Hey, it's better to have a partner from another family. Su Shuiyao didn't care about other people's pointing and talking, and still stared at the door of the boys' dormitory. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before my eyes. Today, she dressed herself up very beautifully, wearing a short skirt and tights, with a curvy figure, looking very stylish. Su Shuiyao smiled slightly and went forward to greet him. Without any deviation, it went straight towards Yi Feng. When I got there, I handed the breakfast directly to him. Yi Feng, this is the breakfast I got up early to buy for you. After breakfast, shall we go to class together? Yi Feng was very surprised. What was going on? Is this an attempt to pursue him? My roommates were extremely excited and started to make a noise as well. Brother, you are really good. How did you win the heart of the goddess you have been pursuing for 3 years? If you have such a good method, why don't you share it with us? Yi Feng looked innocent. I don't know. At this moment, Peng Miaoyin suddenly appeared from behind Su Shuiyao and stood in front of Yi Feng. Master Yi, this is the breakfast I bought for you. Eat it quickly, or it will get cold soon. The guys in the dormitory looked at Yi Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why on earth is this happening? How are we inferior to Yi Feng? Why are 2 goddess-level women delivering breakfast to him at the same time? The people coming out of the dormitory building were even crazier than the 3 of them. There is no need to talk about Su Shuiyao. This might be the result of Yi Feng's 3 years of bootlicking career, and he deserves it. But what about Peng Miaoyin? She is the 3rd most beautiful girl in the Department of Music at Hua University and is regarded as a goddess for otakus by countless people. Why am I delivering breakfast to the ultimate bootlicker? Is there still lawlessness? Is there still law? Su Shuiyao and Peng Miaoyin didn't care about other people's strange looks at all. They still held up their breakfasts and competed to serve them, neither of them giving way to the other. This put Yi Feng in a dilemma. Whoever you choose will offend the other party. The key is that there are many girls staring at this spectacle. No matter who they choose, they will definitely feel that they have no chance. How can you bear to make thousands of girls sad? You can't give up the entire forest for the sake of one tree. However, if we don't choose any of them, it seems a bit unreasonable. After all, breakfast is innocent, as it is the result of the hard work of farmers. Waste is shameful and must be put to an end. After a fierce ideological struggle, Yi Feng finally made up his mind. He simply took them all and gave them to the guys behind him. Don't offend anyone and give thousands of girls a chance. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Today's breakfast is on me. Su Shuiyao and Peng Miaoyin were both a little disappointed, but they did not blame Yi Feng. It must be that they didn't do well enough. Otherwise, I would have chosen one of them directly. On the surface, there was no conflict between the two women, but the struggle behind the scenes was unfolding imperceptibly. They told each other with sharp eyes, "Yi Feng is mine, no one can take him away from me." Just when the jealousy between the two was getting intense, Bai Anlin was carrying 2 paper bags and walked proudly between the two of them, going straight to Yi Feng. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to bring you breakfast. I'm here to bring you a cell phone. Also, I bought too much KFC breakfast, so if you want to eat some, you can take it away. Just deliver breakfast. Why act so arrogantly?" The people watching the excitement were already shocked enough just now, but with the arrival of Bai Anlin, the scene was in an uproar. What kind of magic did Yi Feng use? Bai Anlin, the second most beautiful girl in the music department, also came to bring him breakfast. This is really enviable and hateful. Could this grandson have spent a lot of money to hire someone to act in the play? Otherwise, who would give breakfast to a loser-licking dog? "I want to pay someone to act in my play. This is just 2F asterisk king awesome." My roommate's eyes widened as well. This is the goddess of their dreams. They never thought that the goddess of their dreams would appear in front of them so close. Every smile, every move is so fascinating. Yi Feng did not go to take the breakfast, but looked at another paper bag in Bai Anlin's hand. Although his face showed no emotion, he was shocked inside. Although Bai Anlin looks arrogant, I didn't expect him to be so timely and attentive in doing things. Bai Anlin also noticed Yi Feng's eyes. "Time is tight, so I just bought one at random, so that we don't owe each other anything." As he said that, he took out his cell phone. The latest model Apple 12 Pro. "Did you really just buy one at random?" Bai Anlin might have bought it casually, but Su Shuiyao and Peng Yaoying thought he did it on purpose. Suddenly, I became a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh by the two of them. They are not here to give gifts. They are clearly here to assert their sovereignty. I didn't expect that Bai Anlin was such a scheming woman. There were all kinds of suspicions and slanders in the two people's hearts. However, Bai Anlin was so arrogant that he didn't even bother to look at them. In fact, Yi Feng doesn't like to accept gifts from others, mainly because of the reason and habit of confiscating gifts. But as the saying goes, there is no gift that cannot be given, only people who don't know how to give gifts. The gift Bai Anlin gave was very reasonable and in line with his heart. Yi Feng has used his cell phone for 3 years. If Xiao Hongyi hadn't smashed it to pieces, he really wouldn't know when he would be able to get a new one. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. In the future, I will have to watch a lot of Douyin. This Apple phone came at the right time. This makes him happier than getting 100 million in rebates from swiping 100 million. He is actually taking money from the people and using it for himself. That's so embarrassing. Chapter 19 Photo Fraud Identification. As he spoke, Yi Feng took the phone and breakfast in his hands. He casually gave breakfast to a few buddies behind him while he fiddled with his mobile phone. Bai Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that giving gifts to others would be so nervous. If she hadn't remained calm as usual, who knows what embarrassing things would have happened. However, Su Shuiyao and Peng Yaoying thought that she was deliberately pretending to be superior. The two of them sneered. "What's so great about that? Didn't Yi Feng not eat the breakfast you sent him? This time it was at most a draw, but next time, I will definitely be better than you." Bai Anlin still ignored it. Seeing that Yi Feng had almost finished fiddling with the iPhone 12 Pro in his hand, he continued, "This afternoon, our club will organize a small music social. Didn't you say you like music? Come and listen." Before Yi Feng could react, the guys in the dormitory all widened their eyes. "Fellowship. Will there be a lot of beautiful young ladies? Then why are you hesitating? Go. You have to go." They couldn't wait for Yi Feng to agree so that they could also benefit from it. I don't know if it was a test for him or a sincere invitation. It is better to be safe than sorry. We cannot let the goodwill we have worked so hard to accumulate decrease. Yi Feng had no choice but to say bitterly, "Actually, with a woman as beautiful as you, I don't care about pretty ladies anymore. But seeing that my brothers are still single, I can't bear it. I have to consider their lifelong events, so I will participate reluctantly." "Okay, that's settled. I'll go back and prepare." After saying that, Bai Anlin held his head high and chest out and walked proudly past Su Shuiyao and Peng Yaoying. The two of them looked completely defeated, which was very pitiful. They are all women related to Yi Feng. Whether he can become successful in the future depends on them. It is still necessary to coax. "I really don't like McDonald's, KFC, etc., but this donkey meat hot pot you sent me smells delicious." As he spoke, Yi Feng snatched the porridge sent by Su Shuiyao and the donkey meat hot pot sent by Peng Yaoying from his roommates and began to eat them with relish. Now, both of them felt a little better. What's so great about giving a mobile phone as a gift? Even Yi Feng doesn't like your junk foreign fast food. The morning class was boring as usual. Yi Feng was sleeping on the table when suddenly a private message from Douyin disturbed this quiet and peaceful time. The great philanthropist's secretary. Brother Beggar God, I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply? Don't you mean what you said? He suddenly remembered the little secretary. The charity live broadcast was able to play a prank on this great philanthropist so smoothly, thanks to her thorough help. Yi Feng promised to treat her to a meal. As an outstanding contemporary socialist college student, how can you go back on your words? However, there is now a difficult problem. Although he now has billions of dollars, he can only use her as a bootlicker. If they meet, and the secretary does not meet the standards of a bootlicker, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Just when he was worried, the secretary sent him another private message. When I opened it, it turned out to be an artistic photo. The woman above is dressed like a socialite, holding a glass of red wine, leaning barefoot on the railing of the luxury cruise ship, her slender thighs slightly bent, hidden under the slit gauze skirt, looming. I never thought that the little secretary would have such a beautiful appearance. She might be no different from a world-famous supermodel. Ding dong. The dog-licking object is being reviewed. Ding dong. The overall score of the licking dog object is 75 points. The licking dog object review has been successful. Then, the secretary's information appeared in my mind. Name, Hanto Teo. Age, 23. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 7.5 points. Specialty drinking. Favorability, 30 points. Difficulty, 0.5 stars. When the favorability exceeds 90 points, the counterattack is successful. Reward 1, 5 points of reward for being a dog. Reward 2, 4 attribute points. Attribute points can change the host's own attributes, including speed, strength, spirit, aptitude, talent, perception, etc. Reward 3, 1,000 times no drunk skill. When the favorability is lower than minus 60 points, the mission fails and 10 points of the dog-licking rebate will be deducted. Ding dong! Host, do you want to start the dog-licking mission? Listening to the system's voice, Yi Feng was both surprised and astonished. I really didn't expect that the objects of bootlicking can be checked through photos. The system is really powerful. It's just that her appearance is really watery. Estimated to be over 95 points in appearance. All disguises are exposed under the magic mirror of the system. The photos are indeed deceptive. Of course, the most important thing is that the system rewards are so terrible. At first, Yi Feng refused. After all, even if such a dog-licking object succeeds in counterattacking, there will be no sense of accomplishment. However, seeing the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk awarded by the system, it seems that it is still somewhat useful. After thinking for a moment, I finally made up my mind. System, start the dog-licking mission. Ding dong, the mission is started, and the dog-licking object is bound successfully. Now that the binding is successful, you don't have to worry about treating us to a meal. It's just money, spend it. I am not afraid that you spend less. I am afraid that you are reluctant to spend. Yi Feng replied directly to the private message. The most handsome beggar gang member. The get out of class will end soon. You decide the time and place. The great philanthropist secretary. Okay, brother beggar god, I'll pick you up later. Not long after, the secretary Hong Tao Tao sent another message. The message is a photo. A red Audi TT was parked opposite the main entrance of the school, with license plate number Hua, a 10777. Then there was another voice message. The voice was so sweet and charming. The great philanthropist secretary. Brother beggar god, I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Mwah. Yi Feng stretched and took the opportunity to look at the bitter face of the teacher at the podium. Oh, this lesson is not interesting at all. Instead of wasting your youth listening to such boring classes here, it is better to use your limited time to do meaningful things. So Yi Feng crouched down and slipped out through the back door. The guys in the dormitory watched Yi Feng running away. Absolute contempt. You guy who values women over friendship. Didn't we agree to go to Bai Anlin's social party together? Why did you run away first? Do you want to dress more handsomely than them? No way. The three of them also wanted to run away, but the teacher caught them red-handed. You three bastards sit still. No one has ever escaped from my class. They all want to cry. Where did you go when Yi Feng ran away just now? Is he blind? Yi Feng didn't know what happened in the classroom. Anyway, he was already outside. It didn't take long to reach the door. Sure enough, there was a red Audi TT parked on the road opposite the school gate. The car window was rolled down. and inside sat a woman dressed in a low-cut, celebrity-style outfit. Judging from the appearance, it should be Hong Taodao, the secretary of the great philanthropist. Yi Feng walked straight over. Standing at the side door, he leaned against the car window, half leaning forward and smiling. Wow, the air conditioner is so cold. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Suddenly a handsome but casually dressed man appeared, which really scared Hong Taodao. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and leaned towards the passenger seat. Chapter 20. Just the Yunyao Heavenly Palace. Hong Taodao shouted in fear. Who are you? Leave now, or I will call the police and sue you for harassment. Yi Feng was still leaning against the car window, calm and composed. Ha! You were so affectionate just now calling me brother beggar god. Why are you suing me the next moment? Hong Taodao stared at Yi Feng for a long time. I started to grumble in my heart. Is this really the rich boss who donated 100 million and is the most handsome man in the beggar gang? He looks pretty good, but the cheap street stall clothes he's wearing don't look like what a wealthy guy like him should wear. The identity must be confirmed first. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers. The low-cut dress will be worn in vain. And more importantly, you will fail to complete the task. You said that brother beggar god is brother beggar god? How do you prove it? Send a message to your brother the beggar god, and the truth will be revealed. This is also a way. However, until the truth comes out, it is best to protect yourself. One hand was still covering his chest, and then the car window was raised, leaving only a small gap. Feeling safe, he took out his cell phone and sent a voice message to the most handsome man in the beggar sect, the secretary of the great philanthropist. Brother beggar god, where are you? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Feng smiled proudly. He took out his cell phone, clicked on the voice button, and moved closer to the car window. Immediately afterwards, a tingling sensation penetrated into the bones, and a charming and beautiful voice was heard. Brother beggar god, where are you? I've been waiting for you for a long time. After hearing her own voice, Hong Taodao finally believed that the casually dressed Yi Feng in front of her was the most handsome man in the beggar's sect. The attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. She smiled happily and quickly took out her makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. She pulled the bra down as hard as she could, pulling it as low as possible without violating the law. He opened the car door, got out, and looked straight at Yi Feng. The eyebrows are like spring mountains. The pupils are like autumn water, and the tips of the eyebrows and the corners of the eyes are filled with countless kinds of charm. Brother beggar god, it's too hot outside. Please get in the car and cool down. As she spoke, Hong Taodao hugged Yi Feng's arm and pressed her body tightly against him. If you weren't pressed so close to me, you wouldn't feel the heat. Oh, I just want to express my inner passion. Hong Taodao pulled Yi Feng and sat on the passenger seat. Then she returned to the car. Brother beggar god, is there any good place you want to go? As she spoke, Hong Taodao pulled her bra down again, fearing that Yi Feng couldn't see it. Even a blind person could see this kind of straightforward hint. Today, it's a feast for the eyes. I never expected to meet such an open-minded woman. Today is mainly to thank you, so you decide the location. Okay, then if I continue to be polite to brother beggar god, it will seem awkward. So, let's go to brother beggar god and take him to a good place. Having said that, Hong Taodao started the car and sped away with her foot on the accelerator. It didn't take long before they arrived at a quiet villa in the woods. Brother beggar god, given your status and position, this is the most suitable place. It is magnificent and resplendent with carved railings and jade bricks, and it is very grand. At first glance, it seems as if you have come to an imperial palace. Especially the four big characters Tenshin and Jin are particularly eye-catching. Yi Feng nodded and smiled slightly. It seems that I have found a sense of belonging. At first glance, this is a high-consumption place. It must be very cool to spend money here. At this moment, Hong Taodao smiled even happier than Yi Feng. It had been a long time since she met such a rich man who was like the god of wealth. Whether she could get rich depended on today. After getting out of the car, Hong Taodao immediately ran to the passenger side and opened the door for Yi Feng personally. She held onto his arm and wouldn't let go, being flattering and affectionate in all kinds of ways. It was in broad daylight, and Yi Feng felt a little embarrassed. Madam, could you be more reserved and low-key? Brother beggar god, you're already here. Why are you still embarrassed? Don't worry, no one here will laugh at you. Look how presumptuous they are. Yi Feng turned his head, a man and a woman. The two of them hugged each other and bit each other unscrupulously. The man is dressed in a suit and looks handsome, but the woman is fat, old and ugly, like a sow. I have to admire this man for being able to do such a thing. However, Yi Feng felt nauseous repeatedly. In addition, there were many who had just arrived by car. Either it's a woman dressed provocatively with an old man, or it's a man dressed handsomely with an old woman. One and a half is normal. But if it's always like this, there's something wrong. This is not the sky among the clouds. It is clearly heaven on earth. Yi Feng seemed to have realized something. This is much more exciting than encountering wine-slinging or meal-slinging people. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered in his heart. These stupid humans will never understand the happiness he feels right now. What's so good about these people? Come on, take me in and spend some money. Hong Taodao held her head high, hugged Yi Feng, and walked in. She said to the waiter in a haughty manner, "Please arrange for us to stay in Yunniao Palace on the top floor." The waiter nodded in surprise, not expecting such a generous gesture right away. He was just about to lead the way. Suddenly, I heard someone behind me shouting disdainfully, "Wait!" When I turned around, it was the old and ugly woman from before. This person's name is Song Chunhua, the president of the Song Group. He is also a frequent visitor here and often favors the male waiters here. Of course, the waiter also recognized him and quickly nodded and bowed to greet him. "Sister Song, why are you here so early today? Stop talking nonsense and take us to Yunniao Heavenly Palace." Sister Song, Sister Taodao made the reservation just now. Song Chunhua curled her lips with a look of disdain. "What level is Yunniao Palace? Don't you know? It's the most luxurious and enjoyable place in a private club. There's only one. Look at the guy she brought with her. He looks like a loser. Does he think he can afford it? I advise you to leave it to me." "Sister Song, can you please be flexible? After all, this is Sister Tao Tao's distinguished guest." Song Chunhua seemed to have lost her patience. She snorted coldly, took out a stack of $100 bills from her purse, and threw it to the waiter. "Don't talk nonsense. Take us upstairs, and the tip will be all yours." The waiter looked at Hong Taodao and then at Song Chunhua. He couldn't afford to offend either of them, so he simply stepped aside. There was only one room in Yunniao Palace, so he let the two of them decide for themselves. In the past, Hong Taodao would definitely not dare to go against Song Chunhua, but now with a rich man like Yi Feng in front of her, she can be crushed to death with just a finger. So I won't give her any face at all. "Song Chunhua, we should follow the principle of first come, first served when doing things. Do you understand?" "Ah, first come, first served? Are you kidding? Here, whoever spends more money has the final say." Hong Taodao sneered. "Who spends more money? This is exactly what is happening. Who is Yi Feng? He is a wealthy tycoon who donated 100 million yuan without blinking an eye. Is he afraid of a consumption competition? Then I advise you not to compare. After all, compared with billionaires, you will only end up courting death." Song Chunhua suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! I mean, we're competing on consumption, not bragging. Ha! You ignorant woman with long hair and little knowledge. Do you think I'm bragging? It's so boring watching the two women arguing, repeating the same old things over and over again. Hey, can you two calm down a bit? It's just a Yunniao Palace. Why don't you just buy it?" Chapter 21. Just talk about the price. At this moment, many customers came in ready to consume. When they heard Yi Feng's words, they burst into laughter. They are not ordinary people. They are self-righteous and arrogant. At the very least, they are CEOs of listed companies. It is really funny to brag in front of them. "You want to buy the private room in Yunniao Palace? Are you here to make fun of me? Ha! Do you know how much a bottle of wine costs here? Do you know how much it costs to book a whole day here? Boasting doesn't cost tax, but it will get you struck by lightning." Facing their sarcasm and ridicule, Yi Feng remained calm. "Who said I wanted to buy a private room? I meant to buy the entire Tianshang Yunjian." As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter exploded even more. They all thought Yi Feng was a lunatic. Not to mention the value of the Tianshang Yunjian private club itself. Just take the prime location as an example. The price once announced will scare a lot of people to death. Even CEOs of listed companies are daunted by the prospect. Others laugh at him for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not seeing through him. Now only Hong Taodao understands him. To these mortals, what they consider to be astronomical figures may not even be a drop in the bucket in the eyes of others. She had no doubt about Yi Feng's words. After all, she was an eyewitness who witnessed Yi Feng donating 100 million yuan. It seems that I really met a super rich man this time. Hong Taodao looked at Yi Feng with admiration. The mighty and domineering man was simply too handsome. I was so addicted to it that I even thought of a name for my child. Red Peach, favorability +10. Red Peach, favorability plus 10. The one who laughed the hardest was Song Chunhua, who laughed so hard that snot bubbles came out of her nose. It took me a long time to calm down. I told you that you're bragging, but you're still breathing heavily. How about this? I happen to have the club owner's phone number. Call him over and see how much he'll sell it to you for. Just what I want. There's no signal on my cell phone. Xiao Wang, bring me the landline in the store. The male receptionist in Song Chunhua's arms quickly ran to the counter. With such excitement to watch, the group of people who came to consume were reluctant to go to the private rooms. I really want to see what kind of bloody scene will happen in a while. It didn't take long before Du Zita, the boss of Tianshang Yunjian, arrived at the club. He had a fat head and big ears and a big belly, and he must have weighed at least 300 kilograms. Even though he is as fat as a pig, he has 2 short legs and can move quite fast. You bosses are really good at making fun of me. Old do he? Just tell me what you want to say. There's no need to use buying a private club as an excuse. Song Chunhua sneered. Looking at your appearance, who has the time to joke with you? Someone is bragging here and wants to buy your Tianshang Yunjian. I wonder which boss is so humorous? Du Zita looked around. Hong Taodao silently raised her right hand. Boss, it's this beggar god brother who wants to buy it. It turned out that it was the person brought by Hong Taodao. I've been working part-time here for a year, and the total profit I have created for Tianshang Yunjian is only 100,000 yuan, which is not as much as a new college student. The so-called big bosses she brought with her were either liars or paupers. When it came to spending, they would refuse with all kinds of reasons. Some even ran away without paying, leaving Hong Taodao to make up the difference herself. Looking at Yi Feng again, he is not even as good as those so-called big bosses. Du Zita felt even more disdainful in his heart. How could a loser dare to make such a boast? He really didn't know his own limitations. Hong Taodao, do you really want to quit? Have you forgotten the lessons from the last few times? How dare you bring anyone in here? Believe it or not, I'm going to make you get out right now. Song Chunhua hugged the male waiter's neck and kissed him twice, her face full of pride. You little bastard. You dare to snatch the Yunyao Palace from me? Don't you know your own weight? Boss, believe me, Brother Beggar God is definitely a super rich boss. Spending 100 million is like playing. After hearing Hong Taotao's explanation, the onlookers in the store burst into laughter again. Is it so cool to show off? Why do so many people like to show off? The more Song Chunhua looked at Hong Taotao, the angrier she became. After a while, a plan came to mind. Now is a good opportunity to settle personal grudges without getting your hands dirty. The big boss you brought with you is really awesome. He scared me to death. Don't you want to buy the Tianshang Yunjian private club? Boss do. You should introduce him to it as soon as possible. Don't disappoint his strong desire to buy it. Sister Song, stop making trouble. I'm planning to have dinner at the private club. TSK. Someone wants to buy your private club. Are you still worried about food? Those who wanted to watch the fun didn't mind the trouble and followed suit. Yes. This business is getting harder and harder to do now. Now that a big boss has taken over. Why don't you quit while you're ahead? The club business is indeed not easy to do, and has always been on the gray edge. If the country is unhappy one day, it will be directly banned. If you are not careful, you may lose all your money. Although this is the current situation, it is simply a fantasy for a loser to take over. However, since all the bosses love to watch the fun so much, why not escalate the fun and let them have fun? It would also be a good way to embarrass this ignorant loser. Who knows, once they are happy, they will spend a lot of money here and make a lot of money. Cough, cough. Du Zita cleared his throat, ready to destroy him both mentally and spiritually. The Tianshang Yunjian Private Club is located in the prime location in the heart of Huaqing. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and the price has been rising year by year. In addition, the decoration of the club is also very exquisite. The floor is all marble imported from France, and the furniture is all designed by top European masters. Look at this floor-to-ceiling chandelier. Yi Feng understood what he meant. All he said was to emphasize the word expensive. However, in his eyes, they're all dirt. Don't do this useless stuff, just tell me how much it costs. Du Zita was a little overwhelmed by the sudden interruption. He still had a lot of nouns and modifiers that he hadn't used yet, so why was he stopped? You really have no manners at all. In that case, let me tell you an astronomical figure that will scare you to death. This club is roughly estimated to be worth at least 1 billion. Yi Feng sneered. After all this work, you only get 1 billion. I'll give you 2 billion. Sign the agreement immediately and pay you right away. 2 billion? Do you think that's ghost money? You say it so easily. Yi Feng didn't want to waste time talking to him. So he asked Hong Taodao to bring the payment QR code. Open your phone and scan the QR code directly. Du Zita's phone also suddenly responded. Ding! 2 billion yuan has arrived in Alipay. Yi Feng put the phone back in his pocket and said calmly, it just so happens that I have nothing to repay Hong Taodao with, so I'll just give her this private club. In the future, when she becomes the boss here, she won't have to endure the anger of you and other idiots anymore. Yi Feng said it easily, but it made all the self-righteous bosses present shut up. Du Zita took out his mobile phone, opened Alipay, his eyes widened instantly, and he smoked without even catching his breath. Chapter 22. This is the fall. Hong Taodao didn't care about their boss Du Zita at all. Instead, she looked at Yi Feng with fascination. She really loved him to death. Something that I never dared to dream of has actually come true today. Red Peach, favorability plus 10. Red Peach, favorability plus 10. I was so grateful that tears streamed down my face. Brother Beggar God, I really love you to death. Thank you so much. From now on, I will be your Hong Taodao. I will be your human in life and your ghost in death. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Yi Feng laughed in his heart. Are you sure you thought so just now? You're so excited about just 2 billion. You've really seen the world. What Brother Beggar God has taught me is that from now on, I will never make a fuss in front of you again. While Yi Feng and the others were talking, Du Zita also calmed down. To be honest, although this Tianshang Yunjian private club is very high-end, it can only be purchased for 200 million at most. I thought if I said 1 billion, this loser in front of me would be scared to death. However, he never expected that he would meet a real rich boss who gave him 2 billion. This operation almost scared him to death. It was so great to make this money at double tenfold. Yi Feng chuckled. This Du Zita is really pitiful. I wonder what he would feel if he knew that he made a profit of 40 billion in a blink of an eye. Du Zita stood up and immediately changed his expression. Sir, please don't take it personally. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the contract now. Seeing this, the old and ugly Song Chunhua didn't dare to say anything. A big man who can easily take out 2 billion. Even if he uses all his strength, he can crush her to death with just one finger. Her first thought was to run, but she could run away from the monk, but not the temple. Rather than sit and wait for death, it is better to take the initiative. This rich boss definitely doesn't know Hong Taotao's identity. As long as he tells her about Hong Taotao's dirty deeds, he might focus all his anger on her. In this way, you will be spared. Song Chunhua's face was full of smiles, and the wrinkles on her face were enough to squeeze a fly to death. Master, there is something I want to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Yi Feng hates people like this the most, so should he talk about it or not? It seems like you are asking for other people's opinions, but in fact you are forcing others to listen. Don't talk about it, stop talking about it. He didn't play by the rules. Song Chunhua couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She wanted to keep the question a secret, but unexpectedly, she was simply ignored. However, she will not give up until her goal is achieved. He smiled and came closer. Boss, I'm just playing a little joke on you. This matter is related to you, so you'd better listen. Before I talk about this matter, let me first make it clear that what I said is the truth, and I absolutely have no intention of provoking the relationship between you and Miss Hong Taodao. As soon as you see the evil face of this kind of person, you know he is up to no good. Hong Taodao also suddenly became nervous, wondering if she would talk about that thing. No, he can't know. Brother Beggar God, why are you wasting time talking to a stinky old woman? Let's go to Yinyao Heavenly Palace and have some fun. I'll dance for you without any clothes on. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was wrong. Yi Feng is not stupid either. Before that, he had noticed that Hong Taodao was probably the kind of wine holder, rice holder, etc. What's more, it might even be the kind of full-dress one. He also wanted to confirm his thoughts. If he questioned Hong Taodao face-to-face, it would seem a bit deliberate, but it just so happened that it was so natural to say it through Song Chunhua's mouth. At this time, Hong Taotao's favorability has reached 70 points, and there is no need to waste more time on her. In order to change her identity as soon as possible, create something detrimental to her, and then ignore the past grudges so that she can completely fall. However, Song Chunhua's attempt to sow discord came at the right time. If you are upright, don't be afraid of the slanting shadow. Listen to what she wants to say. Hong Taotao's heart froze. She was indeed not afraid of slanted shadows when she was upright, but her body was not upright. Helplessly, she didn't dare to drag Yi Feng away by force. She could only lower her head silently and pray in her heart. The Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, the Western Buddha, Jesus, Allah, and Mary, please bless me. Looking at the extremely nervous Hong Taotao, Song Chunhua was very proud. If you want to fight with me, you're still a little naive. Big boss, you don't know that this club is a shady shop. The things there are so expensive. Take a bottle of Nongfu Spring, for example. They dare to sell it for 100 yuan, not to mention the foreign liquors. None of them are less than 100,000 yuan. Speaking of the point, Song Chunhua looked at Hong Taodao provocatively. If we talk about the most expensive ones, they have to be the strippers. Once they have sex, they will use the video equipment they prepared in advance to threaten the customers. It is not a problem to extort several million. And Hong Taodao is one of the many strippers in Tianshang Yunjian. The more Hong Taotao talked, the more nervous she became, and the more scared she became. If Brother Beggar God knew about this, all my fantasies would be shattered. However, what would be the use even if Song Chunhua was stopped? Brother Beggar God has such powerful magical powers that he will be discovered in no time, and then he will be in a worse situation. Just when Hong Taodao was extremely anxious, suddenly, I heard the sound of a slap. Bang! Hong Taodao looked up suddenly and found that the right side of Song Chunhua's face was swollen like a pig's head. She looked at Yi Feng with a puzzled expression. Song Chunhua felt full of grievances. What's going on? I'm not a scammer. Why are you slapping me? At this moment, Yi Feng pointed at Song Chunhua and said righteously, Don't insult my girlfriend. Don't I know who she is? Song Chunhua wanted to slap herself twice, intending to sow discord, but ended up making things worse. If he had just quietly left, maybe people wouldn't have been so hostile, but now he has been directly blacklisted by the local tyrant boss. Hong Taodao also seemed a little overwhelmed. Brother Beggar God, you don't have to say anything. Do you believe those words that sow discord? In my eyes, you are kind and righteous. I believe that under your leadership, Tianshang Yunjian will also be a high-end, honest, sunny, and common paradise. Hong Taodao was very touched. She had never expected that Brother Beggar God was not only not angry, but also put aside their past grudges. More importantly, he also gave her earnest teachings. What Song Chunhua said was not an exaggeration at all. Once, for the sake of money, she went astray, but she was never successful. However, her heart has become extremely evil, and she is trying every possible way to hook up with a rich man. Now, she is completely awakened. He also made up his mind to mend his past mistakes and follow the will of Brother Beggar God, work hard to change himself and the entire Tianshang Yunjian private club. Suddenly, her world went from darkness to light. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. What Brother Beggar God brought to her was not just teachings, but a new life for her. I love him so much. Red Peach, favorability plus 10. Red Peach, favorability plus 10. Ding dong. The favorability of the dog-licking object Hong Taodao has reached 90 points. Chapter 23, this is definitely not too much. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully counterattacking. You will be rewarded with 5 points of rebate, 7 points of attributes, and the skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Ding dong! Checking the host body data. Nim, Yifeng. Age, 20. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Qualification, 10 points. Speed, 24 points. Strength, 15 points. Spirit, 11 points. Talent, 15 points. Perception, 10 points. Adult average, 10 points. Rebate value, 25 points. Attribute points, 7 points. Skill, never get drunk. Ding dong. Which attribute did the host's attribute points increase? Yi Feng admired his own information on the panel, feeling slightly intoxicated. Every item was so excellent. System, can you keep it for now and add it when I need it? Ding dong. At the host service, at any time. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he doesn't care about any attribute points. After all, based on his current level, he has already surpassed most ordinary people. However, what he really cared about was the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. With this skill, he no longer had to worry about being laughed at when he went out drinking with his roommates. After all this trouble, Yun Yao Tiangong lost interest in watching the dance. I have important things to do in the afternoon. If I don't go back, my roommates will definitely think that I am a bad guy who values women over friends. I will be alone without them and be free and easy. Yi Feng was still a little naive. Little did he know that the moment he quietly left the classroom, he had already been considered to be putting women before friends, and was cursed by them for a long time. I'll leave this to you. I have something else to do at school, so I'll go back first. Ah, brother beggar God, how about we have dinner together before we leave? No, I've been eating too well these past 2 days, and I have some indigestion. When I run out of money to eat, you still insist on treating me. Brother beggar God, I am not as pitiful as you say. Hey, it's hard to explain in words. Remember what I said, clean things up in the afternoon and clear out these owners of cats and dogs. From now on, we will receive high-quality people. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Brother beggar God, I'll give it to you. No need, I'll ride a shared bicycle. It'll be just as cool. The monthly subscription service for shared bicycles only expires in 28 days, so you can't get any cheaper. Looking at Yi Feng riding a shared bicycle, Hong Taodao was filled with emotions. Other rich people will either buy you a house, a luxury car, or even a yacht and an airplane directly. It's better to be the beggar god brother, who is so low-key, simple, and approachable. Back in the dormitory, the brothers were sitting by the bed, all dejected and unhappy, not even playing games. Yi Feng knew them very well. Even if the sky fell, they had to play the game. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Yi Feng asked quickly, "What happened to you guys? Why are you all like this?" Hey, you're asking even though you already know the answer. This answer made Yi Feng even more confused. Why are you asking even though you already know the answer? Don't you know that the social gathering organized by Amlin this afternoon was canceled? Canceled? How come I didn't know? Yi Feng quickly took out his cell phone, only to find out that Amlin had sent him a message an hour ago. I can't get through to you on WeChat. Due to venue issues, this afternoon's social gathering has been canceled. I apologize to your roommates. Sorry. Hey, the phone call is not going through? It must have been blocked when I was in the club. No wonder Song Chunhua doesn't use her own mobile phone, but a landline to make calls. Look at the time, it's 10 minutes to 12. According to the original plan, the social gathering should still be in time. Hurry up and put on the clothes you think are the coolest. I promise that the social gathering can continue. After saying that, Yi Feng ran out of the dormitory. The three people were left looking at each other. Is this kid trying to make fun of us and running away because he's afraid of getting beaten? Don't you know Yi Feng's character? When has he ever tricked us? If he says he can continue, then he will definitely continue. After saying that, the three of them suddenly realized something and started rummaging through their boxes again, looking for their most handsome clothes. After leaving the dormitory, Yi Feng took out his cell phone and called Anlin. When she saw Yi Feng's call, she was still a little excited and happy. However, Yi Feng could not let himself detect this emotion. After a few seconds of stability, he answered the phone. Yi Feng, what's the matter? I heard the afternoon social gathering was canceled. Hey, yes. What's wrong? Do you want to continue? Of course I thought about it. But how can we continue without a venue? Site? Isn't it ready-made? I can find a venue so your social can continue. Amlin couldn't hide his surprise and said excitedly, Really? Soon, she felt that she had lost her composure and quickly added a sentence to calm herself down. What can you do? Are you familiar with the school administration? Don't worry about this. I said there is a way, but what? But if I help you, how are you going to repay me? Well, Amlin was a little speechless and didn't know how to continue. This social gathering included all the clubs in the school and was the largest one in history. Originally, Amlin was full of confidence. However, at this most critical moment, we were suddenly notified that the school's largest activity room would be out of use. She also had to make the difficult decision to cancel the afternoon social gathering. For this reason, many people have raised questions, especially those from the Federation of Social Organizations, who believe that Amlin's ability is questionable and are preparing to find an opportunity to get her out. She really wanted to save face for herself, but she was powerless. In fact, Yi Feng's request was not excessive. It's only right that you repay others for solving problems for you. In order for the club association to continue, and also for myself to be able to fight for this honor. Amlin, who has always been arrogant, decided to lower his posture. After all, it is not a shameful thing to bow your head in front of Yi Feng. As long as you can solve the venue problem, I will agree to all your requests. I thought that even if she gave up the sorority, she would continue to maintain her pride. What Yi Feng did was nothing more than a test. Even if she continues to be arrogant, Yi Feng will not sit idly by. However, Yi Feng was a little surprised to hear her answer. This can be considered an unexpected gain. Since Amlin has lowered his posture, if I don't go with the flow, wouldn't I be wasting the opportunity given to me? Any request is really okay? Yanlin also felt something was wrong and added another sentence. As long as it's not too much to ask. Yifeng nodded and thought for a while. Too much to ask. This reminded Yifeng. Whether it is excessive or not is not up to him to decide. Chapter 24. No entry. Excessive demands? Don't worry, my requests are all reasonable and fair, and I know how to strike the right balance. Yifeng said it easily, but Yanlin always felt something was weird. However, she did not think much about it. After all, the most important thing was to quickly determine the venue. So, what do you need me to do now? Re-notify all clubs and tell them that the social gathering will be held as scheduled. Where is it? Is it still the school auditorium? In the clouds in the sky. Where is that cloud in the sky? Originally, Yifeng was full of confidence and thought that saying the name Tianshang Yunjian would surprise Yanlin, but he never expected that he would look so confused. This silly girl. Could it be that she has never even heard of such a high-end place? Come to think of it, which girl would be like Hong Tao Dao? It's better not to know, as this can also reflect her simplicity from the side. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng sent the address of Tianshang Yunjian to Yanlin. At the same time, he called Hong Tao Tao and asked her to prepare well. After arranging all this, I looked at my watch and found that I still had plenty of time. I've always wanted to ask these 3 roommates to treat me to a meal, and today I finally got the chance. However, as soon as he opened the door of the dormitory, Yifeng was shocked by the scene in front of him. The 3 of them actually started pretending to be cool and posing in the dormitory. Zhuang Chang stood on the table, wearing a bright red jacket with his collar turned up, his hands in his pockets, his body sideways, his head tilted back, and looking out the window at a 45-degree angle. Did Songming and Wan Bing were wearing a black suit and a white suit respectively, and wearing jazz hats. They stood back to back with their heads lowered, looking a little deep. Seeing Yifeng coming in, Zhuang Chang changed into a thinker's posture. How is it? Are you stunned by our handsome faces and stunning looks? Yifeng smiled awkwardly. I don't know if it's amazing or not, but it's scary enough anyway. Brother, this is your fault. I know you were jealous of our beauty. Are you afraid that we will steal your limelight? Don't worry. We won't touch your woman. These self-righteous guys. This is a club social, not a masquerade ball. Is it a good idea to make yourself stand out from the crowd? Yifeng didn't know how to persuade them. So, just let them be. While we still have some time, who of you would like to invite me to dinner today? Let's not talk about eating yet. Tell us first, can this social gathering still be held as scheduled? We trusted you and changed into our most handsome clothes. If you're stood up, you'll have to pay for lunch. Trust me, it will be fine. If it can't be held as scheduled, I will treat you to 3 months of meals. Zhuang Chang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Okay, then I'll trust you this time. I'll treat you to egg-filled pancakes for lunch today. Depend on... Yifeng smiled helplessly as he ate the egg-filled pancake that he was reluctant to add even grilled sausage to. If I had known this would happen, I would have rather asked Yanlin for a free meal. Not to mention steak. At least you can have 2 stir-fried dishes, right? As soon as they finished their meal, Zhuang Chang couldn't wait to pull Yifeng to the social gathering to reserve a seat. When we arrived at the school auditorium, the sign at the door was still clear and legible. Suspended. Fuck. Yifeng, I really believe your lies. You have to compensate me for my egg-filled pancakes. What the hell is going on? Didn't you say it would go on as scheduled? Yifeng shrugged, looking innocent. I told you guys that we've moved to a new location, but you just didn't believe me. Brothers, stop kidding. Where else can all the clubs in Huada be accommodated except here? In the clouds in the sky. Hearing these words, Zhuang Chang's eyes widened immediately. Between the clouds and the sky? You mean between the clouds and the sky? Well, what's wrong? Yifeng, please stop fooling us, okay? Do you know what that place is? It's the most luxurious, grandest, and most expensive private club in the entire Huaqing. Do you know how much a bottle of Nongfu Spring costs there? 100 yuan. 100 yuan. Yifeng nodded in admiration. This Zhuang Chang does have some knowledge. Seeing Yifeng's indifferent look, he became a little angry. Brother, I have a bad heart. Please tell me where this social gathering is. Haven't I already told you? It's in the clouds in the sky. I decided it. Brother, this time you're showing off, but it's going to get you killed. Don't tell us you have acquaintances there. We don't believe it. If you don't believe me, forget it. I'll leave first. You guys think about it yourself. After saying that, Yifeng scanned a shared bicycle and rode towards the school gate in a cool manner. The remaining 3 people were dumbfounded. What now? What else can we do? Let's give it a try and catch up with him first. If we find out that Yifeng has deceived us, we will have to have a good talk today. Okay, I agree, but my shared bike subscription has expired. If I stick with it until next month, I'll get a coupon for a 10 yuan discount, so I'm going to start next month. Can you help me scan one? Or I can sit in the basket. Get lost. If you don't have money to sweep, then run away. We can't do anything that will harm the safety of public property just for you. You're not my girlfriend. Zhuang Chang and Wan Bing didn't care about being smart. They just scanned the shared bike and chased after him. However, looking at Yi Feng's receding back, he could only watch from afar. Did this kid eat the Chinese turtle? He can ride so fast. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and chase after him. After great effort, they finally arrived in the clouds before the social gathering began. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you arrive just now? Where's the Ming? Why didn't he come? The two were so tired that they were out of breath and had no energy to speak. They could only point behind them. I saw Ming running forward desperately. Fortunately, the clothes he was wearing were black. Otherwise, the dust would have turned him gray. Yi Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This is the ultimate way to save money, which is really admirable. When Ming arrived, he made some adjustments and followed Yi Feng to the club. The moment I saw the banner at the entrance of the club, the three people believed it completely. It turned out that Yi Feng did not lie to them. We welcome the Huada Community Association to be held in our club. Yi Feng, awesome. Brother, I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Tonight's egg-filled pancakes are on me. Yi Feng looked helpless. I told you a long time ago, but you just don't believe it. Come on, don't stand outside. As they were talking, the four of them lined up and prepared to walk inside with elegant steps. However, just arrived at the door. Suddenly, he was stopped by two people. He stared at the four people, looking arrogant and insolent. This is the Huada Society social gathering. Civilians are not allowed to enter. Chapter 25. How many points does this pretense have? The incident happened suddenly, catching them all off guard. Yi Feng was also a little puzzled and thought, I didn't ask Hong Tao Dao to arrange a gatekeeper. Yi Feng, weren't we brought here by Anlin? Didn't she give you a pass or something like that? This isn't a high-security meeting, so there won't be any passes. Anlin certainly wouldn't let two people stand at the door. I guess someone arranged it deliberately just to show off, with the goal of having fewer competitors. Just when they were at a loss as to what to do, three innocent girls came over. One has a ponytail, one has long hair, and the other has delicate short hair. He walked up to the two gatekeepers and asked gently, Excuse me, is this the place for the Huada Society Association? The two gatekeepers looked at the three people lustfully. Although these three of them are not goddesses of Anlin's level, their little looks are also very attractive. The key is that she is young, and at first glance you can tell that she is a new freshman. Of course, the Huada Community Association welcomes you. Hello, my name is Wang Peng. Hello, my name is Wang He. Please come in. Please come in. Holy crap, is that sexist? What kind of sexism is this? It's clearly lust after women. Watching the little girls go in, Zhuang Chang followed them. However, he was immediately stopped by two guard dogs. Dicks are not allowed in. Do you have any shame? We are both outstanding college students. Why can they get in but we can't? If I say you can't go in, then you can't go in. We are the important guests invited by Anlin himself. Hearing the three words by Anlin, the two watchdogs were very disdainful. However, the little girls who had just walked in suddenly ran back in surprise. They broke through the guard dog's obstruction and surrounded Zhuang Chang. Senior, do you really know Senior by Anlin? It feels so good to be surrounded by this sudden happiness. It's not hard to imagine. I'm just as popular. It looks like spring is finally here. Zhuang Chang shook his hair in a casual manner and said in a serious tone, Of course I know her. You see, I still have her WeChat. Wow, Senior, you're so awesome. Can you take us to meet Senior by Anlin later? The addition of this WeChat was quite unexpected. If Anlin had not been unable to find Yi Feng at that time, he would not have selectively added the three people in his dormitory. It was just a small episode, but unexpectedly, it became Zhuang Chang's weapon to show off. Seeing that Zhuang Chang was so popular, that Ming and Wan Bing couldn't help themselves. It seems like everyone has Anlin's WeChat. We both know Anlin, and we both have Anlin's WeChat account. Wow! Seniors, you guys are awesome. Seniors, I'll need your help later. Seeing the three losers being surrounded and admired by several beautiful girls, the two watchdogs were very angry. What's so great about it? Everyone knows Anlin, it's just that no one has her WeChat. Ha! You three should stop pretending. Anlin is the goddess of our club. How could she lower herself to join you losers? You're dressed like a turkey and the black and white impermanence. Don't you see where this is? It's in the clouds. The most prestigious place in Huacheng. You guys can come here? You losers. You don't even take a piss to look at the mirror. You really don't know how high the sky is. Do you know why we are standing here? To protect you, the shameless losers. Why are you still cursing? What's wrong with swearing? Go ahead and bite me if you dare. I can't bite you to death. Zhuang Chang had an urge to beat him up, but was persuaded by his junior high school girl. Senior, don't be angry. I will go and reason with them. As he was talking, the junior school girl with a ponytail stood up, pointed at the two guard dogs, and shouted, "How can you two be so uncultured? What gives you the right to curse at others? Apologize to my senior immediately." Zhuang Chang was very surprised. It was the first time that a girl took the initiative to stand up for him. This feeling was simply too happy. The two watchdogs were stunned by the training. How come this girl is so powerful? Apologize? Huh? If we apologize, we'll be your grandsons. Since you're pretty, we won't argue with you. Otherwise, we'll scold you too. As a man, how can you let your woman get hurt? Zhuang Chang was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of justice. Yi Feng originally wanted to ask Bai Anlin to come out, but now it was obviously no longer necessary. If they anger Zhuang Chang, they will suffer the consequences, especially in front of a girl. You're on your own. Zhuang Chang pulled back the junior schoolmate with the ponytail and then walked forward alone. It is imposing and majestic. In an instant, the two watchdogs felt unprecedented pressure. What do you want to do? We are all excellent college students who are civilized and polite. A gentleman should use words instead of fists. Zhuang Chang had disliked them for a long time, so he just punched them. Fuck you, today's outstanding college students. Fuck you. You are a gentleman who only talks but doesn't do anything. Bang! Bang! Each of them punched the two guard dogs, and they covered their eyes and squatted on the ground in pain. Senior, good fight. You look so handsome. Scold me? You can't. But you absolutely cannot scold my woman. After saying that, he put his arm around the ponytail girl's shoulders majestically, stepped on the two guard dogs, and swaggered in. Yi Feng stood at the end and smiled slightly. The power of love cannot be underestimated. When I entered the lobby, Hong Taodao was explaining something to the waiter. When he saw Yi Feng, his face was full of surprise, and he wanted to run over to greet him. However, Yi Feng waved his hand and said that it is better to be low-key. Otherwise, others will not feel that he is approachable. The key point is that once your identity is exposed, there will be a large number of women surrounding you, which is really too tiring. Hello, classmates. I'm the waiter here. Your club activities are at the Yunmiao Palace on the top floor. I'll take you up. Zhuang Chang invited the girls into the elevator first. He was not being very gentlemanly, but he took the opportunity to run to the back and whispered in Yi Feng's ear. Yi Feng, isn't there someone you know here? Can you keep an account of your expenses later? Don't worry. I, Zhuang Chang, will pay you back even if I sell everything I have. It seems that Zhuang Chang is really attracted to the girl. It's true that you have acquaintances, but are you sure you can pay it back even if you sell everything you have? Brother, my happiness is in your hands. Please help me. After they all entered the elevator, Xiao Hongyi and the two watchdogs came out from the dark. Mr. Xiao, they're the ones who are bullying us. You have to stand up for us. Xiao Hongyi smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, I have acquaintances here. Even if you don't tell me, I will find a way to teach them a lesson, especially the guy named Yi Feng. Chapter 26, The Clown. When we arrived at Yunmiao Heavenly Palace, we immediately felt its luxury and beauty. With carved beams and painted buildings, pavilions and towers, and mist-shrouded scenery, it feels as if you are in heaven. Yi Feng was also stunned by the scene before him. The real Heavenly Palace is probably just like this. No wonder everyone is scrambling to get to the top floor. It's so fucking cool. Those who attended the social gathering seem to have forgotten the purpose of their trip. No one cared about the social gathering anymore. Instead, everyone held their wine glasses and looked around for their own prey. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt a little regretful. A good social gathering had turned out so badly. However, no one was disappointed by this incident. Instead, everyone surrounded by Anlin and praised her abilities. Especially those students who hold positions in student associations. They gave up their arrogance and became humble and submissive. No one thought that Bai Anlin would have such strong ability to find the Tianshang Yunjian private club to host the event. However, no one knows that this is all thanks to Yi Feng. Of course, having a close friend is enough to bring comfort. Yi Feng silently picked up a glass of wine, took a sniff, and blurted out, "La Fight 1982. When he said this, he was amazed by himself. What's going on? Could it be that the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk has this hidden attribute? Then I really made a profit this time. He picked up another glass casually. Bordeaux, France. Spanish Dorothy. I didn't expect there would be such good wine here. It seems that Tianshang Yunjian is not as useless as Song Chunhua said. Just when Yifeng was enjoying the aroma of the wine alone, Xiao Hongyi walked to the center of the hall and said loudly to everyone, I know you have never seen such a big scene, so you may feel a little reserved. But it doesn't matter. You can eat and drink as much as you want. I, young Master Xiao, will pay for all the expenses today. In an instant, the entire Yunyao palace was in an uproar. Mr. Xiao, you are so handsome. I love you. Mr. Xiao, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Zhuangchang's face was also full of surprise. He didn't expect to meet such an idiot. It was so damn good. It was simply God's help. Xiao Hongyi smiled smugly. What a bunch of guys who are easy to fool. The manager who works here has already told him that all consumption today will be free of charge. Anyway, he doesn't have to spend any money. It feels so damn good to show off while drinking. Like me? However, I may disappoint you, because Bai Anlin is the only one in my heart. When these words were spoken, some were happy while others were sad. Those who were worried could only accept it silently. After all, Xiao Hongyi was such a prominent figure. His father was the president of Shaw Group and had a net worth of more than 10 billion. Take today's scene, for example. They probably won't be able to earn that much in their entire lifetime. So how can they compare with others? Yifeng held a wine glass, stood far away in a corner, and watched Xiao Hongyi show off quietly. Bai Anlin hated Xiao Hongyi very much. When he made his personal remarks, he turned and left and happened to see Feng in the corner. Today's social gathering was able to be held smoothly, thanks to Yifeng. Thank you for today. Don't be so polite. After all, I'm making a request to you. Looking at Yifeng's malicious eyes, Bai Anlin felt a little nervous. However, since I have promised Yifeng about this matter, I cannot deny it. Tell me, what do you want? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Although Xiao Hongyi was surrounded by people and made an impassioned speech, he was absent-minded and stared at Bai Anlin's every move. He really didn't expect that in such a solemn occasion, she would flirt with other men and not give him any face at all. It's Yifeng again, simply looking for death. I don't know what magic power he has that made Bai Anlin take the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. It's time to teach him a lesson. Xiao Hongyi walked over with a sneer. Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be the ultimate liquor king Yifeng. I didn't expect that a liquor would come here. However, can you afford this place? At this point, Xiao Hongyi slapped his forehead and pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Oh, I forgot. All the expenses today are paid by me, Master Xiao, so you can drink as much as you want. It's my alms to you. Don't be polite. Bai Anlin was indignant. She knew the matter best and wanted to refute it immediately and expose his tricks. However, he was stopped by Yifeng. Why would you get mad at a clown? Bai Anlin secretly admired that Yifeng was so broad-minded and did not argue even when being misunderstood. His manner of dealing with people is really very high. Bai Anlin, favorability +1. Bai Anlin, favorability +1. Looking at the increasing favorability above Bai Anlin's head, Yifeng was also a little surprised. Suddenly I felt like laughing. It seems that Xiao Hongyi is not completely useless. It's pretty good to be treated as a tool. Yifeng, don't be so shameless. Believe it or not, I will let my manager friend destroy you right now. At this time, Zhuangchang was having a great time with a junior high school girl he had just met. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Hongyi's threat and immediately became angry. He slammed the table and stood up. You can pick up girls anytime, but you can never let your roommates be bullied. Both of you stop drinking. Don't you see that grandson is bullying our brothers? Although Did Songming and Wan Bing are usually careless, at this critical moment, they were not vague at all and immediately followed behind Zhuangchang. When she saw Zhuangchang being so brave and loyal, the younger sister immediately looked at him in admiration. Senior, you're so handsome. Zhuangchang was also excited by this praise, as if he had received a buff bonus. Xiao grandson, don't think you can bully others just because you have a few bucks. If you dare to touch Yifeng, the three of us will make you spend the rest of your life in the hospital. Yifeng was indeed a little surprised. Three guys who were usually petty and sarcastic. I really didn't expect that he would be so brave at this critical moment. It's really touching. Xiao Hongyi didn't expect that one sentence would attract so many people. However, the boast has already been made public. If I back down now, I would be a coward and a bastard. No matter what, he couldn't be timid. After all, the people who followed him were just playing a joke to the four of them. There was no need for them to call his manager a friend. Xiao Hongyi's call attracted a lot of responses, and they immediately gathered around. The peaceful scene suddenly became tense, and Bai Amlin became a little nervous. This is the venue that Yi Feng had coordinated with great difficulty, and it cannot be ruined like this. Xiao Hongyi, you've gone too far. Believe it or not, I'll have someone kick you out right now. As she spoke, she also looked at Yi Feng. The meaning was very clear, asking Yi Feng to call the security here to kick out these troublemakers. However, it would be boring to blast them away, and it does not suit Yi Feng's temperament. Besides, it would be a pity to waste such a good tool. Chapter 27, Take care of yourself. To be honest, Xiao Hongyi was also a little scared. He knew Tian Shengyunjian's background and strength, and anyone who had anything to do with him was either rich or noble. The fact that we can rent out the entire place to hold a social gathering this time must have been supported by some big shot. To sum up, what she said was not alarmist. Seeing that Bai Anlin was really angry, Xiao Hongyi was worried about being kicked out, so his attitude changed immediately. Anlan, don't be angry. I was just joking. We are all excellent college students who are civilized and polite. In this case, let's solve the problem in a civilized way. What is the solution? Bai Anlin knew that he had bad intentions, but he absolutely could not let Yi Feng suffer unwarranted insults. There are only two ways for men to solve problems, either peace or force. The force has been stopped just now, so peace is the only option. What about civil or military matters? Xiao Hongyi, I advise you to take care of yourself and stop making trouble. And Lan, I really don't mean to cause trouble. I just want to bring some exciting performances to this social gathering. The two groups did not fight just now, and they seemed a little unhappy. At this moment, Xiao Hongyi's words ignited everyone's enthusiasm again. After all, those who like to watch the fun never mind the big trouble. Xiao Hongyi looked at the various foreign wines on the table, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Today, let's have a simple drinking contest. Whoever loses will be the grandson and get out of here. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chang became unhappy. He didn't know Xiao Hongyi's alcohol tolerance, but he knew Yi Feng, who could get blacked out by just a bottle of beer. How could he compete with him? No, I don't agree. Xiao Hongyi snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? The person in charge hasn't spoken yet. Why are you butting in? Those who were watching the fun also burst into laughter. If you're a man, stand up. Don't cower like a woman. Bai Amlin originally wanted to stop the situation from escalating further, but unexpectedly, it got out of control. Seeing Xiao Hongyi's smug face, she suddenly understood something. It turned out that he was the one behind all this. Zhuang Chang wanted to speak up for Yi Feng, but he was pulled behind him. I've already been bullied by others. Do I still need to argue with them? But with your alcohol tolerance, how can you be his opponent? Otherwise, I will drink for you? At least it won't be so embarrassing to lose. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. You know how I could lose? Zhuang Chang shook his head and sighed. With your alcohol tolerance, any random girl can drink more than you. Seeing that Yi Feng did not refuse, Xiao Hongyi smiled even more proudly. Perhaps you don't know this, but our Shaw Group is a winemaking company, and I've been drinking since I was a kid. To put it in an exaggerated way, my baby bottle was filled with wine. So, you're doomed to fail this time. Just get ready to kneel on the ground and kowtow. Ha! Mr. Xiao is mighty. Mr. Xiao will win. After hearing what Xiao Hongyi said, Zhuang Chang and the others were completely disappointed. It turned out that this was a trap set by Sun Zi on purpose, waiting for Yi Feng to fall into it. However, Yi Feng remained calm. How do you drink it? I don't mind. The host should follow the guest. You should just speak, so you don't get accused of bullying you later. I don't drink much either, but I heard that adding white beer and a little red wine will taste better and the alcohol will be stronger. I wonder if you can do it. Xiao Hongyi was very disdainful. Ha! These are all my leftovers. As he spoke, he picked up the beer and white wine and poured them into the glass of red wine. Drink it all in one gulp. He put the cup down, his face didn't turn red, his heart didn't beat wildly, and he was calm and composed. It's your turn, Mr. Xiao. You are so handsome. Come on, Mr. Xiao, defeat this ignorant loser. Listening to everyone's encouragement, he also made an okay gesture. Isn't it easy to deal with a loser? The guys in the dormitory couldn't help but worry about Yi Feng. Getting drunk is a small matter, but being embarrassed is a big matter. However, Yi Feng did not show any abnormality. He picked up the beer in one hand and the white wine in the other and poured them into the red wine glass together. Bai Amlin also became nervous. Yi Feng is really stupid. He knew it was Xiao Hongyi's complete plan, so why did he still get involved? No, we can't let Xiao Hongyi succeed, no matter what. Yi Feng, I'll help you drink it. Taking advantage of the moment when he was not prepared, he directly picked up the wine glass and prepared to drink it all. Everyone wailed. Shit, what's going on? My goddess, how can you block the wine for a loser? This liquor is so fucking irritating. Yi Feng knew Bai Amlin's intentions were good, but this was a matter of a man's dignity, and he had to earn it back himself. He took the wine glass first and said with a smile, if you want to drink, get him drunk later, and then we can drink and talk happily under the moonlight. Having said that, Yi Feng drank it all in one gulp. The ones who were most shocked were Zhuang Chang and his friends. Damn it, is this really Yi Feng? How come this guy, who usually loses his memory after drinking just one bottle of wine, is so powerful today? Xiao Hongyi sneered. This was just the beginning. The best was yet to come. Pull me some wine. Okay, Master Xiao. Xiao Hongyi looked at Yi Feng proudly. You loser. You definitely don't have any younger brothers with you, right? Yi Feng secretly admired that when it comes to pretending to be cool, Xiao Hongyi is still one step ahead. And, at this moment, Bai Amlin silently picked up the wine and filled Yi Feng's glass. Don't get the wrong idea. I just can't stand Xiao Hongyi's disgusting face. Yi Feng smiled slightly. Great minds think alike. And at this moment, all the boys present hated Yi Feng. It would have been fine if he just helped you block the wine, but he even poured it for you. It's so fucking infuriating. Xiao Hongyi was also furious. I wanted to act cool in front of everyone, but ended up looking like an idiot. Get the hell out of here, you don't have to fall down. Angrily, Xiao Hongyi drank it all in one gulp. Yi Feng was not in a hurry, but carefully smelled the remaining scent of Bai Amlin in the wine glass. It smells so good. This sentence directly brought 10,000 points of critical damage to Xiao Hongyi. He now wished he could eat Yi Feng alive, and in order to achieve his goal sooner, he had to change his strategy. Drinking like this is boring. Drink from the bottle if you can. As long as you can drink, I have no problem with that. Just like this, 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. By the 5th bottle of liquor, Xiao Hongyi was completely stunned, and Yi Feng in his eyes turned into 3 heads. But Yi Feng was still sober and didn't even feel tipsy. Isn't this a monster? If there's no winner, then we have to keep going. Xiao Hongyi forced himself to pick up the half bottle of white wine in his hand and continued drinking. However, I couldn't bear this last bite anymore. When you are drunk, the energy can burst out at any time. The onlookers also had the foresight to quickly hide far away, fearing that they would be affected. Zhuang Chang and the others saw Yi Feng's terrifying power and were no longer worried about him. Instead, they started to tease Xiao Hongyi. If you can't do it anymore, don't try to hold on. Look at how ugly you are. If you want to vomit, just vomit. You will feel better after vomiting. As soon as the word vomit is mentioned, the feeling comes up immediately. However, before vomiting, Xiao Hongyi still said something harsh. Chapter 28, you have to take action. Yi Feng, don't be so proud. When I come back, I'll let you know how you died. He wanted to point at Yi Feng and say something harsh, but the feeling that was about to burst out made him unable to care about it at all. Xiao Hongyi couldn't bear it any longer and ran straight to the bathroom. His arrogant and domineering look is so fucking infuriating. Even with such a character, he still dared to threaten Yi Feng. Taking the enemy by surprise and taking advantage of their unpreparedness, Zhuang Chang stretched out his long legs. The consequences are imaginable. Xiao Hongyi fell down in front of everyone. I could still hold it in and run to the bathroom, but after all this, I can't control myself anymore. Vomit mixed with alcohol gushed out. It was all over my face and body. Anyone who has drunk too much knows that once you open your mouth, it will be like the Yellow River flooding and out of control. As expected, no one was disappointed. Xiao Hongyi vomited out all the wine he had drunk. Not only that, he almost vomited out his gallbladder. The stench was so unbearable that everyone stepped back. However, some people are born to watch the fun, and no matter how big the event, they took out their mobile phones, pinched their noses, came forward and started recording. After all, such scenes are rare. Next time when Xiao Hongyi brags, you don't need to say anything, just show him the video. He ruined the whole nice social gathering venue like this. Bai Amlin was also very angry and directly called the security guards and cleaners. Seeing Xiao Hongyi, who was drunk and smelly, they were full of disgust. Even if you eat some peanuts, you won't drink like this. However, when they came, Sister Hong had told them to do whatever they were told to do. There was no other way, so everyone had to grab one of his feet and dragged Xiao Hongyi out like a dead dog. When he was in school, Xiao Hongyi was arrogant and domineering. The fact that Xiao Hongyi publicly expressed his love for Bai Anlin made everyone hate him, but they dared not speak out. 80% of the onlookers simply succumbed to his majesty. It was really gratifying to see him behave like this. I really didn't expect that the one who upholds justice for them would be Yi Feng. Suddenly, I realized that this loser was not so useless and seemed to be quite handsome. I don't know who shouted. Yi Feng. Awesome. The high spirits spread like a virus in an instant, infecting everyone. Yi Feng. Awesome. Yi Feng. You really make us losers proud. Now, all of them are back on the same starting line and can continue to have a crush on their goddess Bai Anlin. Yi Feng smiled awkwardly. Damn it, after all this time, I'm still a loser. Zhuangchang and others were also shocked by Yi Feng's series of operations. I couldn't help but run up to it, look left and right, up and down, as if I had discovered a new world. Yi Feng today is really extraordinary. He has become so good at drinking after not seeing him for a few days. Could it be that he has learned some skill of not getting drunk even if he drinks 1,000 cups? So awesome. Can you please stop staring at me like that? It's creepy. Yi Feng, are you really okay? How about we go to the hospital? Yi Feng ignored him and picked up 2 glasses of red wine and walked straight to Bai Anlin. Put a glass of red wine directly into her mouth. Didn't you say you wanted a drink? I'll go with you. Cheers. As he said this, he drank the red wine in the glass. Bai Anlin had long been shocked by Yi Feng's alcohol tolerance. He drank 5 bottles of white wine in a row, and not only was he not hurt at all, he could even continue drinking. What kind of man is he? This wine is very expensive. Don't waste it. Looking at Yi Feng's mysterious smile, Bai Anlin was also a little intoxicated and couldn't help but drink it up in one gulp. Do you remember that you have to agree to one request of mine? Of course I remember. Tell me what you want. Kiss me. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. I thought I had defeated Xiao Hongyi, but unexpectedly Yi Feng came. It was a roller coaster ride. Yi Feng, how can you be so worthy? I wanted to belittle Yi Feng and say he was worthless, but when I think about it carefully, he almost drank Xiao Hongyi to death by his own strength, and he was not drunk at all. Just based on this point, no one can match him. I am so unwilling, but there is nothing I can do. Now they can only hope that their goddess Bai Anlin will not agree to his excessive demands. A group of boys put their hands together and prayed hard in their hearts. Bai Anlin was also frightened by Yi Feng's request. Kiss him? Such excessive requests. But why do I have the urge to kiss him? Oops, this is terrible. My body is no longer under my control. What to do? What to do? Shut up, shut up. Bai Anlin woke up only after hearing the scream. Looking back, it turned out to be Xiao Hongyi. Xiao Hongyi was in a miserable state at this moment, but he was extremely angry, his eyes were red, and he had an urge to kill someone. He really didn't expect that Yi Feng not only defeated him by drinking, but also wanted to steal his woman. It was really too much. Brother Guang, this is the loser. Not only does he bully me, but he also steals my woman. You must help me. Woo. At this time, everyone realized that Xiao Hongyi came with people. A big bald man, with a group of small bald men, stood behind Xiao Hongyi with a menacing look. Looking at this group of college students, the bald man smiled coldly. You bunch of kids, why don't you study hard in school? Why do you have to come to a private club? Is this the place you should be? Having said this, the bald guy suddenly spotted Bai Anlin in the crowd. Suddenly, he was a little dumbfounded, and even his speech became a little incoherent. This girl is so pretty. Maybe she's a fairy from heaven? Little girl, what's your name? Come and play with your brother for a while. Seeing the bald guy's lustful look, Xiao Hongyi felt a little regretful. Could it be that he had let a wolf into the house? Brother Guang, this woman is mine. Apart from her, you can pick any of the others. Get lost, who do I like? Do I need you to tell me what to do? With just one sentence, Xiao Hongyi lowered his head and dared not say anything more. Little girl, don't look at your brother so angrily. Your brother is very gentle. Bai Anlin's face was full of anger. Please go out. You are not welcome here. Hey, this girl is pretty hot, but I like her. As he spoke, the bald man continued to move forward. Bai Anlin was a little flustered. After all, it was the first time he encountered such a scene. I really hope someone can come forward to help her. However, these classmates and friends, faced with this ferocious bald guy in society, all of them involuntarily stepped back. Why? If you pray for the sky to collapse, and if you pray for everyone to run away, only you will not be betrayed by yourself. Just when the bald man was 1 meter away from her, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out from behind her. Then two crisp slapping sounds were heard. When Bai Anlin saw the person who stepped forward, he was so moved that he wanted to cry. It turned out to be Yi Feng. I really didn't expect that facing such a powerful opponent, he would still rescue her. He is a real good man with blood. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Yi Feng, thank you. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. If you want to thank me, you can't just say it, you have to take action. As he spoke, he pointed to his lips. In an instant, Bai Anlin's face turned red like an apple. Chapter 29, Establishing Authority. Is this kind of occasion and this kind of situation really good? Bai Anlin refused on the surface, but he wanted it very much in his heart. He lowered his head silently and walked towards Yi Feng involuntarily. Yi Feng's slap was quite hard, and the bald guy staggered for several times before coming to his senses. However, the scene before him completely ignited his inner anger. It's fine if you hit me, but you actually wanted to make out with me in front of me. That's really too much. As he spoke, he was about to rush up and beat Yi Feng. Careful, Bai Anlin exclaimed. However, Yi Feng didn't care at all and didn't even look at the bald head. It doesn't matter. There's still time. Just when Bai Anlin was surprised, Yi Feng suddenly stepped forward and gave her a French kiss on the lips. Bai Anlin originally wanted to struggle, but he never expected that this feeling was so good. I couldn't help but immerse myself in it. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. The onlookers around were going crazy. Our goddess, the goddess who is so high above us. How come I was forcefully kissed in front of them? I felt like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. A forced kiss is fine, but could you please keep your hands a little more still? They now wish to kill Yi Feng. I just hope that the bald guy can move faster and help them take down this guy who blasphemed the goddess. However, there is still a big gap between ideal and reality. At the moment when the bald guy swung his fist, Yi Feng turned around and kicked him right in the lower abdomen. The bald man was so painful that he felt piercing from the bottom up that he couldn't control himself. He fell to his knees with a thud. Turning his head, Yi Feng said to Bai Anlin as if nothing had happened. Close your eyes. Let's continue. Bai Anlin blushed, lowered his head, and remained silent. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hongyi was a little dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? So, he quickly ordered the bald guy's younger brothers. What the hell are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get going. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. Whoosh, they surrounded Yi Feng in the middle. Boy, you dare to touch our people in Tianshan Yinjian. Today is your death day. As they were talking, they all showed their weapons. Bai Anlin nervously hid behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled indifferently and patted her on the back. Don't worry, I'm here. These little hooligans are nothing to be afraid of. I don't know why, but after hearing Yi Feng's words, she was not nervous anymore. However, these gangsters were angry. Actually, look down on them. Don't be so arrogant, kid. If we can't kill you today, we will be your grandsons. Yi Feng waved his hands in disdain. I don't care about you unworthy descendants. The big bald man kneeling on the ground seemed to have slowed down, his face full of anger. Brothers, kill him for me? At the command, all the thugs raised their weapons and prepared to rush over and chop people. The students who were watching the fun were also terrified. They never expected things to develop to this point. It seems impossible to leave. And just at this moment, a crisp shout stopped all the hooligans from standing still. Stop! Looking back, I saw Hong Taotao, who was dressed in bright clothes and had a hot body, appear in Yunyao Palace, followed by a dozen bodyguards in black, looking very impressive. I was just trying to watch a good show, but it was ruined by the woman in front of me. This made Xiao Hongyi very unhappy. Who the hell are you? What are you yelling about? You've ruined a good show. Hong Taodao glared at Xiao Hongyi and had no intention of paying any attention to him. Continue walking towards the big bald head. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hongyi became more and more aggressive. I'm talking to you. Don't be so ungrateful, believe it or not. Before he could finish the rest of his curse, a bodyguard behind Hong Taodao rushed up to him and slapped him a dozen times. The sound of the hit was so crisp. The fight was so enjoyable both physically and mentally. The bald guy was very unhappy. A bitch, I don't know what means she used, but she actually became the boss here. It's so frustrating. Hong Taodao, don't think that just because you are on the rich list and become a boss, you are a superior person. In my big bald head's heart, you are still that prostitute, huh? It seems that you are dissatisfied. I have never submitted to anyone. In that case, I will convince you today. Yi Feng nodded in surprise. It seemed that this Hong Tao Dao was not just a vase. Don't be afraid. Just sit down somewhere. The show is about to begin. They didn't even bother to watch. They just wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. The big bald guy was very disdainful. He had deep roots in the clouds and the sky, and he didn't believe that a new girl would dare to lay hands on him. This time, Hong Tao Dao came to establish her authority. It can not only help Yi Feng out of trouble, but also let him see his own abilities. It's killing two birds with one stone. God help me. Hong Tao Dao didn't even need to do anything. The bodyguards behind her immediately came to the bald man. The big bald guy is quite tall, but he still needs to look up to see these bodyguards. Get started. The four bodyguards stood in a row and took turns slapping the bald man in the face. Even crisper than the fan Xiao Hongi slapped. The palm was as fast as the wind and deafening. It was just short of bursting into flames. Xiao Hongi was also shocked by what he saw. The slaps he received just now were nothing but child's play. Some of his younger brothers couldn't bear to watch this and wanted to go over to help. However, when the bodyguards behind Hong Tao Dao stood outside, they immediately backed off. I just don't accept it. If you have the guts, slap me to death. Okay, then I'll grant your wish. At the beginning, the bald guy was filled with righteous indignation and his mouth was very hard. But after a few times, it couldn't be hard anymore. The bald guy was also confused. This is really serious. Stop fighting. EQ up, EQ up. Hong Tao Dao waved her hand. After all, the bald guy was just a minor character. What really made Yi Feng angry was Xiao Hongi. Big bald head, are you familiar with this Xiao Hongi? There's obviously something else behind his words. This Xiao Hongi is a disaster star. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been beaten. I don't recognize. The bald man endured the pain and tried his best to deny it. However, he was immediately slapped in the face. Brother Guang, how can you give in to a woman? This is simply damaging your glorious image. The bald guy wanted to die. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Didn't you see that I was being beaten? Without waiting for Hong Tao Tao's man to take action, the bald guy rushed over directly. He attacked with both hands and hit Xiao Hongi on the cheek. Damn it, it's all your fault. The bald guy blamed all his anger on Xiao Hongi. This is extremely hateful, but it is not fatal. Yi Feng suddenly stood up and said to the bald man, Stop. His unexpected move made by Anlin look at him with admiration. I really didn't expect that Yi Feng had such a righteous spirit. He was not afraid of the evil forces and was willing to help his enemies. He's a real man. By Anlin, favorability +5. By Anlin, favorability +5. Chapter 30, I am really excellent. The bald man was angry. Even though he had been fuming about Xiao Hongi for a long time, he was still in a bad mood. When he turned around and saw Yi Feng, the flames of anger inside him suddenly surged higher again. It's all because of Yi Feng. If it weren't for Yi Feng, he wouldn't have been beaten. Moreover, he was beaten twice in a row. Who the hell do you think you are? Just tell me to stop. Before the bald guy could finish his words, a bodyguard suddenly jumped up to him, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. What the hell is going on? Can I even teach a stinky loser a lesson? Hong Tao Dao also stood up, and her face changed drastically. Big bald head, you really are a stubborn person. Have you forgotten what I said so quickly? I told you to obey the law, be friendly to others, and be a good comrade who is approachable, but you didn't listen at all. Hit me. A few more bodyguards came over and attacked without mercy. Each move was fatal, and the bald guy was beaten dizzy. Even if he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, it would be of no avail. The crowd watching the fun were all very nervous. They could not believe that one of their own made a mistake and would be punished so severely. Hong Tao Dao has been secretly glancing at Yi Feng. If he is even a little unhappy, he is not allowed to stop. There's no fun in watching guys like Big Baldy get beaten up. Moreover, it may backfire and leave psychological trauma on the majority of outstanding college students. My suggestion is that this kind of rubbish that refuses to change should just be thrown away. I dare not disobey Yi Feng's advice. Hong Tao Dao also gave the order immediately. This classmate is right. You guys should throw him into the garbage dump and never allow him to set foot in the clouds and the sky again. Yes. Several bodyguards dragged the bald man like a dead dog and left the Yunyao Palace. His younger brothers didn't dare to stay for long. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When Xiao Hongi saw an opportunity, he also prepared to slip away. However, finding a grandson is the culprit and cannot be let off so easily. Yi Feng winked at Hong Taodao, and she understood what he meant. Mr. Xiao, where are you going? I am a piece of trash, and I should be thrown away, right? Haha, it's garbage, but garbage can be divided into useful garbage and useless garbage, right? Yeah. I'm that useless little piece of shit. No, you are the useful little piece of trash. I heard that all the expenses in the venue were paid by you, Master Xiao. That's your usefulness. Xiao Hongyi felt a little confused. What's the meaning? Isn't the entire venue free? Have you changed your mind now? He just wanted to quietly pretend to be cool. Why should he be so cruel? The students who were watching the fun were also a little uneasy. They had eaten and drunk a lot of food. Aren't these things free? A bottle of Nongfu Spring costs 100 yuan. How can they afford it? Rather than waiting to die, it is better to strike first. Yes, it was Master Xiao who said that all the expenses today will be paid for by Master Xiao. I have video evidence. In front of everyone, the video of Xiao Hongyi showing off was played. Now everyone felt a lot more relieved. Even if there is trouble, it probably won't be on them. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. Even if you have to fight to the death, you have to force Xiao Hongyi to do it. How is it? Do you remember it? Do you want my people to help you recall it? He had already experienced the power of those bodyguards and also saw the tragic scene of the bald guy. No, I won't bother you, brothers. But I want to ask, how much did you spend today? Hong Taodao snapped her fingers, and the bodyguard brought the bill over. For a rich young man like you, it's not too expensive. Only 5 million. Please take a look. It's a thick volume. If you open it completely, it's probably enough to circle the Yunyao Palace. Fuck. 5 million for what? Our club clearly marks the prices. The products are of good quality and low price, and we are fair to everyone. If you have any objections, you can report it through official channels. However, before reporting, you have to pay the money first. Xiao Hongyi wanted to die. Why you have to act so pretentiously? Isn't it better to just stay still? Although he is the son of the Shaw Group, his family is very strict when it comes to money, and he would never be able to take so much money even if he was beaten to death. If I ask my dad for it, I will die a more miserable death. It's not terrible to pretend to be cool, but you have to have the capital to pretend to be cool. Otherwise, you're just stupid, understand? Xiao Hongyi could only lower his head silently, without the courage to refute. I'll give you a chance. As long as you put on a show for all the students here to ease the tense atmosphere, this 5 million bill will be written off. Performance show? I can't do anything except pole dancing. Okay, then let's invite Master Xiao to give us a pole dancing show. Come, give Mr. Xiao the props. The bodyguard immediately found steel pipes from backstage and set up a temporary stage. Music played everywhere. The tense atmosphere was dissipated by the music. Xiao Hongyi walked onto the stage awkwardly, his movements very stiff. This caused all kinds of boos from the students around him. The bodyguard took out the bill and pointed it to Xiao Hongyi. With a little grit of teeth and a stomp of feet, a pole dancing show can be worth 5 million yuan in spending, so it's worth it. Under the influence of alcohol, Xiao Hongyi also began to let himself go. As the first piece of clothing was torn off, the enthusiasm at the scene was instantly ignited. Pole! 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 The students who liked to watch the fun all shouted in unison. Bai Amlin also shouted excitedly. I really didn't expect that she still has this wildness in her bones. You like it so much. Do you want to change places now so I can dance for you? In an instant, Bai Amlin's face turned red like an apple. Ouch! That's disgusting. After saying that, she ran out shyly. Bai Amlin, favorability +2. Bai Amlin, favorability +3. Will this also increase favorability? This is really a pleasant surprise. Seeing Yi Feng standing alone in the corner, Hong Taodao hurried over to his side. Brother Beggar God, are you satisfied with my performance today? You really didn't disappoint me. However, I feel that you can be more domineering and powerful. Only then can you truly control the clouds in the sky. But it's so hard. I want you to reward me. How to reward? I want Brother Beggar God to kiss me or... Just when Yi Feng was surprised, Hong Taodao took the initiative and kissed him hard on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Beggar God. After saying that, Hong Taodao ran away shyly. Oops. If a person is excellent, there are some things that cannot be stopped even if you want to. Just when everyone was extremely excited, someone suddenly turned off the music, stood in the middle of the room, and shouted loudly, Everyone, don't move. Hold your head and squat. Yi Feng looked closely and found that it was actually a female police officer. Chapter 31. Is this the end? This female police officer is heroic and looks very capable in her clean and neat police uniform. Ding dong. The candidate is under review. Ding dong. The overall score of the disgraceful object is 90 points. The disgraceful object review has been successful. Immediately afterwards, the information of the policewoman appeared in my mind. Name, Lung Xiqing. Age, 23. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 9.0 points. Specialty, fighting. Favorability, minus 30 points. Difficulty, 4 stars. When the favorability exceeds 90 points, the counterattack is successful. Reward 110 points of reward. Reward 236 attribute points. Attribute points can change the host's own attributes, including speed, strength, spirit, aptitude, talent, perception, etc. Reward 3. Super fighting technique. When the favorability is lower than minus 60 points, the mission fails and 30 points of reward will be deducted. Ding dong. Host, do you want to start the mission of disgracing the dog? Yi Feng stared at the policewoman for a long time. She was indeed good-looking, but her fighting skills were a little frightening. If I provoke her from now on, won't I become a sitting duck and be trained for no reason? Huge risks often bring huge rewards. This reward is really enviable. The bolder the man, the more fertile the land. If you don't want to sacrifice your child, you can't catch the wolf. If you don't want to sacrifice your wife, you can't catch the gangster. It's just a deduction of 30 points of rebate value. With the charm of men nowadays, do you still worry about not being able to earn back the money? System, start the shameful dog mission. Ding dong, the mission is started. The object of shame is bound successfully. At this time, Lung Xiqing pointed a gun at everyone, as if he had encountered some dangerous criminal. Their appearance makes people hesitate. It was clearly a carnival party for college students, so why would it alarm them? Excuse me, policewoman. How can we squat with our heads held high if you don't allow us to move? Stop talking nonsense and stay down. Who's in charge here? These students were all invited by Anlin. They didn't know what happened either. However, it doesn't look very optimistic. With the mentality of preferring to let a friend die rather than let me die, someone suddenly shouted loudly, Bai Anlin is responsible. Yes, Bai Anlin is in charge. We are all students of Hua University. We all followed her here. These people really are? Haha. When everything is fine, she calls you goddess, but when trouble comes, she immediately turns hostile. It's really sad. Who's Bai Anlin? Please come out for a moment. Bai Anlin is not in Yunyao Palace, and even if she is, Yi Feng would not let her bear all this. So Yi Feng stood up silently. You don't have to look for her. I'm in charge here. Okay, handcuff him and take him away. Check the others as well, and if they are fine, dismiss them immediately. Yi Feng felt aggrieved. Why was he tortured? You can arrest me, but can you tell me a reason first? You'll know when we get back to the police station. At a command, Yi Feng was taken away by their people. After returning to the police station, interrogation began immediately. When Yi Feng saw the 8 big words leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist, he felt that he had done something wrong. Lung Xiqing was in charge, and the assistant was responsible for taking notes. Name: Yi Feng, male, 20 years old, height 175 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms, a junior student in the Department of Economics and Management at Hua University, lives in 3402, Building 3, Zhonghua Community, Huaxiang. He's very skilled in his job. He seems to be a repeat offender. Miss Policewoman, it's not what you think. These are just things I learned from TV. This will save everyone time. Don't get too close to me. Who is your policewoman? Of course it's you. Could it be the big brother who's in charge of recording? Slippery, let me ask you. Someone reported you for using the party to sell drugs. Is that true? Selling drugs? This is such a joke. Miss Policewoman, I swear to God, I am a civilized and polite young man who gives up his seat to old men and helps old ladies cross the road. You can't frame me. We already have solid evidence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked you to come to the police station. If you confess now, you can get leniency. Otherwise, your crime will be even more serious. Yi Feng chuckled. I didn't expect that scenes from movies and TV would be repeated here. However, Yi Feng is innocent and will not confess just because of their threats. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing at the pretty policewoman. Let's see if I can get her WeChat or something later. Won't we chat? Unless you could be acquitted today. Lung Xiqing, favorability minus 10. Lung Xiqing, favorability minus 10. Originally, Yi Feng treated this incident as a different encounter and wanted to tease her again. However, When Yi Feng saw the favorability display above her head, he suddenly stopped laughing. The initial favorability was minus 30 points, but after a joke, it took a sharp turn for the worse and dropped to minus 50 points in a blink of an eye. Damn, this is a big deal. I'm warning you. Please stop discussing anything that has nothing to do with this case. Otherwise, you will be committing an even greater crime. Yi Feng was not afraid of any additional crime, but was worried that her favorability would drop to minus 60 points. Once you reach this score, all your efforts will be in vain. Not only that, but the achievements accumulated from previous efforts will also collapse. Although you can earn it back, it still takes time and effort. Miss Policewoman, calm down first. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt because of me. If you ask again, I will tell you everything I know. Humph, that's more like it. Tell me, how many people are there in your gang? Who are they? What are you responsible for? How much cargo do you have this time? Where did it come from? A series of questions made Yi Feng confused. What the hell? Do you really think he's a drug dealer? Looking at her favorability rating, which could explode at any time, the next answer is very crucial. We can neither admit to something that is completely false, nor make the female police officer angry. However, this is really too difficult. Just when Yi Feng was thinking hard, suddenly, a man walked into the interrogation room, whispered a few words in Lung Xiqing's ear, then turned and left. Looking at Lung Xiqing's expression again, it became a little awkward. Yi Feng is a person who can read people's expressions. What's going on? Is there a turning point in this matter? Yi Feng, you are not a member of the group. Why didn't you say so earlier? Forehead. For a moment, Yi Feng was speechless. I swear to God, he has been proving his innocence from the beginning to the end. So how could it be his fault? Xiao Wang, remove his handcuffs and let him go. The recorder named Xiao Wang opened Yi Feng's handcuffs and scolded him. Go away. There's nothing for you to do now. From now on, do something that college students should do. Don't follow others and go to clubs. Catch when you want and release when you want. Not even an apology? Miss Policewoman? Is that all? Chapter 32, what else do you want from me? What else do you want? Do you want me to apologize to you? If you want, that's fine. You wish. Even if you're not a drug dealer, you are probably not a good person. You'd better not commit any crime. Otherwise, I will make you pay. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Miss Policewoman, please don't leave in such a hurry. What? Do you still want to stay here for dinner? Dinner? If you want, I can treat you. But can you please fulfill your promise first? Lung Xiqing looked doubtful, as if she didn't remember making any promises to him. My lady is really forgetful. It seems I need to remind her. Didn't you say that if I could be acquitted, you would give me your WeChat? Lung Xiqing suddenly remembered. It was just a joke, but I didn't expect that he actually took it seriously. He was ready to refuse harshly. However, Yi Feng was one step ahead and said, Miss Policewoman, you should be honest, especially you. You should keep your word. Otherwise, how can the people trust you? If you lose your credibility, how can you live up to the words serve the people? This big accusation made Lung Xiqing unable to refute. If you don't give it to him, Yi Feng will definitely continue to make trouble unreasonably. Even if she gave it to her, she would still feel very resentful. Captain Cold, we should go. Lung Xiqing hesitated for a moment and decided not to give it to him. After all, she really didn't want to deal with someone like Yi Feng. Such a good opportunity must not be let go. After all, they don't have a common circle, and it's unknown when they will meet again. Yi Feng thought quickly and used one of his specialties, shamelessness, to directly hug Lung Xiqing's long legs. To put it nicely, it is a deep love. To put it bluntly, it's just being persistent. Miss Policewoman, you can't leave. Lung Xiqing was very surprised. She struggled for a few times but failed to fall. She didn't expect that Yi Feng, who seemed weak, was actually stronger than her, a world-class female fighting champion. Let me go. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstructing public service. If you don't give me WeChat, I won't let you go, even if you kill me. If you keep on making trouble, I will really do it. The assistant beside her quickly stopped her. Captain Lung, don't do it, don't do it. If you do it, we won't be able to explain it clearly. Besides, we were at fault first. We arrested the wrong person. I don't think he's a bad guy. He just wants a WeChat ID. You don't have a partner anyway, so just give it to him. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. This comrade is truly wise and righteous. I give you a big thumbs up. Lung Xiqing looked at her own men suspiciously. If she didn't know their background well, she would have thought that there was a traitor among the team. She has been complained about many times for her aggressive law enforcement. If she has complained about this again, she can just pack up and leave. If I give you WeChat, will you really let it go? Fair and just, no one has cheated. Okay, Xiao Wang, give him the phone. Yi Feng took the phone with a proud look on his face. You sweep me? Or I sweep you? I have set up the friend adding permission. I will scan you. Scan the QR code to add it in one go. Can you let go now? Certainly. As he spoke, Yi Feng also stood up and watched Lung Xiqing leave angrily. After she walked away, she stopped and approached Yi Feng, saying maliciously, no one in the police station can subdue her. Young man, I am really impressed by your shameless spirit. Come on, I believe you will succeed. In the future, if you two really get together, don't forget me as the matchmaker. After saying that, he patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. The road ahead is long and arduous, so we must keep moving forward. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt like he was being plotted against. What's going on? Could this be a trap? Hey, all right. Now that I'm on this pirate ship, I can't return empty-handed. Otherwise, I'd be unworthy of the title of the ultimate dog king. Out of jail, suddenly a dark shadow pounced towards him, and its speed was almost as fast as that of a world champion in the 100-meter race. Yi Feng, are you okay? I was so worried. Yi Feng was very surprised. He never expected that Bai Anlin would care about him so much. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Based on the principle of if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard, Yi Feng also hugged her tightly. Ahem, Yi Feng, that's enough. You should be careful about the impact in public. Otherwise, how will we single guys feel? Only then did Bai Anlin realize that this was somewhat inappropriate. Her face turned red, and she quickly pushed Yi Feng away, lowered her head, and stood aside. Yi Feng was a little angry. This Zhuang Chang is really something. He has no tact. After more than 20 years, it's not easy for a girl to take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. What's wrong with letting me feel it a little more? It's annoying that you have to break us up so cruelly. Don't tell me you're single. Aren't you flirting with that junior high school girl with a ponytail? Zhuang Chang immediately corrected him seriously. What do you mean by flirting? We are a pure relationship between a man and a woman. How can it be so dirty? Okay, you guys are pure and I'm dirty, okay? Zhuang Chang chuckled and moved closer to Yi Feng. It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. I have an appointment with Chi Mei tonight. How about I introduce everyone to her? Forget it. You should go by yourself. Seeing how excited you are, you might go to the Express Hotel after dinner. Our light bulbs of this wattage are really not suitable. Yi Feng, how can you be so dirty? Look at me, Zhuang Chang, a real man. Can I do such a thing? Let's be frank. My sister Chi and her little sister want to get to know Bai Anlin. Now, you are the only one who has a good relationship with her. Can you help? Damn it, I thought you were inviting me to dinner sincerely, but I didn't expect that you would treat me like a tool. I won't go anymore. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you go or not. The key is, can you let Bai Anlin go with us? Zhuang Chang, that's a bit too much. After a long time of siege, De Tsongming and Wan Bing also came forward. Yi Feng, Zhuang Chang is not good at talking. Please don't mind. Actually, he did it for us. After all, we also like her two little sisters very much. So, don't be so heartless and help her. These words made Yi Feng laugh. These guys will do anything to pick up girls. You really underestimate me. Am I such a petty person? If I minded, I would have been pissed off to death by you guys a long time ago. Zhuang Chang chuckled. That's good, that's good. Does this mean you agree? It's rare that you're so generous. Of course I can't refuse you. However, I'll choose the place to eat this time. Yi Feng looked cunning. Chapter 33. These people are not easy to mess with. Looking at Yi Feng's cunning eyes, Zhuang Chang's heart sank. Could it be that this kid wanted to take revenge on him? It was so hard to get the stingy guy to give up, so I just plucked all the feathers of the past 3 years. I think the taste of Zhonghua is pretty good. I haven't missed it once in 3 years of college. How about we eat this today? Zhuang Chang's heart was bleeding. Yi Feng, you are really cruel. Zhonghua is the most expensive place in Huaqing. Even if he just has a simple meal there, it will cost him at least 2 months' living expenses. Zhuang Chang, don't hesitate. Everyone knows that you have a small stash of money. It should be enough for a meal. With gritted teeth and stomped feet, it's time to be generous for the sake of your own lifelong event. Okay, let's eat this Chinese food today, but I won't take care of your meals for the next 3 months. Let's put things in order. Otherwise, I won't care about what happened today. Okay, you're so cruel. Yi Feng briefly explained it to Bai Anlin, and she readily agreed. Originally, she should have been the one taken away by the policewoman today. She went to the bathroom at that time, and when she came out, Yi Feng had taken away everything. However, someone gave her a detailed description of the process. Those classmates who regarded her as the goddess of otakus, although they did not add insult to injury when the critical moment came, they immediately distanced themselves from her for fear of getting into trouble. Only Yi Feng did not retreat, but took the initiative to take responsibility for everything. Fortunately, this time there was no harm. It was just a misunderstanding. Otherwise, Bai Anlin will feel sorry for him for the rest of his life. Yi Feng could naturally see what she was thinking. Don't feel any psychological burden. This is what a grown man should do. Also, I'll tell you a little secret. I have great magical powers and can transform into 72 different forms. Ordinary people can't do anything to me. Bai Anlin burst out laughing. Are you Sun Wukong? If you like, it's not impossible. When the time comes, you can give birth to a few more little monkeys for me. Haha. Oh. Who wants to give birth to a baby for you? That's so annoying. Bai Anlin, favorability, +2. Bai Anlin, favorability, +3. Looking at them flirting, the three roommates were filled with emotion. What on earth is our goddess doing? Why does she fall for Yi Feng? Hey, who said it wasn't true? I am so smart and famous, but I am not as good as Yi Feng. Stop lamenting. If you continue to lament, you'll miss out on meeting your junior high school girl today. This is really true. Anyway, it's a rare high-spending trip in 3 years, so I might as well book the best private room. Zhuangchang really spent a lot of money this time, spending several hundred yuan just to book a private room. Hundreds of sets of egg-filled pancakes were consumed in this way. Zhuangchang is still exceptionally manly today. He is truly a role model for us to learn from. Yi Feng deliberately praised. His heart was bleeding. It was really easy for him to talk without any pain in his waist. Manliness costs money. However, in the face of everyone's admiration, he still forced a smile. The guests took their seats according to their order, and while the dishes were being served, Zhuangchang stood up. Welcome everyone to the dinner party organized by me, Zhuangchang. Next, I would like to introduce everyone to you. This is me. This is my. When the words came to my lips, I suddenly couldn't say them. Yi Feng is someone who has been through this. At this time, why are you still being reserved? Are you still expecting the girl to take the initiative to admit that she is your girlfriend? However, Zhuangchang really loved her, but couldn't express it. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. Since I have eaten his meal today, I feel obligated to lend him a helping hand. Your little girlfriend is so pretty. The girl with the ponytail blushed slightly and did not refute, seeming to agree. Zhuangchang expressed his sincere gratitude. Although the meal was expensive, it was well worth it. Yi Feng's great assist made him suddenly enlightened. He also raised his head and chest and continued to introduce very proudly. This is my Zhuangchang's girlfriend Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi waved shyly and greeted everyone. Hello. Zhuangchang's method was very effective, and it immediately broke the window paper. Da Tsongming and Wan Bing also stood up and vied with each other to introduce themselves. This girl with long hair is my smart girlfriend Xia Xia. This is my girlfriend Tang Tang. After they introduced themselves, their eyes were fixed on Bai Anlin. Bai Anlin stood up and smiled slightly. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Anlin. Nice to meet you. Bai Anlin is a legendary figure in Huada University. He is so outstanding that he has a large number of fans. Both men and women want to get to know each other. At the social gathering, I witnessed Bai Anlin's elegance with my own eyes. However, when I see her again at the dinner table now, I truly feel what cultivation and temperament are. It is indeed, as the rumors say, like a fairy who is not of this world. Sister-in-law, is the brother sitting next to you your boyfriend? Bai Anlin's cheeks turned slightly red, and she secretly glanced at Yi Feng. It seemed as if the choice of answer was left to him. Yi Feng naturally understood what he meant. However, he would never say those 3 words easily again. Maybe some people think he is a scumbag, but it takes time for a heart that has been betrayed to heal. Don't advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. What do you think? Brother, you are still quite handsome. Sitting together with sister-in-law, you are a perfect match made in heaven. However, your eyes are full of wise sadness. You must be a person with a story. One sentence reveals the secret. Chi-Chi, this junior schoolmate, is really not a simple person. It seems that Zhuangchang will definitely be completely under her control in the future. My junior sister has a keen eye for talent. I will let brother Zhuangchang reward you with a big chicken drumstick. When a few people were having fun, suddenly, the door of the private room was ruthlessly pushed open. Reward you, damn it! Your private room has been requisitioned by us. Get out of here right now. Look back. Several people broke into the private room, each with a fierce look on their face, like a ruffian in society. The leader was even more hideous, with a long scar on the left side of his face that made people shudder. I'll say it again. Your private room has been requisitioned. Get out of here right now, while I'm in a good mood. Everyone was confused. Who were these people? Was this what should happen in a harmonious society? Upon hearing the news, the manager of China Taste rushed to the private room, but he was still a step too late. After all, once you enter the door, you are a guest, and we cannot treat you differently. Master Long, please don't be so anxious. I really didn't know you were coming. If I had known, I wouldn't have given this room to anyone else. Please give me some face, and I will convince them. Just for your sake, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you still can't convince me after 3 minutes, I'm sorry. Okay, Lord Long, don't worry, there will be no problem. Turning around, the manager was quite polite. My dear friends, I am so sorry. Can we change a private room for you? Zhuangchang was the first one to disagree immediately. He had finally invited everyone to dinner and booked such a prestigious private room. How could he change it just like that? No, no matter what you say. Don't worry. All your purchases today will be free of charge. You will not be at a disadvantage. At this point, the manager came closer and his voice became extremely low. They're not a group of people to be trifled with. They even have this thing hanging around their waists. As he spoke, he drew the shape of a gun with his hand. Chapter 34. Your end. Got a gun? This is fucking creepy. How could such a dark thing happen in such a beautiful and harmonious society? Could they be taking them for fools? Zhuangchang just laughed. He didn't care about the gun. Instead, he was very interested in the free meal that the manager mentioned. If I could get it for free, it would be awesome. However, if he agreed immediately, wouldn't it be a bit too deliberate? Moreover, he might be considered a coward and lacking the courage of a man. Having said that, you have to be reserved. Do you think we need your little extras? Yi Feng nodded in surprise and gave a thumbs up. It was the first time he saw Zhuangchang being so tough, and his pretentious side was starting to rise. Chi-Chi, a junior schoolmate, also had a look of admiration on her face. This is the feeling I want. Zhuangchang felt satisfied and proud. Sometimes, if you pretend to be cool, the benefits are quite substantial. The manager was very confused. These guys really didn't know what was good for them. They were just a group of poor students, and I thought that this little favor would be enough to get rid of them. However, I never expected to run into such an ignorant and pretentious person. They opened their doors to do business, naturally hoping to make money in harmony. Once the uncles at the back start to take matters into their own hands, then the entire restaurant may be affected. If things go wrong, the business may have to close down and suspend operations for rectification. Helplessly, the manager can only increase the stakes. How about this? In addition to the free meal, how about a 50% discount for every meal you eat here next time? Zhuangchang chuckled. For those who come here frequently, this is a huge benefit. However, with the little money in their pockets, even if they save it for a year, it probably would not be enough for one meal. He is not stupid. This discounted service has no practical use at all. Yi Feng seemed to understand what Zhuangchang meant. Since he wants to show off in front of his junior schoolmate, I have to support him. Do you think that our boss Zhuangchang is so ignorant? How about this, if you give us a few free gold cards, and then let those hooligans behind you come over and sincerely apologize, we can change to another private room. Zhuangchang pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. Brother Yi Feng understood him. This way, he not only appeared cultured and well-mannered, but also gained face. Hearing these words, the manager felt horrified for them. I quickly turned around to look at these people. Fortunately, they seemed not to have heard it. The manager breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to them, "You guys are going to die. Don't you know who they are? The mafia? The mafia who kill people without blinking an eye. If they hear this, you will all be shot now." I didn't expect the manager to be so nervous. Could he be exaggerating? Zhuangchang also felt a little guilty. If he continued to pretend to be cool at this time, he would be asking for trouble. Everyone, what should we do now? The guests should follow the host's wishes. This is your dinner party, so you should make the decision. Hey, manager you, what's wrong with the discussion? 2 minutes have passed. There's 1 minute left. If there's no result, we'll do it ourselves. The manager immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Long, it will be ready soon." Now all the pressure is concentrated on Zhuang Chang, who suddenly feels like a heavy burden. It seems that it is really not easy to be a leader who makes decisions. Master Long, why waste your time talking to a bunch of poor students? They are just wasting their time. I will coax them away right now. As they were talking, a big man with a dark face came up to the group. You guys don't be so shameless. Our Lord Long has given us enough respect. Do you believe that I will send 120 to take you away? Brother who? Brother who? Don't be angry. There's only 1 minute left. Give me some time. Rong, your father. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll destroy you too. The situation is somewhat out of control, and Zhuang Chang is in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. He turned and looked at Yi Feng, as if asking for his opinion again. Yi Feng's idea is very simple. He had often been discriminated against and treated unfairly in the past, and he vowed that he would never let this happen to him again. However, this is my own idea and cannot be imposed on others. As for how to proceed, it will all be decided by Zhuang Chang. After all, one cannot take the place of the host. Zhuang Chang understood. It seems that I have to make my own decision on this matter. Confucius once said, if you can't win the fight, why don't you just run away? That's just a waste of your strength. But if you have to leave in a dignified manner, and at least show your attitude and thoughts. If you weren't here, I would never have backed down. But to protect everyone, I am willing to be a coward. Let's go. Junior high school student Chi Chi looked at him with admiration. Brother Zhuang Chang, you are not a coward at all. In my heart, you are a role model of a man who understands the greater good and knows how to handle the current situation. Yi Feng couldn't help but applaud Zhuang Chang for his pretense. If I were as shameless and pretentious as him, I probably wouldn't have to work so hard as a disgrace. However, since this is his choice, it should be respected. Turned to look at Bai Anlin. Let's go. Bai Anlin nodded, picked up his clothes, and was about to go out. Suddenly, the man called brother who smiled sinisterly. I really didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful lady at their table. This little sister is really pretty. Why don't you stay and have a drink with your brothers? Following a teasing sound from brother who. Lord Long also seemed to be interested and immediately walked over, carefully looking at Bai Anlin's figure and appearance. TSK, TSK, TSK. I Long San have played with so many women, but today I finally opened my eyes. Long Yi quickly straightened his clothes and smiled lecherously. Fairy lady, can you stay and have a drink with us brothers? Just one drink will do. Faced with their eager eyes, Bai Anlin also became nervous. And at this moment, Yi Feng suddenly stood in front of her. They could tolerate rude insults and forcing them to change private rooms. After all, it was Zhuang Chang's home court, and they had to respect the host's choice. But now the nature has changed. Not only did this group of people show no restraint, but they also went too far and even set their sights on his woman. This was simply damnable. Yi Feng smiled faintly at Long Yi and said slowly and word by word, "Drink." This statement shocked the whole audience. The younger brother standing far away couldn't help but give a thumbs up. So, awesome. I've been with Lord Long for so many years, and no one has ever dared to speak to him like this. But today I finally saw it. At the same time, I also felt sorry for Yi Feng. If such a good seedling follows them, he will definitely become a tough guy in the future. However, if you offend Lord Long now, there is only one word for the outcome, and that is death. Chapter 35, Follow Me. Lord Long was also very surprised. After so many years in the underworld, no one has ever dared to speak to him like this. Even if there were, they all died at his hands. Brother who had a bad temper and couldn't stand it at all, so he wanted to rush over and deal with Yi Feng. However, Long Yi still wanted to pretend to be cool and remain a gentleman in front of the beautiful woman, so he stretched out his hand to block him. You kids nowadays really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. They have no manners at all. Are you the winner of quality education? Before I do anything, I advise you to get out of here quickly. Don't wait to die here. There won't even be anyone to collect your bodies. This guy is really pretentious to the extreme. Boy, don't be so shameless. Our Lord Long has been kind enough to you. If it were someone else, they would have died 800 times already. Do you want me to thank you too? Your mom. Brother who has a bad temper and gets irritated in an instant. He broke through Long Ye's obstruction and arrived in front of Yi Feng in a blink of an eye. He took out his gun and pointed it directly at Yi Feng's head. Give me another try and force me. Seeing the gun, everyone became nervous, especially the manager with Chinese flavor. He didn't care about Yi Feng's life or death. But he was worried that after this shot, the entire taste of China would become a crime scene. Even if it didn't need to be closed down, it could be closed down just because of this one death. Zhuangchang and the others also had cold sweats on their foreheads. They really have guns? It seems that these people are not ordinary thugs. He was worried about Yi Feng and his new girlfriend. How come the happiness I finally found ended up with such troubles? Life is so hard. To be honest, the one who was most worried is Bai Anlin. After all, Yi Feng stood up for her. She knew that Yi Feng was very capable, but now faced with this situation, his powerful abilities seemed to be of no use. Yi Feng seemed to hear Bai Anlin's anxious heartbeat. He turned around, patted her on the back, then smiled and comforted her. I'm here, don't worry. Bai Anlin, favorability +2. Bai Anlin, favorability +3. I really didn't expect that even at this time, Yi Feng still cared about her feelings. It really made people feel grateful. This action once again shocked everyone present. You are so arrogant. Do you really want to live? Brother who felt extremely humiliated. His head was pointed at by a gun, but he acted as if nothing had happened and even had the leisure to care about others. Fuck it, can you please stop moving? Believe it or not, I'm going to kill you right now. In the current situation, Bai Anlin feels that he can no longer sit idly by and wait for others to solve the problem. Yi Feng has done a lot for her, and it's time to repay him. If you let him go, I'll just drink with you guys. I'll drink. Brother Tiger laughed loudly. Ha, it's still your girlfriend who knows the situation. Boy, you're lucky. Get lost now. As he said this, he also put down the gun in his hand. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was the best outcome at the moment. He quickly thanked him, and then quickly greeted Yi Feng and the others. Thank you, Brother Hu. Thank you, Lord Long. All the young men and young ladies, come on, follow me quickly. The private room next door has been arranged for you. They are a whole. Although there are no moral constraints, they still have to share life and death and hardships. Zhuangchang kept watching Yi Feng's every move. As long as Yi Feng didn't move, they would refuse to leave either. This made the hotel manager very anxious. The situation was critical, so what was the point of talking about the code of conduct? Isn't life sweet? Yi Feng was also surprised. He really didn't expect that at this critical moment of life and death, Zhuangchang and the others would be so loyal. It is gratifying to have such friends who are not made in vain. However, we cannot let them take risks just because of your own choices. He turned around and said to Zhuangchang and the others, listen to the hotel manager and follow him out first. Do you think we're the kind of people who would abandon our friends and live on our own? Of course you are not, but my ability is limited. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect so many of you. So, you better follow him and leave. The hotel manager's face was filled with horror. I thought to myself, is this kid crazy? Judging from his tone, he seemed ready to have a big fight with these desperados. Aren't you afraid of the guns in their hands? Aren't you afraid of death? This is fucking crazy. Forget it, this is not something he can control. If he continues to waste time like this, he will probably die here too. Saving as many people as possible is a good thing. At least I have tried my best. No matter what, let's get those innocent people like Zhuangchang out first. The manager also tried his best and finally brought them out, which can be regarded as a temporary victory. After leaving the private room, he quickly closed the door and blocked the entrance to prevent anyone from doing something stupid and rushing in again. Yi Feng, actually, you should leave with us. Silly girl, you are my woman. How could I bear to let you stay alone? But is it possible that someone will die? If I could die with you, wouldn't that be happiness? Bai Anlin, favorability +2. Bai Anlin, favorability +3. Brother who seemed a little impatient. Just shut up, it's come to this, and you're still flirting. Lord Long really admired Yi Feng's demeanor. Stay calm in the face of danger and face death with equanimity. I haven't seen such a person for many years. If he could be recruited under his command, it would be a great boost to his career. Boy, I admire your magnanimity and courage. Follow me from now on. We can write off today's incident. Lord Long, this kid is too damn presumptuous. We can't just let it go like this. Lord Long waved his hand and glared at him coldly. Brother who also shut up immediately and dared not do it again. Thank you for your kindness, but I, Yi Feng, am a simple man. I cannot do such evil things as robbing, forcing good people to do evil, or committing all kinds of evil. After saying this, Brother who couldn't bear it anymore. He took out his gun, turned on the safety, and pointed it at Yi Feng's forehead again. Fuck, believe it or not, I will destroy you right now. Coming and going, I've been pointed a gun at my head several times. It's intolerable. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm Hello Katie. Although Yi Feng's speed was not as fast as the bullet, it was faster than his hand that pulled the trigger. He suddenly pulled back and slapped Brother Hu on the wrist with his backhand. The slap was so powerful that it hurt his entire arm, and the gun in his hand was thrown aside by the powerful force. Brother Hu was stunned for 2 seconds, then roared loudly at the younger brothers behind him. You're all just standing there watching the monkey show. Grab your weapons and beat him up. Chapter 36, Life in Danger. These people were decisive. At the command, they all picked up their weapons. Seeing these people like mad dogs, Yi Feng just smiled slightly. Fight? He has never lost. And Lan, sit down and rest for a while. The battle will be over soon. Bai Anlin was very worried, and she wanted to say something to comfort her. But at this critical moment, it seemed that all the words seemed so pale and powerless. These ruffians deserve to die, so Yi Feng naturally won't be polite to them. Picked up the fork on the table. Brother Hu saw it, but was very disdainful. He thinks he can beat us gang elites with just a fork. How fucking naive. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. Now you only have one goal, kill him for me. Brother Hu's shouting made these thugs even more motivated. However, Yi Feng was not afraid at all. He had the bonus of speed and was extremely fast, which was more than enough to deal with these people. He rushed directly into the crowd, picked up the fork and stabbed them left and right, aiming at their calves, lower abdomen, ribs, upper arms, forearms, and buttocks. A few seconds later, all these people were lying on the ground wailing. Seeing this, Brother Hu was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Could this kid be the reincarnation of a monster? He's so fast. These younger brothers are the elites and capable men of their gang. Although they cannot fight against 100 people alone, they have no problem taking charge on their own. However, no one expected that in just a few seconds, all these little brothers were lying on the ground. It was so fucking horrifying. Bai Anlin's face was also filled with shock. She also didn't expect that Yi Feng would be so powerful. Suddenly, I remembered his words again. Sit down and rest for a while. The battle will be over soon. It seems that he is not just a mindless consolation, but actually has the ability. Bai Anlin, favorability +1. Bai Anlin, favorability +2. After dealing with these little brothers, Yi Feng dusted off his clothes and walked towards Brother Hu slowly. In an instant, Brother Hu became a little panicked. Boy, I'm warning you. We have hundreds of brothers outside. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you today. It's already this late, so stop bragging and bullshitting. If you want me to not touch you, that's fine. Just kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend, and I'll let you go. Apologize? I've been in the underworld for more than 10 years, and I've never apologized to anyone, especially to a woman. That's even more impossible. It seems that there will be no good results from talking nonsense with him, so it would be better to just beat him up. Suddenly, he grabbed his hand and pressed it against the door. Then, while he was not prepared, nailed his hand to the door with an iron fork. The pain was excruciating, and his screams echoed throughout the room. After dealing with him, Yi Feng turned his attention to Long Yi. Do you still want me to follow you now? Although Mr. Long is an old hand, he was instantly frightened by Yi Feng's calmness and experience. He doesn't look like a student at all. China's top killer is no more than this. Hey, little hero, I, Long San, am blind and don't know a great man. How dare I let you join us? How about this? I am willing to bring all my brothers and become your subordinates. What do you think, little hero? What use do I have for you? Bullying people everywhere? Molesting decent women? If the little hero doesn't like it, then we will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. This is a veteran, very cunning guy. On the surface, he says all kinds of nice things, but who knows how many evil intentions he has behind the scenes. Moreover, Yi Feng is an outstanding college student educated in a harmonious society and will never hook up with them. I am pure and clean, and I keep myself clean. Don't use your values to pollute me. Lord Long originally wanted to use sweet words to confuse Yi Feng. However, I didn't expect that he would not buy it at all. Yi Feng is a ruthless character, and it might be difficult to deal with him. However, Bai Anlin, who was sitting aside, seemed to have no fighting ability. Lord Long winked at Brother Hu, who immediately understood what he meant. However, his hand was nailed to the door by the fork, and he couldn't muster the strength to break free for a while. However, if they can't get the gun and threaten Bai Anlin, they will be in trouble today. If I tell this to others, my peers will definitely laugh at me. The mighty dragon and tiger gang was completely wiped out by a weak college student. What Long Yi has to do now is to delay Yi Feng as much as possible, so that they will have a chance to take action. This won't work, and that won't work either. Otherwise, how about I kneel down and kowtow to you and admit my fault? As he said this, he began to prepare to kneel down. But after waiting for a long time, it was all thunder and no rain. It all seemed like a pretense. Yi Feng didn't believe it at all, so he just looked at him quietly to see what kind of trouble he could come up with. And just at this moment, Bai Anlin suddenly shouted, "Yi Feng, save me!" Looking back, brother, who had already pulled out the fork, and with his other hand he was holding a gun, aiming at Bai Anlin. She had never seen such a scene before and was already terrified. Brother who looked at Yi Feng and smiled slyly. "Let's see who's faster, you or my bullet." Yi Feng originally wanted to rush over and snatch the gun from brother who's hand, but the distance seemed a bit far. No matter how fast he is, no matter how much speed bonus he has, there is no guarantee that the pistol can be taken away. Moreover, brother who has become crazy. He now has only one goal, which is to kill Bai Anlin first and then kill Yi Feng. At this moment, brother who pulled the trigger, Bai Anlin fell into despair. This place was empty and there was no place to hide. It seems that this time the explanation has been given. However, at this critical moment, Yi Feng suddenly jumped and stood in front of her. Bai Anlin was moved. He never expected that at this critical moment of life and death, he would completely disregard his own life for her. With so many things happening, her affection for Yi Feng grew stronger and stronger. However, she was always a little hesitant in her heart, always feeling that something was missing. Just as Yi Feng flew to block the bullet, everything suddenly became clear to him. Yi Feng is the man she must marry in this life. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Bai Anlin, favorability +5. Ding dong. The favorability of the dog-licking target Bai Anlin has reached 95 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully counterattacking. Reward 20 points of rebate value, 27 points of attributes, and master-level piano skills. Ding dong. Checking the host body data. Nim, Yifeng. Age, 20. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Qualification, 10 points. Speed, 24 points. Strength, 15 points. Spirit, 11 points. Talent, 15 points. Perception, 10 points. Adult average, 10 points. Rebate value, 45 points. Attribute points, 34 points. Skills, ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, master-level piano skills. Ding dong. Danger to the host's life detected. Emergency defense activated immediately. Chapter 37, Are you free tomorrow night? Ding dong. The host has 34 attribute points remaining. All of them are used to strengthen hidden physical attributes. Ding dong. Physical attribute enhancement completed. And at this moment, the bullet hit Yi Feng's chest squarely. He fell to the ground with a muffled sound. At this time, Bai Anlin could no longer control his emotions and quickly ran to Yi Feng. Keep crying and shouting. Yi Feng, are you okay? How are you? Wake up quickly, Yi Feng. I can't live without you. Seeing others sad, brother, who was very proud. Don't shout anymore. You won't wake up even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. I have a desert eagle in my hand. It's very powerful. If he gets shot, even if he doesn't die, he won't survive today. Lord Long also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my, it was so damn dangerous. I almost had my entire army wiped out by this. Master Long, I'm sorry to scare you. No one dares to stop us now. I'll give you this girl. Have fun with her first. They went to so much trouble for Bai Anlin. Therefore, Lord Long naturally took the lead. He reached out to grab Bai Anlin's slender and white arm. However, what he never expected was that when he was 1 centimeter away from Bai Anlin, a big hand suddenly stretched out like a ghost and grabbed his wrist. Lord Long was suddenly shocked and shuddered with fear. Yi Feng moved. You're still alive? How is that possible? Bai Anlin was also very surprised and burst into tears of joy. Yi Feng, I'm so glad you're okay. Silly girl. Thanks to you for saving me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to see you this time. Bai Anlin looked confused. I saved you? But I didn't do anything. No, you did. You did the best thing in your life. This time, it was indeed Bai Anlin who saved him. If it weren't for his sudden surge in favorability, even if the system activated the emergency defense with the remaining attribute points, even if they were all increased to the hidden physical attribute, he would have been destroyed even if he didn't die. Yi Feng supported himself on the ground with one hand, stood up, and smiled slightly. You take a rest. I'll come and accompany you after you finish dealing with them. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Long Yi, and the hand that was holding his wrist began to exert force. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Little hero, please have mercy on me. I know I was wrong. I will apologize to you and kowtow to you to admit my mistake. Too late. As he said that, Yi Feng exerted force and crushed his wrist. Brother who has been in the business for so many years, and he has never seen anyone who was shot, and not only was he fine, but he could also crush someone's wrist with one hand. This power is really terrifying, right? Could it be that he encountered some kind of fairy? I suddenly felt that something was wrong, and I had met a tough guy. He raised the gun again, but due to excessive fear, his hands were shaking like Parkinson's disease. In order to maintain the last bit of face, he continued to shout loudly, trying to give himself courage. Fuck it, let me go right now. Believe it or not, I'm going to shoot you in the head right now. Yi Feng sneered and said calmly, You know what, it really hurts when a bullet hits your body. As he said this, he tore off his clothes and checked the wound. A bullet fell out of his clothes, and when he looked at the skin on his chest, there was only a faint white spot, and there was not a single injury. Brother who was completely stunned. I clearly hit him in the chest, so why the hell is nothing happening? Isn't this too fucking weird? Could it be that the Desert Eagle in my hand is a counterfeit product? He just fired a shot at the vase at the door. In an instant, the huge vase shattered into pieces and the bullet was still deeply embedded in the wall. It seems that this gun is real. Well, there is only one explanation now. That is, there is something wrong with Yi Feng himself. But where exactly is the problem? No, I have to shoot him to tell whether he is a human or a ghost. Brother Tiger Parkinson raised the gun again, aiming directly at Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was not worried at all. Instead, it was Lord Long who was almost frightened to death. Tiger, you are looking for death. Put down your gun right now. Don't listen to him. Just shoot. Once you shoot, you won't have to be afraid anymore. Brother who became a little hysterical. Fuck you, don't think I don't dare. Lord Long was also getting anxious. Given Tiger's current condition, this shot might cost him his life. If you dare to shoot, I will kill your whole family. Tiger held the gun, hesitated, and finally, angrily threw the gun to the ground. He howled to the sky and wailed loudly. It's too difficult. It's too damn difficult. Long Yi heaved a sigh of relief and tried hard to force a smile on his painful face. My little hero, now that we've been beaten up and the guns have been released, can you please just treat us like shit and let us go? Of course. Yi Feng, keep my word. I just said that as long as you kneel down, kowtow, and beg for forgiveness, I will let you go. Thank you, little hero. Thank you, little hero. We kowtow to you immediately. As if he had been granted amnesty, Long Yi shouted angrily at his younger brother who was lying on the ground wailing. Get up and kneel down for me. These guys are also well trained. At the command, they all stood up and knelt on the ground. Neat and tidy. Lord Long and Brother Tiger knelt at the front. Master Yi Feng, please accept my humble respect. The younger brothers behind him also raised their arms and cheered. Master Yi Feng, please accept my humble respect. At this critical moment, the door was kicked open and many people rushed in from outside. Don't move. Put your hands up. The leader was Lung Xiqing. When they saw Yi Feng, their eyes met. Last time, Yi Feng was arrested by mistake. Lung Xiqing learned his lesson and made a special investigation into Yi Feng's background. Sure enough, as he explained, he was just an ordinary college student. I wanted to find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to him. However, they never expected that they would meet in this way. If I hadn't known him before, I would have mistaken him for the leader of a gang this time. Miss Xiqing, you came at the right time. These gangs are so mean and they bully people. You have to stand up for ordinary people like us. Lord Long and Brother Tiger were almost crying. Who is bullying whom here? Don't worry. As the people's defenders, we will never let any bad guy go. Thank you so much, Miss Xiqing. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your good friends who are waiting outside. They were the ones who called the police. At this time, Zhuang Chong and a few others also hurried over and surrounded Yi Feng, looking him up and down. Yi Feng, are you okay? Originally, Yi Feng wanted to talk to Lung Xiqing about something else, but this incident disrupted everything. But I never expected that. After handcuffing all the gang members, Lung Xiqing suddenly called Yi Feng aside. The gang leader, who should have been arrested a year ago, was finally caught today. I have to say that you have made the greatest contribution here. Are you free tomorrow night? I wanna treat you to a meal. As she spoke, Lung Xiqing's face turned slightly red. Tomorrow night? No, forget it. Chapter 38. Sister takes you in? Yes. Yes. I really wanna. Why don't we go now? We haven't eaten enough anyway. In an instant, Yifeng's shameless dog characteristics quickly came online, and Lung Xiqing did not know whether to laugh or cry when answering. After watching Lung Xiqing leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Anlin didn't know what Yifeng said to Lung Xiqing, but he always felt a little uncomfortable. They were not in the mood to continue eating, so they could only send the girls back to the dormitory and make an appointment with them another day. If we had to say who was the most depressed, it would be Zhuang Chang. Everything had been planned well, and the room had been booked, but because of this incident, everything was delayed. Don't be disappointed, boy. Isn't it good to have a happy ending? Besides, you and your cousin are already in a relationship. Yes, look at me and Wan Bing. We could have done more, but ended up letting those gangs mess things up. It's really abominable. Yifeng, don't you know that female police officer? Can you ask her to teach them a lesson? It will also help us to vent our anger. Yifeng, what do you think is possible? Yifeng? What's wrong? On the way back to the dormitory, Yifeng kept his head down looking at his phone and didn't hear their nagging at all. Fuck, such a big thing happened today, and you still have the mood to look at your phone. You are really careless. I want to see which young lady you are studying. Having said that, De Kongming snatched Yifeng's phone directly. When I saw the above content, I was stunned. Self-cultivation of the people's defenders. You are actually reading such a serious textbook? Are you attracted to that Miss Lung Xiqing? Heaven and earth. Could you please not be so philanthropic? Eliminating violence and protecting the good, and eliminating harm for the people. Suddenly I feel that her profession is very remarkable. I want to know more about it. Is that not okay? Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you handle things with ease. You know nothing. Having said that, Yifeng snatched the phone and continued to study carefully. Looking at Yifeng's back, who was immersed in studying, Did Songming suddenly had an epiphany. I finally know the difference between me and Yifeng. Zhuang Chang was still confused. What's the difference? He's already so handsome and so outstanding, yet he still studies tirelessly to make up for his blind spots. This is the gap. No, I'll also find a book called How to Capture Girls' Hearts Quickly to read. The classes during the day were still so boring, and 80% of the students were drowsy. However, Zhuang Chang, that Songming, and Wan Bing were unusually energetic. I really didn't expect that the guide to quickly capture girls' hearts is so exciting. The book is filled with various little tricks to please others, which makes people unable to stop reading. If I had known about this book, why would I still be single? After finally getting through the afternoon get out of class, Yifeng stood up and was about to leave. However, Zhuang Chang suddenly reminded them, "We just received a notice that the school will conduct a surprise inspection in the next 2 days. Remember to return before the dormitory closes. Otherwise, you will be inspected if you are found. Don't worry, I'm just going to have a simple meal. Who would be like you, with all your tricks in mind, and book a room? Fuck, what do you know? This is called preparing for a rainy day. You should learn more about this in the future." It was gradually getting dark. At the agreed time, Yifeng rushed to the newsstand opposite the police station. Not long after, Lung Xiqing came out wearing a fresh sportswear, full of energy and youth. She looks like two completely different people when she's in police uniform, but both are stunningly beautiful. If it weren't for Yifeng's extraordinary eyes, he would have been a little afraid to recognize him. When she saw Yifeng again, Lung Xiqing was still cold, but there seemed to be less prejudice in her eyes. "What do you want to eat?" I was really flattered to be suddenly asked for advice by a beautiful woman. The guest follows the host's wishes. I am the guest, and you are the host. I will listen to you. Well, there's a barbecue stand not far away. I'll go there to eat something after get off work in the evening. You won't mind, right? Dislike? How could that be? For a jerk like him who has lived on instant noodles for 3 years, barbecue is the best delicacy. Well, I haven't eaten in a long time. Soon, the two arrived at a small stall. "Uncle Wu, it's the same as always, double another dozen beers." Okay. The beer was served, and Lung Xiqing opened a bottle. "Can I drink alcohol while working?" "You know a lot. Don't worry, I've already reported it." After that, boom, 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 he blew up the whole bottle. This scene made Yifeng dumbfounded. I really didn't expect that Lung Xiqing has such a generous side. Sure enough, he is also a passionate person. "Come, I'll have a drink with you." Yifeng reached out to grab the beer, but Lung Xiqing said coldly, This is not enough for me to drink. There is no share for you. If you want to drink, get it yourself. Yi Feng widened his eyes, looking incredulous. She's a young girl. It's amazing that she can drink so much by herself. She probably blames all her troubles on alcohol, so let's drink with her. Maybe this drink can ease the gap between them. Uncle Wu, 2 more dozen beers. Lung Xiqing was slightly stunned. Are you sure you drink a lot? Yi Feng just smiled slightly, didn't say anything, silently opened a bottle, and blew it in one breath. I thought the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk could only be used when competing with those young men in drinking, but unexpectedly, it also came in handy when drinking with beautiful women. Seeing Yi Feng finish the bottle without hesitation, Lung Xiqing didn't seem to dislike him so much anymore. Don't you think it's rude and uncultured to blow on the bottle? Which old man criticized you? Ex-boyfriend. That only shows that your ex-boyfriend is a self-righteous, pitiful wretch who thinks he is superior to others. We are all ordinary people. Why pretend to be a British aristocrat? It's better not to have such a person. He will never experience the happiness of ordinary people. Go to hell with your ex-boyfriend. Come on, drink. Lung Xiqing looked at Yi Feng in surprise, and suddenly everything became clear to her. You're so right. Yes, let's go to my ex-boyfriend. Cheers. As he spoke, he drank another bottle of wine. After 3 or 2 bottles of beer, Lung Xiqing started to talk more, and her depressed mood eased a lot. 1 cup after another, 1 bottle after another, 1 dozen after another. Yi Feng was a little horrified at her alcohol tolerance. Could it be that she had some skill that allowed her to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Fortunately, after drinking more than 2 dozen beers, she finally couldn't drink anymore. At this time, she also became confused and staggered. Isn't it past 11 now? Can I go back to the school dormitory now? It's okay. Come home with me. I'll take you in. Isn't this a bit bad? I really didn't expect that Lung Xiqing would investigate so thoroughly that she even knew what time the dormitory closed. Yi Feng seemed hesitant on the surface, but he was extremely happy in his heart. This was simply too damn good. Chapter 39. It's not what you think. Anyway, he couldn't go back to school now, and he had no money in his pocket and no money to find a hotel outside. If he didn't follow Lung Xiqing home, he would have to live a miserable life sleeping on the streets. However, Lung Xiqing is so enthusiastic and proactive. Wouldn't it be too inhumane to reject her? Alas, I could only agree reluctantly. Hey, 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 hey. Why is the ground shaking? Is there an earthquake? Come here, hold on to me. I have never seen such a request in my life. Yi Feng felt very happy. Could it be that his spring was coming so soon? If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Besides, this is not taking advantage of someone's misfortune, but helping others. If a drunk girl is allowed to go home by herself, and she happens to meet some bad guy, wouldn't she become a sinner? Faced with this situation, he felt a huge sense of social responsibility and could not just sit back and do nothing. So he immediately went to Lung Xiqing's side. Soon, we arrived at the community. Even though Lung Xiqing was dazed and staggering, she took out the key, opened the door, took off her shoes, threw away her shoes, entered the bedroom, locked the door, lay on the bed, covered herself with the quilt. All her movements were done in one go, without any delay. The pace was so fast that Yi Feng was overwhelmed. Is this the end? You said you would take me home. So are you really just going to take me home? In an instant, the huge gap hit his little heart. So sad. Such a good opportunity, just gone like that. Go now? There's nowhere to go. So I just stayed on the sofa for the night. Fell asleep in extreme depression. I didn't know what time it was, but I heard someone knocking on the door in a daze. Who is this? Can you let me sleep? There was no sound in the bedroom, so he had to go and open the door. Anyone who has ever slept on the sofa knows that it is extremely uncomfortable and feels like you have fought a night of battle. Yi Feng stood up, staggered, and opened the door in a disheveled manner. I saw a young man in a suit and tie, holding a bouquet of flowers, standing at the door, very gentlemanly. He was very puzzled and thought, who is this grandson? It's early in the morning. Instead of sending breakfast, why send flowers? This is really crazy. However, before he could open his mouth, the young man suddenly looked furious. Who the hell are you? Why are you in Xiqing's house? Also, why are you so disheveled? What the hell did you do last night? Depend on, just open your mouth and shut your mouth. This grandson is so fucking uncultured. He's looking for trouble early in the morning. Just as he was about to rush in, Yi Feng slammed the door shut. Ouch! My nose! Damn it, it's bleeding. Boy, if you have the guts, come out here. I'll kill you. Still feeling sleepy, Yi Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Lie on the sofa and continue to sleep. The crazy noise seemed to alarm Lung Xiqing as well. She was in her pajamas and went to open the door. He opened the door with an angry look on his face. Feng Zilong, can you be quiet so early in the morning? Don't you know that this is disturbing to others? You really have no manners at all. Quality? You actually said I have no quality. Yes, I do have no quality, but that's better than you bringing a loser home, right? Lung Xiqing suddenly realized something. I drank with Yi Feng last night. I drank too much and forced him to take me home. Then I didn't know anything else. However, there was one thing she was sure of. Nothing happened between her and Yi Feng. She wanted to explain, but then she thought there was no need. Ha! Feng Zilong, we've broken up for a month, and there's no connection between us anymore. It's my freedom to bring any man home and do whatever I want with him. You have no right to interfere. I am the young master of the Feng group. Am I not as good as a stinky loser? You are so self-righteous. Please leave. You are not welcome here. Having said that, Lung Xiqing was about to close the door. With the lesson learned just now, Feng Zilong kicked out directly to block the door. You may not welcome me, but no matter what, I have to beat this loser up first, otherwise, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. With a little effort, the house dragon rushed into the room. Yi Feng didn't want to get involved in the grudge between them, but after all the trouble, he ended up feeling like a third party. Now the nature has changed. If I don't stand up, it would seem that I would be too sorry to Lung Xiqing. However, before Yi Feng could make a move, Lung Xiqing threw Feng Zilong over her shoulder and threw him to the ground. The movements are clean and neat, and the control is very precise. I said, no one is allowed to set foot in my house, otherwise, this will be the result. Feng Zilong felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Unexpectedly, Lung Xiqing actually meant it. Yi Feng, who had just stood up, was also stunned. I secretly sighed in my heart, master. Definitely a master. The house dragon howled in pain, but was still very resentful. Then why is he in your room? How can you be so hypocritical? Lung Xiqing looked back at Yi Feng. His eyes were full of surprise and regret, and it seemed that he was about to turn against himself and deny his mistake. In an instant, Yi Feng felt that the situation was not good. Could it be that he will end up like Feng Zilong? He also had to reevaluate this relationship with the dog and wonder whether he should continue. I asked the system, and the system's answer made me even more speechless. You choose the person you want to disgrace, and you have to do it even if it means crying. The system has always been fair and honest and never supports returns. Unless the host dies, the relationship will always exist. Depend on, it's really a black-hearted system. Since it cannot be resolved, the only option is to adopt a strategy of keeping a distance and cover up today's incident first. Yi Feng quickly packed his clothes and prepared to slip away. However, after taking 2 steps, Lung Xiqing suddenly spoke. Why? You want to leave? I feel like I can't help much here, so it's better not to bother you. Besides, I have classes in the morning. After all, I'm an outstanding college student. I never come late or leave early. I listen carefully in class and complete my homework after class. That's great. Ever since I started working, I've been longing for school life. Don't worry. Once I've dealt with him, I'll send you to school so you can experience the pure atmosphere of a university campus. Oh well. Yi Feng was very nervous. He was really worried that after beating Feng Zilong, he would turn around and beat him up. Although nothing happened between them yesterday, he not only stepped into Lung Xiqing's house, but also slept on the sofa all night. According to the punishment method just now, he would have to be thrown over the shoulder at least 100 times. Feng Zilong, I don't want to talk about the dirty things you did, but I warn you again, if you come to my house to harass me again, I won't just throw you over the shoulder next time. Xiqing, you really misunderstood. Those people are really my sisters. They just sang and danced in the KTV. Although they took off their clothes, they really didn't do anything. They are really innocent. It's not what you think. Chapter 40 Rumors. Feng Zilong is such a shameless person that he can speak so righteously and shamelessly. If he hadn't been afraid of Lung Xiqing's look, he would have wanted to go up and beat Feng Zilong up. Lung Xiqing turned to look at Yi Feng and asked coldly, do all you men have so many so-called little sisters? Don't look at me like that. It's creepy. Yi Feng, swear to heaven that I don't have any little sisters or female besties. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, pressed his thumb against his little finger, and stretched out 3 fingers, looking very confident. However, Feng Zilong gave him a disdainful look. Isn't it normal for a man to have a few little sisters? Are they all innocent relationships? What's wrong with that? Do you know why you don't have any? That's because you are a loser, and those little sisters don't even bother to pay attention to you. You take ignorance as your personality. You are really shameless to the extreme. Miss Siching, please get out of the way. Watch how I kick him out. Lung Siching was quite cooperative and left the full responsibility to Yifeng. He is now in high spirits. Just now, Feng Zilong insulted and provoked him in various ways, and today he returned all of them to him. He directly picked up the house dragon from the ground. He was taken to the door and kicked, and he fell flat on the ground like a dog eating shit. Get out of here right now, and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Feng Zilong felt that he was no match for Yifeng and could only look at him viciously. That sinister look seemed to be threatening him, as if he would never give up. Just as the house dragon was about to leave, Lung Siching suddenly spoke again, etc. Feng Zilong thought Lung Siching wanted to apologize to her, or at least wanted to keep him. In an instant, he became extremely proud. Siching, do you feel that you did something wrong? There's no need to apologize. You know I'm not the kind of person who cares about every little thing. As long as we get along well in the future, a little quarrel won't be a big deal. Yifeng was stunned. He had never seen such a self-righteous and shameless guy before. He really wanted to pick up a machine gun and shoot at him for 5 minutes. Feng Zilong, can you be more shameless? You're overthinking it. I won't apologize to you. I just want to tell you to take your flowers and get out of here right away. As she spoke, Lung Siching picked up the flowers on the ground and smashed them hard on his face. Yifeng didn't give him any chance to fight back and simply closed the door. The whole world suddenly became quiet, and they were the only two people left in the room. Seeing Lung Siching in a very bad mood, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more solemn. You drank so much yesterday, your stomach must be upset now. Shall I go out and get some breakfast? I just want some hot rice porridge. Hot rice porridge? He was unfamiliar with the place, and even if he was lucky enough to buy some, the porridge probably wouldn't be hot. It would be better for him to cook some himself. Are there any ingredients in the kitchen? I'd better make you some. Lung Siching didn't say anything and turned into the bedroom. Just take it as her consent. I went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator and found that all the ingredients for cooking porridge were available. This is his time to show off his skills. While working as a disgrace to Su Shuiyao, he developed the skill of making porridge. The Su Shuiyao people are very picky about food. They prefer to drink whole porridge, which is the so-called labo porridge. There are more than a dozen ingredients used, including lotus seeds, water chestnuts, water caltrops, koik seeds, japonica rice, glutinous rice, pearl barley, sorghum rice, yellow rice, millet, etc. Then use the boiled red cowpeas and red dates to cook the above rices. Boil the fire-resistant ones first, and add the ones that are easy to cook later. Wait until the porridge is pure red and no beans are visible. Then, add chestnuts, green plums, raisins, and candied cherries and simmer for a while. A bowl of porridge is ready. In order to pursue Su Shuiyao, Yifeng took great pains and worked undercover in several porridge shops for several months before he learned the essence of it. However, when he brought the cooked porridge to her, she said that a bowl of porridge costing 2 yuan was not as delicious as a cup of milk tea costing more than 10 yuan. I originally thought that I would never make porridge again in my life, but I never expected that I would suddenly have a motivation to make porridge again. It wasn't long before the kitchen began to smell the fragrance. Lung Siching suddenly woke up from her sleep. What's that smell? How can it be so fragrant and appetizing? When I came out of the bedroom, I saw Yifeng carrying out a bowl of steaming rice porridge. You did this. I don't have all the ingredients at home, so you can just drink it for now. If you think it tastes good, prepare more ingredients next time, and I'll make it for you again. Lung Siching sat on the chair, feeling a little impatient. Don't worry, it's a little hot. Let it cool down before drinking. After hearing Yifeng's words, Lung Siching was like a well-behaved primary school student, quietly looking at the bowl of crystal-clear porridge. I'll fry 2 more eggs while I'm here. Turning around, Yifeng went to the kitchen again, but Lung Siching couldn't bear it anymore. Took a small sip. Suddenly, I felt refreshed and my spleen and stomach were stimulated. This porridge is so delicious, isn't it? It seems that this man is not completely useless. Lung Siching, favorability +1. Lung Siching, favorability +2. Yifeng finished frying the eggs and was about to come out, but Lung Siching walked into the kitchen with an empty bowl. Is there any more porridge? Almost enough for 1 bowl. Lung Siching seemed a little disappointed. That's all? Well, in that case, I'll give you my fried eggs and give me your porridge. Without waiting for Yi Feng's consent, Lung Xiqing made the decision on her own. Not only was Yi Feng not angry, but he was extremely happy. The results of years of undercover work were finally recognized. After finishing another bowl, Lung Xiqing still seemed unsatisfied. However, it was gone, and it would be unrealistic to wait any longer. After all, she had an important task to perform today. What time do you have classes in the morning? 8:30. That's still in time. I happen to be on vacation. I'll take you there in a bit. Remember to wash the dishes after dinner. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Lung Xiqing turned around and went to wash up. Yi Feng refused in his heart, but when he thought of her skillful shoulder throw, he had to swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After cleaning up, the two went downstairs together. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the police car in the parking space. Drive this car? What's wrong? The state has clear regulations that official vehicles cannot be used for private purposes. I didn't expect you to have put so much effort into this and actually know so much. But don't worry, I'm here on a mission this time, so it's not for personal use. What mission? Don't you know that you shouldn't ask? Yi Feng had no choice but to shut up. The police car drove directly into the school and stopped in front of the teaching building. Police cars receive much more attention than luxury cars. After all, the spectators can't wait to watch the fun, and they don't know which unlucky guy will encounter this bad luck. When they saw Yi Feng getting out of the police car, everyone was shocked. Yi Feng? Could this kid have done something wrong? I heard there was a fight. No, he's obviously attending a black society gathering. You are all wrong. He was arrested during the crackdown on prostitution last night. I saw it with my own eyes. In an instant, rumors spread. Within a few minutes, Yi Feng once again became a celebrity in the school. Chapter 41. Simple and brutal. Yi Feng was completely unaware of what was happening behind the scenes. As usual, I sat in the back row of the classroom. His idea was very simple. He could attack when advancing and defend when retreating, and if he encountered any emergency, he could also escape easily. However, Lung Xiqing's ideas seemed to be different from his. Don't you always claim to be an outstanding college student who never comes late or leaves early, listens attentively in class, and completes homework after class? Why are you sitting in the back? This is reserved for those poor students. Shouldn't you sit in the front? Unexpectedly, Lung Xiqing would use his words to confront him, which made him a little embarrassed. I think we should leave the front seats to those poor students. After all, I'm already a good student. If I improve further, the gap will be too big, and they won't be able to sit in the same classroom with me. For the sake of harmonious coexistence among classmates, I'm willing to make this sacrifice. Lung Xiqing laughed and didn't listen to him at all. He grabbed him by the collar and walked straight to the front row. When the students around saw this, they quickly dodged away, thinking it was best to stay away from the criminals to avoid getting into trouble. Miss Xiqing, this isn't a good idea. After all, I'm a well-known figure in Hawaii University. Do you still want to save face? Stop talking nonsense. Sit still. Yi Feng was ruthlessly thrown to the middle position of the first row. I was so close to the podium that I felt depressed all of a sudden. I looked back at the seats in the back row, and they seemed so far away. Just when he turned around, he saw Zhuang Chang and the others. Several people looked at him in horror. It seemed like she wanted to tell him something important, but she was too cautious and could only point at her phone to let him read the message. Yi Feng was also very puzzled. There was no one in the seats around, and those top students usually chose the back row. Moreover, their eyes were filled with disgust and contempt. I picked up my phone and saw more than a dozen unread messages. Among them, 90% were sent by Su Shuiyao and Peng Miaoing. She asked him to meet her in various ways, and the content was extremely tempting. However, that was not what he cared about. Instead, quickly find the message sent by Zhuang Chang. The school's disciplinary office is looking for you. You didn't come home last night. Is it really as people say? Yi Feng was a little confused. He didn't do anything wrong. Why is the school's disciplinary inspection department looking for him? Also, what glorious deeds of his are being spread in the school now? Just when he was about to reply to the message, Lung Xiqing snatched his phone away. Focus, he's coming. Yi Feng was helpless. You can daydream or send a message during class and still stay focused. However, he didn't dare to refute it face to face. Looking at the short and fat man standing on the podium, he seemed familiar. I took a closer look. I recognized it immediately. Depend on, isn't this the great philanthropist that Bai Anlin saw during the live broadcast? What's going on? Isn't today's class on ideology and politics? He's not a teacher. Why is he here? The short and fat man stood on the podium, looking very sanctimonious. Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Shanren. Some people may be unfamiliar with this name, but I also have another name, Great Philanthropist, which I'm sure you will be familiar with. Everyone sighed. Many people were paying attention to Bai Anlin. They basically witnessed his hypocrisy during that live broadcast. They didn't expect that he would have the audacity to stand on the podium. He was so shameless. Faced with everyone's doubts, the great philanthropist Wang Shanren was not at all surprised. After all, he had anticipated this result. The purpose of standing here today is to change his image in the students' minds. You may have some prejudice and misunderstanding towards me, so I want to clarify publicly that what you have seen is not true. Please do not spread false information. I hope everyone will still have good intentions and love without boundaries. Whoa! The students present booed. Lung Xiqing also showed a look of disgust. Yifeng felt a little strange. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be her first time meeting Wang Shanren, and she doesn't know the whole story. Did he also watch the live broadcast? Did he know that he was a hypocrite? Wang Shanren was well prepared and remained calm. In fact, I am a student of Huada University just like everyone else. You all think I am a liar and a hypocrite, but have you ever seen a hypocritical person donate all his wealth? This is the donation document issued by the relevant state departments, which is enough to clear my grievances. After saying that, Wang Shanren snapped his fingers, and then people from the four directions of the classroom stood up and began to distribute the photocopied documents. Shit, this can't be fake, right? It doesn't seem to be fake. I once donated $10 and applied for a certificate. Are you a shill? Perhaps everyone will still have doubts. It doesn't matter. It is your right, but there is a QR code on it. Take out your phone and scan it. You can connect to the website of the relevant department and check the origin of every penny at will. Some people actually took out their mobile phones and scanned the code directly. Sure enough, when I visited the website of the relevant national department, I found very detailed records of the donated money. Could it be that I really blamed him wrongly? Could it be that Bai Anlin deliberately discredited him? More and more people began to turn against the party and pointed their spearheads at Bai Anlin. Yifeng sighed secretly. How could this group of ignorant young people be brainwashed so easily? If Bai Anlin were to suffer an unjust accusation, it would be a huge blow to her. While the situation is not too serious now, we must think of a way to completely expose Wang Shanren's hypocrisy. Just as I was thinking of a countermeasure, Lung Xiqing suddenly said, "Go over there and beat him up." Yifeng looked at her in surprise. What's the meaning? Is there something wrong with what I said? No problem, but it's not a good idea to do this, right? I'm an outstanding college student. How can I say something so rude? If you don't like him, you could try another way. I don't mean to brag. I roughly estimate that there are 100 ways to teach him a lesson. My idea is very direct, simple, and crude, and it works. Are you unable to defeat him? Are you kidding? I, Yifeng, have defeated all opponents in the world. Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up. I originally wanted to choose a civilized approach, but the words have already been spoken. If I continue to be timid, wouldn't Lung Xiqing completely look down on me? As he spoke, Yifeng stood up. Seeing Yifeng suddenly approaching, Wang Shanren had a bad feeling and quickly took out his cell phone to send a message. Student, what can I do for you? I want to donate. Wang Shanren breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. How much do you want to donate? Yifeng simply stretched out a palm with 5 fingers open. 500. Chapter 42 Targeting. Wang Shanren curled his lips in disdain, thinking, it's only 500 yuan. Not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. This is a far cry from the 100 million earned by the most handsome man in the beggar's sect. Why? However, fly legs are also meat. Wang Shanren smiled hypocritically and announced loudly to the students present. Everyone please be quiet for a moment. I want you to witness something. This student has been touched by our philanthropy and decided to donate 500 yuan. Although it is not much, it expresses his gratitude to the society. Please applaud him. After saying that, he took the lead in clapping. Almost everyone in the lecture hall knew Yifeng. However, no one applauded. Instead, their eyes were filled with surprise. This loser can't even afford a decent piece of clothing, yet he wants to donate 500 yuan in public. Isn't that too pretentious? Even if I donated, in everyone's eyes, I would still be a loser, and I would still be looked down upon by the female classmates in school. And at this moment, a very dramatic scene happened. Yifeng raised his hand and slapped Wang Shanren in the face. In an instant, a blood-red 5-finger mountain appeared. Wang Shanren was completely stunned. Didn't we agree to donate 500 yuan? Why are there 5 fingerprints? The students in the audience were also shocked. Is Yi Feng crazy? Don't you know his relationship with the school's disciplinary inspection department? Hey, a jiaoxi is a jiaoxi. Taking ignorance as personality. Wait to be fired. After a moment's pause, Wang Shanren finally reacted. Which department are you from? Which class? What's your first and last name? Do you dare to tell me your name? Who instructed you to do this? Yi Feng turned around and looked at Lung Xiqing. Lung Xiqing remained calm and gave Yi Feng a firm look. She said that she came here with a mission today. Could it be that the target of this mission is Wang Shanren? 7 or 8 out of 10. In that case, I will not be polite to him. Take revenge for both public and private grudges. Another slap in the face with the backhand. A 5-finger mountain also appeared on the other side of Wang Shanren's face. He cried out in pain and turned around to run away. Under the guise of charity, they swindle people everywhere and have harmed countless ordinary people. How could he be forgiven so easily? He was knocked down with one kick. Don't run. Don't run. The 2 5-finger mountains I gave you just now are a little asymmetrical. Let's do it again. Just raise my hand. Suddenly, I heard someone shouting from behind. Stop. Looking back, it turned out to be Jiang Gongping, the director of the school's discipline inspection department. Zhuang Chong slapped his forehead and thought, that's it. I had already sent a message to Yi Feng. Why did he have to stay here? Now that I was caught, it was difficult for me to argue. Yi Feng, I never thought you were so cruel and violent that you actually beat up a pillar of the country in public. A pillar of the country? Excuse me. What kind of pillar of the country is he? How dare you? You know nothing. You really don't know your place. Not only do you not realize your mistake, you even dare to question it. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Shanren also got up from the ground and hid behind the director of the school's disciplinary inspection department. Director, this kid is so damn cruel. You have to teach him a lesson. Don't worry. I, Jiang Gongping, have always been fair and just. I will never wrongly accuse a good person, nor will I favor a bad person. If you commit such a crime, there will be no room for negotiation. You will be fired directly. Wang Shanren smiled complacently. I told you not to hit me. From now on, forget about staying in school. If I fire you now, you won't even be able to find a job in the future. Just wait to beg on the street. You won't even have time to cry by then. Ha ha. Yi Feng shook his head. What a bunch of clowns. It's naive to think of scaring him in this way. What's more, Lung Xiqing hasn't made any move yet, so who knows who will be crying soon. Jiang Gongping's expression immediately became stern. You are such an ungrateful student. I am officially informing you that you are expelled from Hua University. As soon as he finished speaking, someone at the back of the lecture hall suddenly stood up and loudly retorted. Why should he be expelled? This sentence attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was Bai Anlin. There was an uproar in the lecture hall. Just because she is good-looking doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants, right? She even dared to refute the director of the school's disciplinary inspection department. Aren't you afraid of being expelled? Yi Feng was slightly moved. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Bai Anlin would stand up and speak up for him. Bai Anlin strode towards the podium. Jiang Gongping was also scratching his head. He originally thought that he could just get away with exposing Yi Feng. But no one expected that Bai Anlin would come out to join in the fun. Bai Anlin, you are a top student. Please stop speaking for this poor student. Otherwise, his bad behavior will tarnish you. Whether he is a top student or a poor student, I just want to tell the truth. I want to prevent Yi Feng from being wrongly accused and let everyone recognize the true face of the great philanthropist Wang Shanren. Wang Shanren began to panic, as Bai Anlin knew everything that happened last time. Moreover, she has a very strong appeal in the school. If things go wrong, Wang Shanren's reputation will be completely ruined and he will not be able to turn things around. He who strikes first is the strongest. He who strikes last will suffer. Wang Shanren muttered quietly, Director, just accuse her of anything and fire her. I'm afraid this isn't a good idea. Master Xiao only said to expel Yi Feng, but there's nothing to do with Bai Anlin. It's already this late. Why would you care so much? If you let her spill the beans, how are you going to divide the money in the future? Jiang Gongping looked embarrassed, but since it had come to this, he could only sacrifice pawns to save the king. Wang Shanren has always been diligent and dedicated to public welfare work at school. He has made contributions and has worked hard. What have you done? Deliberately smearing Wang Shanren and obstructing public welfare work in every possible way are really contrary to the excellent qualities of contemporary outstanding college students. Bai Anlin, you are also expelled. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole classroom was in an uproar again. Isn't this too casual? You can be fired just like that. Is there any law at all? Firing Yi Feng was fine, but firing Bai Anlin was absolutely unacceptable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several big men stood up, ready to speak up for Bai Anlin. Jiang Gongping also looked nervous. However, he now holds the power of life and death over whether to stay or leave, so naturally he would not give in front of a few students. What do you guys want to do? Are you planning a rebellion? Believe it or not, I'll fire you all too. The faces of those who stood up turned green. It's okay to pretend to be cool, but getting fired is no joke. In an instant, several people sat down again. The speed is many times faster than when he stood up. Jiang Gongping snorted coldly. You little bastards, you still want to fight me? When I was dominating the world, you didn't even know where to piss and play in the mud. Yi Feng felt secretly a little regretful. They are obviously targeting me. Why are you doing this? Chapter 43, Dismissal. Bai Anlin was very calm and smiled calmly. I have thought about it a long time ago. So what if I'm fired? If I can use my meager strength to expose the deceitful behavior of these hypocritical guys, it will be worth it. Jiang Gongping was very disdainful. How can children today be so naive? Don't they know the dangers of society? Don't they know the darkness of human hearts? At best, the two of them were just students with little influence and could never defeat him, the director of the Discipline Inspection Department. Jiang Gongping snorted coldly and announced loudly, "These two people have nothing to do with Huadao anymore. All their remarks only represent their personal opinions. At the same time, their thinking is extreme and aggressive, and they deliberately smear others. The course of this incident and the punishment notice will be announced through the school's official website. Students present here are requested not to believe in rumors." Lung Xiqing now finally understood why she had to carry out this mission. He no longer sat idly by, but stood up and asked coldly, "If you say you will fire him, then fire him. Have you investigated thoroughly?" As Lung Xiqing stood up and questioned, the students below began to discuss in a low voice again. "Isn't this the young lady who caught Yi Feng? So cool. Could she be some secret agent or something? Is there any hidden criminal in our classroom? Now that you put it, it seems to make sense. Otherwise, why would she come here for no reason? Now, there's something interesting to watch. Hurry up and take out your phone, get ready to record the video, try to get first-hand information, upload it to the video website. Maybe you can make a lot of money." Jiang Gongping looked at Lung Xiqing and wondered who this girl was. "It looks very interesting, but why do I seem to have never seen it before?" Forget it. No matter who he is, the right thing to do is to cut the Gordian knot and resolve the issue quickly. Evidence? I, Director Jiang, am the evidence. I can fire anyone I want. What's it to you? What a great official power. Jiang Gongping was very unhappy to hear this word. He climbed up step by step through his own efforts. This was a manifestation of real strength. How could it be considered official power? Which department are you from? Which class? What's your name? Do you dare to tell me your name? Lung Xiqing was almost amused by the anger. What? You still want to fire me? Nonsense. As long as you tell me your name, I will expel you immediately. Our Huada University is one of the best universities, and the students are all very talented. What's the point of keeping someone like you who disrespects the elders and disregards discipline? No room for negotiation. Expel you. Expel you immediately. Yi Feng, who was standing aside, couldn't help but laugh. This Jiang Gongping is really something. He bites people without knowing right or wrong. He is just like a mad dog. However, this time it seems that he bit the wrong object, and his teeth might even be broken. Bai Anlin was a little confused. At this time, how can you still be in the mood to laugh? I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Don't worry, the best is yet to come. Lung Xiqing was too lazy to waste words with Jiang Gongping anymore, so she took out a black leather wallet from her pocket and threw it to him. If you want to know who I am, then look for yourself. Jiang Gongping was slightly stunned. Wallet? Could it be that he wanted to bribe him with money? Kids nowadays are so naive. Their wallets are so small that even if they were filled with money, it wouldn't be enough for him to have a meal. However, out of curiosity, he still opened the black wallet. However, when Jiang Gongping saw what was inside, he was stunned. He looked panicked and couldn't help shaking all over. Wang Shanren standing by was very puzzled. What was going on? What on earth had he seen that could make him so excited? Director, what good stuff is there in there? Can you share it with me? Get the hell out of here. You've killed me this time. He closed the wallet and handed it back to Lung Xiqing respectfully. However, Lung Xiqing did not take it, but said calmly, "Don't you want to know which department I am from? Which class? What's my name? I guess everyone is looking forward to it. Open the wallet and read it out loud." A bolt from the blue. Jiang Gongping wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he pretending to be so arrogant? Now he was struck by lightning. "Sir, let's stop making trouble. I know I was wrong. Can't I bow and apologize to you?" The sudden change of tone was shocking. What is the identity of this young lady in front of me that can make the most arrogant director of the Discipline Inspection Department of Huazhong University so servile? Everyone is also full of expectations. I told you to read it, so just read it. Why are you wasting your time talking? There is no benefit in going against Lung Xiqing, and it might even anger her. So now all he can do is obey her orders. Jiang Gongping respectfully opened his wallet, cleared his throat, and read aloud. Lung Xiqing, the captain of the Huaqing 1st Police Brigade. Suddenly, the audience became lively. Their guess was correct. His identity was indeed not ordinary. A captain could lurk here and listen to classes. He must have some important mission. A few people with a keen sense of smell immediately turned on their mobile phone cameras and pointed them at everyone on the podium. You never know which one of them is the one she wants to catch today. When Wang Shanren heard these words, his mind went blank. Damn, could they be here to arrest him? That's not right. It's just some donations. There's no need to make such a fuss, right? Besides, the donations were handled securely and no one would find out. However, if a person feels guilty, he will have all kinds of crazy thoughts. And the more I think about it, the more scared I become. While all attention is on Jiang Gongping, run away first. Yi Feng had already vaguely guessed Lung Xiqing's mission today, so he had been keeping an eye on him. Just as Wang Shanren turned around and ran, he picked up the microphone and threw it at the back of his head. It hit the target exactly, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Feng was quick-witted, otherwise he would have really escaped. Lung Xiqing pushed open the Jianggong bottle, ran to Wang Shanren, took out handcuffs, and handcuffed him directly. Wang Shanren, you were suspected of embezzling donations, purchasing counterfeit and shoddy goods, and expired food to harm the people in the mountainous area. You are now formally arrested. The general public finally realized that Wang Shanren had done such a thing against his conscience. The people in the mountainous areas already have a very hard life, and what he did has made things even worse. Such a heartless person deserves to die. They crumpled all the supporting documents into balls and threw them at Wang Shanren. I just regret that it's not an iron ball, so I can't kill him. After Wang Shanren was tortured, Lung Xiqing turned around and looked at Jiang Gongping again. Now, do you have anything else to say? Oh my, I really didn't expect that Wang Shanren would be such a bastard. I valued him so much and trusted him, but it was all in vain. Don't worry, I will expel him right now, and he will no longer be a student of our Huada University. Ah, I'm afraid you don't have that power. Chapter 44, Clearing the Charge. While speaking, Lung Xiqing took out another pair of handcuffs and handcuffed Jiang Gongping's wrists with lightning speed. Sir, what are you doing? I just made a small mistake that most people would make. It's not that serious, right? Isn't a warning enough? Jiang Gongping, you are suspected of accepting money from students and abusing your power. You are also suspected of participating in Wang Shanren's gang that poisoned the people in the mountainous areas with counterfeit and expired products. You are hereby arrested. I've seen them flirting for a long time, and it's definitely not good news. This is retribution. They really deserve it. It's hindsight, but you're right. He deserves it. Now it's all right. I don't have to worry about being fired on trumped-up charges anymore. I really didn't expect that arresting Jiang Gongping would have a bigger impact than arresting Wang Shanren. Everyone was extremely excited. It seems that this feeling of depression has lasted too long. In that case, let the cheers be even louder. Yi Feng set the pace directly. Long live the policewoman. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and soon the classroom erupted in thunderous cheers. Long live the policewoman. Long live the policewoman. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing also became excited. After working on the front line for such a long time, this was the first time she was supported and admired by everyone. This feeling made her so proud. A lofty sense of responsibility and belief arises spontaneously. Lung Xiqing stood in the center of the podium and saluted everyone with a standard police salute, which was the best response to them. Please rest assured, everyone. I, Lung Xiqing, will definitely perform my duties conscientiously, fight against the evil forces to the end, and protect the peace of this area. Lung Xiqing's words not only moved others, but also moved herself. Suddenly, I felt the greatness of my work. All this is thanks to Yi Feng. It was he who ignited the bright future. Yi Feng, thank you. Lung Siqing, favorability +1. Lung Siqing, favorability +1. Actually, I should thank you. Not only did you help me clear my name, but you also made sure these damn guys got the punishment they deserved, getting rid of harm to the people. It's really satisfying. My mission is accomplished. Thank you for your cooperation. Goodbye. After saying that, Lung Siqing walked out of the classroom, holding one in each hand. The students in the classroom stared at her intently. She was so cool. I'll have to find a girlfriend like her in the future. Yi Feng sneered. Alas, these people are so young. If you knew that she could kill a cow with a shoulder throw, you wouldn't want to find such a girl. Among these many women, Bai Anlin is the most feminine. However, Bai Anlin's eyes are now full of jealousy. Yi Feng, where did you go last night? Why didn't you reply to my message? I'm going to say I haven't watched it yet. Would you believe it? I believe it, but you have to show me your phone. Prove it. What about the most basic trust between people? Suddenly, Yi Feng felt that after changing his identity to a shameless dog, why did he seem more passive? In order to prove his innocence, he had no choice but to take out his cell phone. Look, there's still so much information you haven't read yet. Bai Anlin didn't consider himself an outsider and scrolled down the information bar directly. It was true that there were more than a dozen messages, but they were all sent by Su Shuiyao and Peng Miaoyin. The words were frivolous and extremely tempting, which made her even more jealous. However, what surprised her even more was another piece of information. The message sent by Hong Taodao was actually to invite Yi Feng to a hotel, and it also included some very revealing photos. Most people, seeing this kind of information, would definitely get furious and try to commit suicide or make a scene. Bai Anlin thought the same thing for a moment. However, this approach is too low-level and may also cause Yi Feng's disgust, which is really not worth the loss. The best way is to work hard to make yourself outstanding, so outstanding that Yi Feng only likes her. Just when I was worrying that I didn't have the opportunity to show my excellence, Su Shuiyao and Bai Anlin suddenly ran into the classroom, competing with each other. As soon as they saw Yi Feng after entering the room, they rushed over to him. Su Shuiyao spoke first. Feng, I heard that you were investigated by the disciplinary inspection office. Are you okay? Don't worry, I know someone in the secretariat, and I can definitely help you settle it. Peng Miaoyin was very unhappy that she had been preempted. Without waiting for Su Shuiyao to finish speaking, she directly drew her sword to intercept. Knowing the secretariat is nothing, I even know the principal. Feng, don't listen to him. The principal she knows is a deputy and can't handle anything at all. If the vice president doesn't take care of things, then the secretary you know is even less of a person. The two of them were arguing with each other. Yi Feng felt a headache after hearing this. Those who were sitting in the classroom witnessed this scene and felt extremely angry. I really didn't expect that 3 goddess-level women would fight over a loser. It's so damn infuriating. Bai Anlin looked at them quietly, as if it had nothing to do with him. She seemed to feel Yi Feng's distress. This kind of low-level performance is so ugly that it not only fails to add points, but will greatly reduce your score. Bai Anlin coughed, then said loudly, You two should stop arguing. The problem with the discipline inspection office has just been resolved. Solved? How is this possible? If you don't believe me, then you can continue your quarrel here. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Bai Anlin held his head high and left the classroom proudly, leaving behind Su Shuiyao and Peng Miaoyin in a daze. After a moment, the two of them made disdainful sounds at the same time, and then surrounded Yi Feng to compete for his favor. Cut! Cut! Instead of calming down, the situation became more and more intense. Yi Feng's entire mental state was not good. Still, Bai Anlin was wise and left early. This kind of high IQ and this kind of arrogant attitude are really not comparable to the two of them. While they were arguing fiercely, Yi Feng pretended to go to the bathroom and quickly left the scene. Seeing that Yi Feng was about to run away, the two men were not willing to be outdone and chased after him directly. I don't know how long I ran before my 2 ears were completely clear. As noon approached, my stomach started to growl. After all, 2 fried eggs in the morning are not enough to satisfy your hunger. He opened his cell phone and looked at the billions of dollars in cash. He felt depressed. With so much money, he couldn't spend it on himself. He couldn't even buy a sesame bun. It was so pitiful. He wanted to go back to school and ask Zhuang Chang and others to treat him to dinner. However, the thought that 2 women might be hiding in a corner in front of the boys' dormitory, waiting for him to show up, and then there would be all kinds of fighting for him, was very scary. Forget it. I'd better go to Wana Plaza. There are a lot of pretty girls there. If I'm lucky, I might meet a suitable partner. Then having a full meal shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 45, Pink Fist Attack. If a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. Yi Feng wandered around Wanda Plaza for a long time, but didn't meet a suitable partner. Oh, I didn't check the almanac before going out. My luck is really bad. At this time, his stomach began to growl again. Looking at the delicious food around me, I feel like crying. Isn't this blatant torture for him? I had no choice but to close my eyes and escape from this tempting place. At this moment, Yi Feng finally realized the pain of being unable to make a hero fall for a penny. But then again, I just don't believe it. He has hands and feet, a living person. How could he starve to death? As I was walking forward, I suddenly saw a piano outside a music store. A feeling that is so strange and yet so familiar. Only then did he realize that it was his inner musical cells that were at work. He has all the skills of a master piano player, but has never touched a piano. At this moment, seeing it, my body can't help but be attracted to it. A light bulb went off in my head. I thought to myself, there is a way. After a brief negotiation, the owner readily agreed. So he found a pen and paper and wrote 2 big characters neatly, selling art, put up the sign, waiting for those who appreciate it. However, after sitting in front of the piano for a long time, no one was willing to pay to listen to him play the piano, and no one was even bothered to stop and watch. Why? Could it be that a master piano player can't even earn enough money for a meal today? And just when he was lost, a weak little girl said delicately, "Brother, brother, today is Mom's birthday. I want to sing her a happy birthday song, but I only have $1. Is it enough?" When he turned around, he saw a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old, holding $1 in her pink and white hands, looking at him very seriously. Yi Feng's heart melted at once. This child is cute and sensible, really lovable. Yi Feng squatted down, patted his head, and said with a smile, "You are my first customer. It's a big opening promotion. I'll give it to you for free." "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother." The excited little girl danced with joy, as if she had received the best gift in the world. Yi Feng sat back in front of the piano. In a flash, the melodious sound of piano floated up. A piano piece of Happy Birthday resounded throughout the square. The piece of music is very simple, but the master-level performance seems to have given it new life. The waves of resonance immediately attracted a large number of audiences around. Take out your cell phone and take various photos and videos. Play a song and the applause will be thunderous. A sense of pride also arises spontaneously in my heart. Yi Feng stood up to express his gratitude. The happiest person would have to be the little girl. This was her first gift to her mother, and it was perfect. The child's mother also had tears in her eyes. The child was so sensible, and her love for him was not in vain. "Thank you, brother. Mom really likes your birthday present." Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "No, it was given by you." In an instant, applause broke out again. This young man in front of me is really good. Not only is his piano playing skill superb, but even his speech is so heartwarming. I never thought that a simple song like Happy Birthday could sound like a world-famous song. Could this be some piano master who is experiencing life? No, I have to order a song for my girlfriend too. She loves piano music the most. The young man who was about to order a piano piece for his girlfriend took a step forward. Suddenly, a big man with a black face hugged a charming woman, stepped on his feet, walked out of the crowd, and went straight towards Yi Feng. This guy is so rude. I was about to step forward to argue with him, but when I saw his ferocious look, I instantly backed down. Forget it. He is a civilized man and won't bother with such an uncultured person. The dark-faced man came up with the woman in his arms, took out $5 and ordered Yi Feng, "Come on, play 2 songs for me. $1 per song, and the rest will be your tip. My girlfriend wants to listen to Love Business and 2 Butterflies. Play quickly." Everyone sighed. He is an artist after all. Even if he's a little down and out, you can't bully him like this. You are so uncultured. Can't you be more polite? The black-faced man's behavior angered everyone, but he was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. "What the hell are you yelling about? I didn't give him the service for free, and I even gave him an extra tip. You're saying I have no manners. Do you guys deserve a beating?" Under the majesty of the black-faced man, no one dared to speak anymore. It's so abominable. However, they can't afford to offend. Furthermore, with the mentality of less trouble is worse than more trouble, we can only condemn it in our hearts. The dark-faced man was very proud. He turned around and urged Yi Feng, "Don't waste time. Play quickly. My girlfriend is waiting to listen." As he said that, he threw $5 at Yi Feng's feet. He was almost amused. The world is so big, and people have everything. It's amazing that people can be so shameless. If we don't teach him how to be a good person, we will not be worthy of his title as an outstanding college student of our time. However, just as he was about to make a move, the little girl who had just ordered the song suddenly ran up to the black-faced man, raised her pink little fist, and started punching his legs. Don't bully your brother like this. You need to be polite to him and apologize to him immediately. This scene shocked everyone. His face was filled with extreme shame that he was taught a lesson by a 4 or 5-year-old child. The dark-faced man didn't feel any pain, but he was very annoyed. Why are you a little brat joining in the fun? Do you believe me? I'll throw you into the zoo to feed the lions? The little girl looked proud, raised her head, put her hands on her hips, and said loudly, "Then I am not afraid either. Today, you must apologize to your brother. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Come on, I'm not afraid of you." How could the dark-faced man tolerate being provoked by a little kid? It was really outrageous. Don't think I won't beat you just because you're little. If you want to talk, you must act. Women are gentle by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. The child's mother immediately threw herself on the child. The black-faced man was very disdainful, but still beat him. Yi Feng would not watch the two get hurt, so when he was about to attack, a cup of milk tea flew out from the crowd and hit the black-faced man in the face. It was covered in stains and looked terrible. "Fuck you. Whoever threw milk tea at me, stand up if you have the guts. I'll chop you to death." Before he finished speaking, a graceful girl walked out from the crowd. This appearance, this figure, and this temperament can simply be described as stunning. Yi Feng was also shocked, and a very familiar feeling came over him instantly. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. However, he searched carefully in his mind, but could not find such a celestial beauty. Chapter 46, What is Professionalism? The beauty squatted down, touched the little girl's head, and said comfortingly, "Little friend, don't be afraid. Your sister is here." "Thank you, sister. I'm not afraid. I'm very brave." As she spoke, the little girl clenched her fists again, showing off her little muscles. This incident made the black-faced man very embarrassed. He loudly questioned the beautiful woman. "You were the one who threw the milk tea at me just now." The beauty smiled faintly. "So what? How about it? I'll let you know how powerful my blackback is." "Blackback?" You can tell how powerful it is just by hearing the name. It is simply the best breed of dog. Some people around couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! Stop laughing. Hold it back." But no one listened to him. "If I don't let you see my true abilities, you still don't know how powerful my blackback is." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped the beautiful woman. The beauty remained calm and looked fearless. However, before any action was taken, several guys were eager to try. "It's nothing to hit a woman. Come at me if you have the guts." Among them, there was a young man who jumped out directly without showing any expression. It's normal for some people to show off when seeing a beautiful woman. After all, this kind of hero saving a beauty is rare, and the girl is a super beautiful woman. Once you succeed, you are likely to gain the favor of beautiful women. This is a high reward thing, although the risk is high, but it is worth the risk. Of course, Yi Feng didn't want the people who were brave enough to help others to get hurt. He wanted to deal with the black-faced man as soon as possible so that he could eat earlier. However, he never expected that he would be preempted by someone else. Sometimes, I really have to admire the potential of these people. When they see a beautiful woman, they go crazy and don't even care about their lives. They are even faster than him, who has attribute bonuses. Blackback smiled coldly and was just worrying about having no place to vent his anger when someone who was not afraid of death came along. The force of the swung arm did not decrease at all, and a slap landed on the young man's face. To be honest, this young man is indeed a bit overestimating his own abilities. In an instant, the head tilted and the body flew sideways. It's true that the blackback is quite strong. With just one slap, if it doesn't have a force of 1,000 pounds, it must have at least 500 pounds. If the young man's head wasn't strong, he would have been moved with the force just now. The blackback was very proud. "You only have this little bit of ability, but you're still trying to imitate others in saving the damsel in distress. You're really showing off." As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward and loudly asked those who were eager to try, "Who else?" Although this is a high-return business, the costs must also be considered. Someone has just tried it himself. The blackback is too powerful. There is nothing wrong in pursuing beautiful women, but if you lose your life, you have to give up trying. Are you really a coward? Then don't blame me. Having said that, the blackback turned his head towards the beauty again. You are showing off your ability. I want to see who else will help you. We can't let the blackback continue to be so arrogant. Otherwise, no one will stand up for justice in the future. Just when Hebei was feeling proud, Yifeng quietly picked up the solid wooden stool he was sitting on. He patted him on the head. Suddenly, he felt his head buzzing. Fortunately, I have practiced Iron Head Kung Fu, otherwise I would have been hit on the head. Oh my god! The blackback was furious. He turned around and tried to grab the stool from Yifeng's hand. But who is Yifeng? He is much faster than him. He goes straight behind him and hits him on the back of the head again. However, these two blows did not seem to affect his actions, and his head was fine. Blackback also slapped his forehead twice and laughed triumphantly. Come on, let's see whether your bench is more powerful or my iron head skill is more powerful. It turns out that this blackback is not completely useless. I really underestimated him. However, the battle is not over yet, and we cannot let him off so easily. He lifted the bench again, and this time, the blackback seemed extremely provocative and deliberately showed its head to be hit. The stool in his hand was very heavy, and once blackback got serious, he didn't get any advantage. Come on, hit me, my head is right here. This grandson is really difficult to deal with. If he had a handy weapon in his hand, his head would have been full of lumps by now. The beautiful girl seemed to understand what Yifeng meant. He ran straight to the music store, and a few seconds later, ran out with 2 drum hammers. Next, hit him with this. Yifeng was secretly surprised. This little beauty was really awesome. As soon as he saw the drumstick, Blackback's face turned green instantly. Replacing muskets with cannons, this is going to kill him. If the situation is not good, turn around and run. But things have come to this point. No matter what, we have to give an explanation to the onlookers. Otherwise, we would be letting down their enthusiasm for cheering. With a leap, Yifeng jumped up. He picked up the drumstick and hit the blackback beast on the head a few times. Anyone who has studied high school physics knows that pressure is equal to force divided by the area under force. Yifeng's strength remained unchanged, but when the bench was replaced with a drum hammer, the force area was greatly reduced, and thus the pressure was greatly increased. With one blow of the hammer, a big bump appeared on the head instantly. Ouch! It hurts so much! This trick was very effective and made Yifeng feel relieved. If even the drumstick doesn't work, then I'll have to shoot him with a gun. With the results achieved, Yifeng was no longer vague. Roll up your sleeves and start working. Don't you want to listen to Love Business? I'll play it for you right now. Love is not something you can buy if you want to. Let me break free. Let me understand. Let go of your love. After the song was over, there was no good place on the blackback's head. It was covered with lumps. From a distance, it looks like the same shape as Buddha's head. At this time, the blackback had long lost its temper. It covered its head and begged for mercy. Brother, I'm fine. Please stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, I'll feel like I'm in a late stage of concussion. You requested 2 songs in total. Isn't there also a song called 2 Butterflies? I'll play it for you now. Brother, I really know I was wrong. It was that damn woman who wanted to hear it. Why don't you give this song to her? I really can't stand it anymore. His charming girlfriend, as soon as she saw that things were going badly, ran away without knowing where. Never mind her. The culprit can't escape anyway. We should be honest in life. If we say we will give them 2 songs, it must be 2. Just getting ready to start. The beautiful girl behind him suddenly said, You played very well and at a professional level. Can you play a more complex piece? I'll choose the piece this time. As he said this, he stuffed a $100 bill into Yifeng's pocket. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. It seems that today's lunch is settled. Suddenly, it made him excited. What do you want to hear? The compendium of Materia Medica on Douyin is quite popular recently, so let's play this. It has a fast tempo and many drum beats, so it will definitely be very fun to play. Chapter 47, A Little Trick. This is a good suggestion. Since the customer has a need, we should try our best to satisfy it. Picking up the drumstick, Yifeng started beating again. If Hua Tuo were alive again, all those who worship foreign things would be cured, and foreigners would come to learn Chinese characters, which would inspire our national consciousness. The harder you beat, the faster the rhythm becomes. It's just a pity for Blackback with bags upon bags, and after playing a song, he no longer looks like a human being. At the same time, the onlookers once again burst into thunderous applause. I really didn't expect this. Not only did we teach this criminal a lesson, but we also enjoyed a unique musical drama, which was truly pleasing to the eyes and made us feel happy. After knocking, Yi Feng looked at the beautiful girl, waiting for the system to scan to see if I can become his target. However, it is also very strange. The system didn't respond at all. What is going on? Doesn't this little beauty meet the requirements of being a good partner? Impossible. Even if she's made up like this, there should still be a rating, right? Could it be that the system has crashed? Just when Yi Feng was worried, the beautiful girl came over and asked curiously, "You are also a professional music student, right?" After putting away the drumstick, Yi Feng smiled slightly. "I'm an amateur at best." "You are really modest. If you were an amateur, how would those professional players feel about you?" "I'm not a professional. To be honest, I came here today mainly to make a living with this skill. After all, I don't have a penny in my pocket, and I feel very hungry." Yi Feng was telling the truth. He had never learned music in his entire life. The reason why he could perform at such a professional level was entirely due to his master-level piano skills. This can be regarded as a hundredfold understanding. However, his truthful words became a model of modesty in the eyes of the little beauty. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly came from my mind. Han Jiang Xue, favorability +1. Han Jiang Xue, favorability +2. At the same time, I also saw the favorability bursting out from above the little beauty's head. At this moment, Yi Feng finally realized that this little beauty was the Han Jiang Xue he had been thinking about day and night. No one of the system didn't make any sound. It turned out that the relationship of shameless dog had already been established, but Yi Feng himself didn't realize it. It is estimated that Han Jiang Xue did not recognize Yi Feng. Otherwise, she would not have communicated with him in this way. However, this does not affect the improvement of their favorability. Yi Feng's words made Han Jiang Xue giggle. "You really are a joker. How about this? I haven't eaten either. Do you want to join me?" When a beautiful woman takes the initiative to invite you out, you're naturally flattered, and of course, it's what you want most. It's really an honor for me. However, just when Han Jiangxue was about to leave with Yi Feng, several bodyguards in black walked out from the crowd and blocked their way. Yi Feng was surprised, thinking that it was another troublemaker, and instinctively protected Han Jiangxue in front of him. "What do you want to do?" Han Jiangxue was not nervous at all, but rather seemed a little helpless. "Hey, it's okay. They will be fine. These are the bodyguards my dad arranged for me. They are really annoying. I am under surveillance every day and have no freedom at all. Miss, we are not monitoring you. We are protecting your safety. I am very safe. I don't need your protection. I order you to disappear immediately." Yi Feng suddenly realized again. He had just seen these people in the crowd and thought they were just spectators watching the fun, but he didn't expect that they were Han Jiangshue's personal bodyguards. No wonder she is so confident. It turns out that she really has the ability. Even if he hadn't taken action at that time, Han Jiangxue would definitely not have suffered any loss. Moreover, it is possible that Blackback would have been beaten even worse than he is now. Oops, too careless. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have to do it myself and could have just watched the show. Miss, President Han has instructed that the group situation is not good recently. I'm afraid someone will do something bad to you. Your safety must be given top priority. You guys are really annoying. If you don't leave, I'll leave, okay? After saying that, he grabbed Yi Feng and left quickly. The bodyguards didn't dare to stop them and could only follow behind them. These guys are really dogskin plasters and they are haunting us. Looking at the upset Han Jiangxue, Yi Feng smiled evilly. Do you want to get rid of them? Han Jiangxue looked at him in surprise. What? Do you have a solution? As long as I use a little trick, they will definitely be fooled. What is the solution? Come with me. Han Jiangxue was full of curiosity and surprise. Where are you going? Wait a moment. You'll know when you get there. It didn't take long for the two to reach their destination. Han Jiangxue raised his head and read the big words above the store meaningfully. A haunted house adventure? Are you sure you can get rid of them here? Trust me, there will be no problem. Han Jiangxue had her doubts in her heart, but she couldn't think of a better way, so she had to give it a try. The reason why Yi Feng is so confident is entirely due to his many years of working experience. This trendy haunted house adventure was his first part-time job in college. At that time, several female students were harassed by local thugs. They panicked and ran to the haunted house for help. Yi Feng is a young man with a strong sense of justice. When encountering such a thing, he will naturally stand up. However, the other side had more people and more power, and considering his small body at that time, he was no match for the gangster. Although he is not physically strong, he is smart. There are so many staff members pretending to be ghosts in the haunted house. As long as we lure them in and add some shocking stuff, They will be scared to death. Upon hearing this proposal, the little girls who had been harassed became excited. Not only did they agree with Yi Feng's method, but they also decided to join in and take revenge personally. So, a scene was staged in which the harassed girl frightened the gangster. After coming out of the haunted house, several people were so scared that they peed their pants. I guess they still have psychological trauma from it. Although the gangsters could not be compared with these bodyguards, nor could they scare them to the point of peeing their pants, the situation inside was complicated and a bit like a maze. More importantly, there were multiple exits. As long as they can lure them in, Yi Feng and his men can escape smoothly. Upon hearing this plan, Han Jianxue also clapped excitedly. Yi Feng was slightly surprised. Do girls nowadays like such exciting programs? In that case, let's get rid of them as soon as possible and eat as soon as possible. After all, he was already extremely hungry. Yi Feng held 2 evil ghost masks and took Han Jianxue into the haunted house. The orders of these bodyguards were to provide real-time protection and not let Han Jianxue out of their sight. They could only follow closely. Chapter 48 Scary. Several bodyguards rushed to the entrance of the haunted house, but were ruthlessly stopped by the cold-faced lady checking tickets. Go buy a ticket. The leading bodyguard said nothing. He took out 400 yuan and slapped it at the ticket gate, then prepared to rush in. However, the ticket inspector sneered. Don't think you are great just because you have a few bucks. If you want to get in, go buy a ticket. As he spoke, his body was blocking the entrance. Judging from the situation, if I force my way in, she will definitely shout something like molest. They can't afford to lose this person. After all, this is a public place and it cannot disrupt market order. Helpless, I can only queue up to buy tickets. After buying the tickets, the bodyguard captain threw the tickets into the ant's hand. Here's your ticket. He didn't even ask for the ticket stub and just rushed in. When they entered, they were suddenly dumbfounded. The lights were dim. The noises were weird. There were ghosts and monsters everywhere. It was eerie and terrifying, as if one had entered hell. Moreover, the terrain is complex and there are so many intersections that it is overwhelming. Boss, what do we do now? What else can we do? We should split up and remember, no matter who finds a young lady first, we must bring her out. Yes. At the order, the bodyguards chased in different directions. After they left, the statue with a ghost face mask standing by the wall moved. It was none other than Yi Feng and Han Jianxue. Han Jianxue was still excited, with a hint of pride on his face. I can't believe they could be so stupid. They didn't even notice it when they were so close. It's dimly lit inside, and there are so many strange things that it's hard for ordinary people to tell whether they are real or fake. This is so much fun. I have to play a good trick on them. Otherwise, I will feel bad for being mad at them these days. That's not easy, follow me. Yi Feng was very familiar with the place. From the big horror scenes to the small mechanisms and traps, he knew them all. Soon, they found a lone bodyguard. How are you going to play a trick on him? He hasn't done anything wrong, so I'm just trying to scare him first. Okay, then you hide at this bend, and I'll go around the fork in the road and get in front of him. When he's scared and turns back, you suddenly appear. I think this perfect process will be enough to vent your anger. Good. After Han Jianxue had ambushed, Yi Feng went around to the road ahead of the bodyguards. While working and studying in the haunted house, Yi Feng summed up a set of scary procedures. It mainly consists of 3 steps. The first step is to create a terrifying atmosphere. Weird sounds are undoubtedly the lowest cost and most effective weapon. The weirder and more erratic the sound, the more terrifying the atmosphere will be. Once the heart is completely dominated by fear, the whole person starts to become suspicious and imagine all kinds of possible horrific scenes. This brings us to the second step, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, taking the enemy by surprise. It must not appear through conventional means, otherwise, it will not meet expectations. Instead, you have to take advantage of the terrain and appear in a strange way. The stranger and more incredible it is, the closer you are to success. The last step is the most critical and the simplest. In a nutshell, it is just one wave after another, directly pretending to be a ghost face and suddenly appearing. It will definitely scare him to death. Back then, it was the 3 steps researched by Yi Feng that scared those little gangsters so much that they peed their pants. They still have psychological trauma until now. He is still very familiar with this business. He put on the mask and activated the sound mechanism on the wall. The bodyguard himself has been in a state of high tension. Suddenly, a woman's operatic voice was heard, and white smoke rose up around them, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Suddenly, it was creepy. The bodyguard shuddered all over and looked around quickly, guarding against sneak attacks from all kinds of monsters and demons. At this moment, the style of the music changed and turned into a woman's giggling, which was even more terrifying than the opera singing just now. Instantly, the bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat. The foreplay is almost done. It's time to start the second step of the plan. So, Yifeng quietly crawled into the secret compartment in the wall and moved towards the bodyguard. Just as he stopped and looked around, Yifeng suddenly reached out and grabbed his two ankles. He was already extremely nervous, and with the sudden appearance of these strange hands, he immediately became uneasy. It's so fucking scary. Without thinking twice, I just ran back desperately. Han Jiangxue had been getting impatient waiting for a long time. At this moment, when he saw a figure running towards him, he quickly put on the evil ghost mask. Just as the bodyguard passed by, she suddenly appeared with her head tilted. That weird scene is scary just thinking about it. Ah! Help! The bodyguard no longer cared about his face and just ran away first. Yifeng walked out, and Han Jiangxue made a victory gesture to him and danced with excitement. This is so exciting. Let's go scare someone else. Han Jiangxue was still not satisfied, but Yifeng seemed a little bitter. This young lady never gets enough of playing. The harvest this time was quite fruitful, which was beyond Yifeng's expectations. He really didn't expect that this bodyguard would be so timid. Suddenly, I felt that doing this was a bit unfair. After all, they are also workers, and protecting Han Jiangxue is their job. Moreover, their purpose was to get rid of these bodyguards and go to dinner early. I think that while they're still trapped inside and you have already let off some steam, you might as well quit while you're ahead. If you want to teach them a lesson, you can find another time. Han Jiangxue nodded happily. What he said makes sense. If he ends up making things worse, it would be a waste of time and effort. Under Yifeng's leadership, the two quickly ran out from the back door, and as expected, no bodyguards followed them out. I took a taxi and headed straight to Wanda's food court. Thank you for today. I'm in a good mood. Order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite to me. Yifeng laughed secretly. Isn't this what he should say? I really didn't expect that it would come out of Han Jiangxue's mouth. As expected, she's a lady from a wealthy family, so confident and domineering. Han Jiangxue is not a snobbish woman. If she forcibly uses the rebate system, it seems that it might backfire. Moreover, his demands are not high now. He just wants to have a full meal, so it doesn't matter who treats him. There's a Sichuan restaurant over there that looks pretty good. Han Jiangxue nodded. Okay, let's eat at that one. Yifeng couldn't help but admire his own vision. The decoration was luxurious, the prices were high-end, and especially the waiters in the store, each one was more beautiful than the other. If Han Jiangxue wasn't here, he would have wanted to develop into a humiliating partner for each of them. The waiter took the menu and handed it to Han Jiangxue. She glanced at the menu and asked Yifeng, "How much can you eat?" This is a question worth pondering. If he eats too little, he will suffer. If he eats too much, it will seem like he has eaten nothing. Just when he was worried, Han Jiangxue suddenly revealed, "I'll tell you a little secret, but I've got to tell you in advance that you're not allowed to laugh." Chapter 49, Revenge. Yifeng was very puzzled, thinking, if there is no hurry to order food, why are they talking about secrets? However, Han Jiangxue wanted to speak, and no one could stop her. So he nodded and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, I will never laugh." After receiving Yifeng's affirmative answer, Han Jiangxue mustered up the courage to say, "I ate a little too much." That's it? Isn't it normal to eat a lot? Which girl can resist the temptation of delicious food nowadays? I have never seen anyone so frank. She is much better than those women who secretly eat 2 bowls of noodles and then say they are full after taking only a few bites when meeting their partners. You're eating so well, which means you're growing up. Besides, being able to eat without gaining weight is the lifelong dream of every girl. I never thought that you're the only one who has achieved it. Originally, I thought Yifeng would be like everyone else and dislike girls who eat a lot, but after hearing his words, Han Jiangxue felt much better. Then I'll start ordering. He turned to the waiter, pointed at the dishes on the menu, and said, this, and this. I don't want any of these. I'll have 1 portion of all the others." The waiter's eyes widened, slightly stunned. He had never encountered such an order before. Looking at the two of them, they both have very good figures and don't seem like they can eat that much. Can they finish all the food they ordered? Just wanted to give you a kind reminder. Yifeng took the lead to resolve the awkwardness. "I haven't eaten for several days, hurry up." The waiter was also relieved. Since someone was spending money, he might as well make some money. After ordering the dishes, Han Jiangxue stood up. "Please sit down for a moment. I'm going to the bathroom." After she left, Yifeng took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and watched the video of Han Jiangxue, the 100-handed zither fairy. It It was a pity that she didn't start the live broadcast. A few minutes later, Han Jiangxue suddenly ran back in a hurry. Oh no! The black-faced man and his men seemed to be here to seek revenge. Yi Feng got angry when he heard it. It's so fucking infuriating. I finally ordered the food and could reward my stomach. But why did someone come to mess things up again? Is it destined that I won't be able to have lunch today? Forget it. Let's just go to another one. He was not worried about not being able to win, but there were too many diners here. If a fight broke out and innocent people were hurt, it would be a bit unfair to them. However, just as he was about to stand up, the blackback arrived and killed him. His head was wrapped tightly with bandages and his forehead was covered with bandages, for fear that others would see his head full of bandages and laugh at him. You two really made it hard for me to find you. Did you see the people I brought with me? Today, even if you two kneel down and kowtow to me, I will not forgive you. Yi Feng looked at Blackback's younger brothers and sneered. Huh? Haven't you been beaten enough? Have you forgotten the big bump on your head so quickly? As soon as the German Shepherd heard the word big bag, it subconsciously covered its head as if it had a conditioned reflex. Even the younger brothers around couldn't help laughing at this funny action. After all, they witnessed with their own eyes the blackback's head full of big bumps, which was 10 stars out of 10 for being hilarious. If you keep laughing, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. Intimidated by the powerful force of the blackback, they finally forced themselves to shut their mouths. Boy, don't be so proud. I will kill you today. Don't think you can show off just because you have a few people with you. Be careful if they follow you. You will also be in big trouble. Haha, I know you have some skills, but today I have found a top master, and it will be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables to cut you. Yi Feng also suddenly became interested. I'd like to take a look at this. You are about to die, but you are still so arrogant. Then you should just wait for death. Someone, go and get Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger? Why does this name sound so familiar? Could it be Brother Tiger from the Dragon Tiger gang? Wasn't he already captured by Lung Xiqing? How come he was released so soon? Or maybe it's just a coincidence that their names are both called Brother Hu. However, after inviting Brother Hu out, Yi Feng was stunned. Seeing his expression, Blackback was very proud. This is really the reputation of a person in the shadow of a tree. He was scared like this before he even did anything. It seems that the money he spent today was not wasted. However, all of this was just his imagination, and he had no idea of Brother Hu's current state of mind. When Brother Hu saw Yi Feng, his heart was instantly filled with fear and despair. The world is so big. Why did I meet him again? The person in front of me is so terrifying. I'm still frightened by what happened last time. If he hadn't betrayed Lord Long, and if he hadn't used various connections to smooth things over, he would have been able to get a few days of medical parole. I wanted to be quiet and comfortable for a few days, but in the end, I ran into him again. Is it possible that I will never be able to escape from his clutches in this life? This person is not someone he can afford to offend just because he wants to. The first reaction is to withdraw. However, it would be too embarrassing to just leave like this. I have to find a way out. Blackback, have you made a mistake? This is not the person you were looking for, right? While saying this, Brother Tiger winked at him, as if hinting at something. However, the blackback was still in a state of complacency and had no idea what he meant. He continued to swear and speak with certainty. Brother Hu, it's him, it's him, it's him. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Brother Hu wanted to slap him twice in the face. He wanted to pretend to admit his mistake and then run away, but he didn't expect that this blackback had no tact at all and directly confirmed the matter. Looking at so many people, Han Jiangxue also began to worry. But Yi Feng was not surprised. Instead, his expression was still amused. I really have to admire his courage. How come he is not afraid at all at this critical moment? At this time, the food was served on the table. Come on, don't just stand there. Hurry up and use your chopsticks. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. As he spoke, Yi Feng picked up the chopsticks. Han Jiangxue was preoccupied with something on his mind and was in no mood to eat. What I worry about most is that someone will overturn the table in the next second. Yi Feng also saw her worry, but he said calmly, Don't worry, I've called the police, and someone will take care of them soon. The blackback on the side was very angry. This is simply too outrageous. With so many people surrounding him, he can still eat. Does he treat them like shits? Can't he see them at all? He walked forward and overturned the table. Brother Hu had already anticipated what was going to happen in the next second. In order to distance himself from the matter, he rushed to the table and blocked Blackback. The Blackback was very puzzled. What the hell did this mean? Just when he was stunned, Brother Hu slapped him hard on the head. Originally, his head was full of lumps and it hurt a lot. I don't know what's wrong with Brother Who. He hits him again, and it seems like he's going to kill him. Brother Tiger, why did you hit me? Why do I hit you? I'm going to beat you to death. Chapter 50. The Proud Han Jiangxue. Hebei was completely confused. This was the person he paid for, so why was he being targeted? Brother Tiger, what you did is a bit unkind. You take money from others and help them get rid of their misfortunes. This is your motto. Why is it different when it comes to me? Do you look down on me, a blackback? You really don't know what's good for you. I'm saving you. The blackback is also popular. Is there really such a way to save people? Do you think I'm stupid? Good words can't persuade a damned person. Brother Who was so angry that he simply ignored him. As he said that, he took out a wad of money from his pocket and threw it hard on Hebei's face. I won't serve you anymore for the stinky money I gave you. Blackback was stunned. He actually wanted to return the product. This was a huge problem. Han Jiangxue was also very confused. She didn't expect such a dramatic change to happen. Turned and looked at Yifeng. This? Of course Yifeng knew what was going on, but it was a bit complicated to explain. The most urgent thing now is to fill my stomach. If she wants to listen, then we can find a sunny day to talk in detail. So, I told a little lie first. I guess he heard about the call to the police and was worried about being caught, so he was ready to turn over a new leaf and start a new life. Han Jiangxue frowned, obviously not believing it. Brother Who was a man who took advantage of the situation to get out of trouble. He immediately came up to me and said flatteringly, "Yes, yes, yes." It was the glory of the party that illuminated me, and it was the justice of the people that corrected me. Now my goal is to serve the society and resolutely fight against all kinds of evil and snobbery. Brother Whose words were righteous and awe-inspiring, making them seem real. If I didn't know his background, I would really think he was a kind-hearted citizen who hated evil. Why don't you deal with it quickly? Otherwise, when the female police officer comes, you will be guilty of an even greater crime and spend the rest of your life in jail. Yes, yes, yes. If I send him in and expose his crimes, can I make amends for my mistakes? That depends on your performance. Suddenly, Brother Whose eyes became sharp when he looked at Blackback. In order to get less punishment, the boss dares to betray him. Why would he care about a small Blackback? However, before that, he must be given a good beating to ease Yifeng's anger and prevent him from taking revenge later. The Blackback was not a piece of meat that could be slaughtered at will. When it felt the situation was not good, it stood up and ran away. However, everyone here is his tiger's man. So how can he let him run away? Someone hold him down for me and take off the bandage on his head. Are they going to use his head as a musical instrument again? Brother Who, stop it. If you hit me again, I'll really get a concussion. Aren't you known for your Vajra, Iron Head skill? If you play one or two more songs, it shouldn't be a problem. He turned around and looked at Yifeng and Han Jiangxue again. I'm not very talented. I have only studied music for 2 years. I have just disturbed your pleasure. I'm going to play a song for you as an apology. What would you like to listen to? Yifeng nodded secretly. He really didn't expect that Lao, who had this talent. Is the threshold for joining the Black Society so high now? Han Jiangxue is an expert in music and has a very high level of appreciation. As for what you want to listen to, let her decide. However, before Han Jiangxue could say anything, the diners around her couldn't help themselves. I was frightened by the momentum of this group of people just now and thought that today's meal would be ruined. Now that the situation has improved, I must punish these evil people. Let's sing the most dazzling national style. Above the Moon is great. Let's go with left hand pointing to the moon. Hearing the names of these songs, the Blackback almost cried. If he were to play such extremely difficult songs, he would definitely die. At this time, Han Jiangxue said with interest, "How about a song called Qinghai Tibet Plateau?" Hearing this, Blackback fainted completely. Brother Who held the drumstick and directed his younger brothers. "Why don't you have good eyesight? Straighten it up quickly, I want to show my skills." As he spoke, Brother Who rolled up his sleeves and started tapping and singing at the same time. Humming in his mouth, a beast rock version of Qinghai Tibet Plateau came into being. However, the sound that came from this broken voice was so terrible. I got goosebumps all over my body, which really affected my appetite. Stop, stop, stop. Didn't you study music for 2 years? Is this all you learned? Sorry to hear that. I was expelled from school because of this. Otherwise, I might have become a great musician. Last year, you were a great music master. Thank you so much. Go away and don't disturb me while I'm eating. This sentence is like amnesty. He turned around and yelled at the half-dead Blackback. Why don't you get up and kowtow to thank Master Yi Feng? Blackback was unconscious, but his younger brothers were not vague and forced him to bow and apologize in various ways. Then, he left the hotel without stopping. This series of actions made Han Jiangxue suspicious, and she looked at Yi Feng curiously for a long time. What do you do? They seem so scared of you. That's probably why I called the police. Han Jiangxue shook her head and pouted. You're lying. They clearly know you, and they call you Boss Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at Han Jiangxue in astonishment, secretly admiring her in his heart. He never expected that this little beauty had such meticulous thinking and could grasp the details so accurately. Well, Yi Feng was speechless and didn't know how to explain. Unexpectedly, Han Jiangxue suddenly smiled mischievously. How about you be my bodyguard? Bodyguard? Yeah, I don't like the stupid people my dad arranged for me. They are all old-fashioned, inflexible, and boring. How about it? 50,000 a month. Isn't this a low price? Yi Feng opened his eyes wide, looking a little unbelievable. Although he had countless wealth, he could not use it on himself. Nowadays, people are so poor that they can barely make ends meet. 50,000 is an astronomical figure. At that time, you can buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want. Huh? This is much better than working. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses hurried into the restaurant and saw Han Jiangxue at a glance. Miss, you really make it hard for us to find you. How can you go out without a bodyguard? It's so dangerous. Assistant Wu, did those bodyguards go to my dad to complain about me again? They're just a bunch of losers. They can't even look after people, and yet they still have the nerve to complain? I've already fired them. Han Jiangxue was delighted, but her happiness didn't last more than 2 minutes because the next words made her feel disappointed again. Miss, these energetic guys behind me are new bodyguards I found for you. They're definitely better than those ones. Han Jiangxue pouted with a look of disgust. Okay, I don't need it either. Miss, this is a special period, and bodyguards are only a temporary measure. After this period of time, even if you take the initiative to ask for a bodyguard, I don't think Mr. Han will do so. Don't use my dad to pressure me. You can have a bodyguard, but I have to find one myself. Find it yourself? Chapter 51. I recognize you as my boss. Only then did Assistant Wu notice Yi Feng sitting at the table. At this time, he was holding the chicken leg and eating it with relish. Why, could it be that the bodyguard the lady is looking for is this ugly loser foodie? He has no rules at all and even dares to be on an equal footing with the master. This is really outrageous. Based on this point, you are not worthy of being a lady's bodyguard. The young lady is a simple person and must have been exploited by someone with ulterior motives. However, Wu Datian is no pushover. If you want to fool him, you are really naive. Assistant Wu smiled sinisterly and a plan came to his mind. Miss, as you said, you can choose your own bodyguard, but as for whether he can meet the requirements of the latest book, it depends on whether he has the ability. Han Jiangxue knew that Assistant Wu did it on purpose. However, if I don't give him a good explanation, my chance to choose a bodyguard will probably be ruined. He couldn't help but look at Yi Feng, wondering if he had the ability to be a bodyguard. Even if he had outstanding abilities and passed the test by chance, Assistant Wu was not someone to be trifled with. If he did something secretly and got him hurt, it would be a loss. She cannot hurt someone just because of her own willfulness. Just when I was about to give up the idea of choosing a bodyguard, Yi Feng suddenly stood up and said, I have all the skills you want. Assistant Wu was slightly stunned. Are you so confident? Han Jiangxue said in a slightly worried voice. Forget it. At worst, I can just endure it for a few more months. How can I just let it go? What a great opportunity this is. You can make money and serve others without any delay. Moreover, the money earned this time is real money. How can you waste it? He also understood Han Jiangxue's thoughts and was worried that Assistant Wu would interfere and embarrass him. However, Yi Feng was very confident that dealing with such a small character would be a piece of cake. Assistant Wu looked at Yi Feng and sneered. Young man, don't be so confident when you speak, or you might get blown off by the strong wind. Ha! Then I'd like to know what kind of wind is so powerful that it can even dodge my silver tongue. You're ruthless, kid, but when we choose bodyguards, we don't just talk. If you really have the ability, then find a place and practice with my people. If you win, you can be the lady's bodyguard. But if you lose, you have to pay for the medical expenses yourself. Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully. Well, this rule is peaceful and reasonable. However, I would like to ask if they are injured and hospitalized, I should not have to pay for the medical expenses, right? I don't have any money. This is hilarious. They are all retired experts from the Foreign Legion. They have participated in various mercenary missions and fought alone for months in the deep mountains and old forests full of enemies. They were still able to escape unscathed. How could they be bullied by a loser like you? What a joke. Huh. Middle-aged man, don't you know that you should be low-key? Don't brag so much that you hurt your back. You are really good at talking, but let's wait and see who will end up with a sprained back. Things escalated, and Han Jiangxue began to blame himself. If it weren't for that little bit of selfishness, the situation probably wouldn't have gotten out of control. These people are not easy to deal with. Why don't we just forget about it? How can that be possible? How can I bear to make you worry every day? But don't worry, believe me. If you can't even handle such a small matter, how can you be worthy of my ability? Han Jianshue's heart is very complicated. However, to be honest, I hope Yi Feng wins more unfairly. In order to embarrass Yi Feng, Assistant Wu specially borrowed a comprehensive fitness gym from someone. The men and women who were working out inside also put down their dumbbells and ran to the ring, ready to enjoy this showdown between two people with a huge disparity in strength. Yi Feng stood on the ring, and Assistant Wu hypocritically persuaded him. You are not a bad person, you just want to brag and satisfy your vanity. Now you are the center of attention, you are awesome enough. Why don't you come down, so as not to be embarrassed in public with a bruised face? Thank you for your concern, but I still think that the person standing on the stage is really not good enough. Otherwise, the other three people should come up together and solve it as soon as possible. Listen to Yi Feng's words. There was a sigh from the audience, and everyone thought he was crazy. Just in terms of physical fitness, Yi Feng is definitely defeated. I really don't know who gave him the courage to say that. Damn, you don't have any muscles at all, and you still think you're Schwarzenegger? I'm really drunk. Hey, as a young man, it's okay to brag a little and let off some steam. Assistant Wu is also very disdainful. No need. I can beat you to a pulp by myself. If you can't do that, I'll take you as my sworn brother. Yi Feng nodded with interest. He really didn't intend to take advantage of anyone, but he never expected that someone would come forward to become his godson. What else can I do? I can only do it reluctantly. It's okay to be a little bit hard and tired, but you can't let down those who have dreams, right? Okay, godson, your godfather, will never let you down. Assistant Wu was very angry. He didn't expect that he was taken advantage of for no reason. I wish I could let the bodyguards on the stage take action right now. However, Yi Feng was not in a hurry. Waving his hands, he asked loudly, Assistant Wu, do you mean what you said just now? What if I'm serious and use all my strength to defeat this bodyguard, and you don't admit it? Then what should I do? Assistant Wu was just speaking casually. After all, he never thought that his bodyguard would lose. This question surprised him a little, and at this moment, Han Jianxue suddenly made a brilliant finishing move. I can testify for you that I have recorded the video just now and sent it to my father. Now, he has also sent a video call and is watching you. Yi Feng nodded secretly. Han Jianxue is really good. He always pays attention to details. With him and his father acting as notaries, I feel much more at ease now. Standing on the stage, he was calm and raised his eyebrows at the bodyguard. Bring it on. Watching Yi Feng's series of actions, the bodyguards on the stage had already become a little impatient. Being looked down upon would be fine, but he actually wanted to beat up the four of them together. He is so young, ignorant, and arrogant. Now you are being so provocative, it's really going too far. Boy, if I can't beat you to a pulp, I'll still recognize you as my brother. What happened to these people? Why do you want to go around in a roundabout way and adopt someone as your godparent? It's so annoying. I can't take care of so many godchildren. I think you should find someone better. I told you you're fat and you're still panting. Boy, watch out. Chapter 52, Iron Fool. The bodyguard was furious and full of vigor, as if he had the energy to sweep away everything. He rushed towards Yi Feng like the wind. Han Jianshue's heart skipped a beat. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that he is not the type of person who is good for nothing. It seems that Assistant Wu has put a lot of effort into her. At this moment, she couldn't help but worry about Yi Feng. If anything happened to him, she would really become a sinner. She was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Assistant Wu sat on a chair, crossed his legs, holding a glass of red wine, looking relaxed and contented, as if he had already seen the ending. This money was not wasted. Just looking at his momentum is enough. Before I could express the joy in my heart, I was stunned when I saw the shocking scene in front of me. For some reason, the bodyguard flew out of the ring and hit the dynamometer hard. It directly smashed out 500 kilograms. During his prime, boxing champion Tyson could only exert a force of more than 200 kilograms, but this one was more than twice that of the boxing champion. Assistant Wu was also dumbfounded at this time, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a snap, breaking into pieces. Is this still a human? This is too scary, right? What just happened? The bodyguard beside him also had a very serious expression. It was so fast that we couldn't see it clearly. We just saw a dark shadow swaying around Lao Si for a while, and then it flew out. The fitness men and women watching the fun in the audience were all confused. There was chaos in an instant. What's going on? Are you acting? How is that possible? Have you ever seen an actor so cruel that he doesn't even care about his own life? He really wants to kill someone. Han Jianxue was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly jumped up excitedly. No matter what, Yi Feng is fine, and that is the most joyful thing. Excited, she turned on the video and slowed it down several times before she could see what happened clearly. It turned out that Yi Feng didn't use any force at all, but instead used the Tai Chi method of leveraging force and followed the bodyguard's momentum to throw him out directly. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng also knows Tai Chi, so amazing. Yi Feng dusted off his body and said calmly, I asked you to come together, but you kept hesitating. Do you know your level now? Now everyone was silent, and no one even had the courage to look at Yi Feng, especially Assistant Wu, whose face was as black as charcoal. Originally, the purpose of arranging this place and finding so many spectators was to give Yi Feng a warning. Now he has shot himself in the foot and has become the object of ridicule. Yi Feng lazily leaned on the pillar of the boxing ring and sneered at Assistant Wu. Godson, why don't you come and greet your godfather? Hearing this, Assistant Wu's expression became even more serious. I thought to myself, why was I so crazy and boastful just now that I had to make a bet with others? It's not even been a minute and he already recognized me as a father. What the hell is this? If the young lady had not come forward to testify just now, he could have just played rogue and denied it. However, now not only is there video evidence, but President Han also watched the entire process. If you want to deny it, you have to think carefully. What President Han hated most in his life were those who did not keep their promises. If he broke his promise this time, not only would he be scolded to death, he might even lose his job. Think it over and weigh the pros and cons. I thought, isn't it just calling him dad? At worst, I could just adopt 2 more godsons. Wouldn't that make up for it? It's not a loss. Assistant Wu stood up, stunned for a moment, and prepared to fulfill his promise. However, the remaining 3 bodyguards immediately refused to do so. Assistant Wu paid them to come and help him solve his problems, but he didn't expect that because of them, he became someone else's son. If they don't avenge this great humiliation, how can they have the face to continue to be so arrogant in this circle? Boss Wu, wait a minute, we haven't fallen yet. I'll earn your face back. Assistant Wu nodded secretly, showing some tact. Although this is not the best solution, it can at least ease his mood of becoming someone else's son. As he spoke, the leader of the bodyguards, Han Tai, jumped onto the boxing ring. His cheeks were puffed out, his temples were bulging, he had broad shoulders and a thick waist, and he was very strong. He was at least stronger than the bodyguard just now. Han Jianxue couldn't sit still any longer. In the previous fight, whether it was due to luck or strength, I won after all, which met the standards of a bodyguard. However, now another bodyguard jumped up, and he was obviously more powerful than the previous one, which was a bit too much. Although Yi Feng is small and strong, he is still far behind Han Tai. Assistant Wu, didn't you say that if you win you'll qualify? What does this mean now? Assistant Wu also sucked his teeth. The young lady cannot be provoked, but Yi Feng is really annoying. And at this moment, the bodyguard on the stage spoke. Miss, we are all young people. When we meet a master, we are eager to learn from him. It is a pity to give up such a good opportunity to learn from him. After a pause, he continued, Don't worry, Mississippi. The previous competition still counts. This time, we are just going to have a simple exchange of ideas. If this brother is scared or doesn't want to compete, just tell me. Although my name is Han Tai, I am not a fool. I am very reasonable. Yi Feng stood aside, looking at him thoughtfully. I didn't expect this silly guy to have such meticulous thinking. On the surface, it seems that he will not force anyone to do anything, but in fact, there is a mystery hidden. If Yi Feng does not respond, he will be the loser. This move can be described as repairing the plank road in the open while marching through Chinsong in secret. Now that people have been pushed to this point, there is no reason to retreat. You are such a fool. What you said is exactly what I want. Before Yi Feng finished speaking, Han Tai interrupted him and said righteously, I have already said it before, My name is Han Tai, not Tai Henin. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you will be thrown on the boxing dynamometer like the guy just now. I don't know if you can surpass him with this collision. Stop talking nonsense and show me what you can do. Wait. Yi Feng hurriedly called a halt. What do you want to do now? Didn't I tell you to come together? I'm still saying it now. Come together, so as to avoid endless troubles. If you knock down an iron idiot, another copper idiot or aluminum idiot will come up. It's so annoying. Han Tai smiled coldly. Humph. If you can throw me out like you threw old four out just now, I will kneel on the ground with Assistant Wu and kowtow to you as my good friend. Assistant Wu was speechless. It was embarrassing enough for him to be recognized as his sworn brother, and now he has to kowtow to him. Is he going to let him live? Yi Feng sighed. Why? Just as I reject one, another comes along. Really, is it so trendy to recognize your father now? Chapter 53. Bring it home. Hey, since you guys want to be my sworn brothers so much, I'll reluctantly accept them all. Come on, let's get started. Han Tai had been holding back a lot of energy. If I don't break his legs today, I would be unworthy of all the hardships he has endured serving in the Foreign Legion for so many years. He didn't say any more words and just rushed forward. The attack was aimed at Yi Feng's throat. The people watching were terrified. Are they trying to risk their lives? Fortunately, Yi Feng was fast enough and dodged the attack. If you get stabbed by this, even if you don't die, you'll have to spend the rest of your life with an oxygen tube. He also secretly admired that this silly guy was really different from the previous one. Such a fast speed and such a fierce attack. It's a powerful character. It's almost on par with him. If it weren't for the attribute points in the system that improved my speed, I would have died right away. It seems that I have to continue to honor the goddess and try to accumulate more attribute points to deal with all emergencies in the future. This incident also served as a reminder to Yi Feng. In addition to the system that can create a Superman, the life of a mercenary who lives on the edge of a knife and licks blood can also be done. Suddenly, I began to admire this iron idiot. If I use it well in the future, it should become a good and capable assistant. Yi Feng became interested. I want to play with him a little longer. See if you can unleash all his potential. Han Tai was very surprised that his move was dodged. Although his move was direct, it could not withstand the fast speed. At least 50 people died from this move, and it had been proven time and time again. However, he didn't expect to suffer a Waterloo here, and Yi Feng actually avoided it so easily. What's even more infuriating is that Yi Feng still seemed to be looking at him with amusement, as if he really was treating him like a fool. Originally, the huge psychological gap made him depressed enough, and now this happened. It was like he was not treated as a human being. In that case, there is no need to be polite. No matter whether he lives or dies, the most important thing is to regain face. So, the two of them started a hearty battle. Han Tai was ruthless in his attacks, wanting to win at every step. However, Yi Feng handled it easily and escaped danger every time. The audiences were stunned. This was even more exciting than the fighting matches on TV. Even movies probably wouldn't dare to portray it like this. At the beginning, Han Jianxue was very worried and nervous. But after seeing what happened next, she felt relieved. Now I finally understood what Yi Feng said, telling her not to worry and that everything could be handled. There is no exaggeration at all. He is really capable. His enthusiasm of fighting 4 people alone was not a provocation. He just wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. The closer it gets to the end, the more excited I get. Seeing the wonderful part, Han Jianxue couldn't help but cheer. Very good. Come on. The excited cheers also infected the people around. They also became Yi Feng's fans and started cheering for him. Only Assistant Wu felt increasingly helpless and exhausted. Although the winner has not been decided yet, it is obvious that Han Tai's physical strength has been greatly reduced, and it won't be long before he is defeated without a fight. Yi Feng was still full of energy and didn't sweat a drop. This shows that he hasn't used his full strength yet. This discovery made people even more terrified. How could this person be so powerful? Could he be an immortal who came down to Earth? Thinking of this, Assistant Wu suddenly became excited. If that's true, if I acknowledge him as my brother, won't we be able to rise to the top together in the future? I couldn't help but feel a little secretly delighted. I hope the battle will end soon so I can meet my master sooner. After several rounds, Han Tai was already out of breath. Staring at Yi Feng on the boxing ring, whose face didn't turn red and who wasn't breathing heavily, he felt like he was going to collapse. The 6-meter square boxing ring seemed as if it was the horizon. After struggling for so long, he couldn't move a single hair. Is this the gap? Yi Feng was well aware of Tai Henin's strength. How to say it? His strength and speed far surpass those of ordinary people. If expressed in numerical values, the average speed and strength of an ordinary adult is 10. Then this iron fool can at least reach 20. If faced with an emergency situation where his life is at stake, it is very likely to reach 30 or even more. Yi Feng was also secretly lucky. If it weren't for the 34 points of physical attribute imposed by the system, which allowed him to always maintain a state of full physical strength, it would have been impossible for him to do so easily with his speed attribute of 24. Yi Feng is quite familiar with people like Tai Hanin. They admire those who are more capable than themselves the most, and the more they can defeat them, the more loyal they will be. Of course, before the game, Yi Feng also set a flag to throw out a record higher than the previous reading. Yi Feng did a very good job in this regard. He always did what he said and never went back on his word. He stood in the boxing ring and said calmly, "You ran out of strength so quickly. I really looked down on you." This sentence seemed to ignite Tai Hanin's anger again. Today, if we fail in this matter, we will die. Even if we die together, Yi Feng must get the punishment he deserves. Suddenly, he burst out with unprecedented strength and speed, ready to return Yi Feng's final fatal blow. However, Yi Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled faintly. "This is the opportunity I've been waiting for." He is full of energy and is well prepared and shrewd. At the moment Han Tai attacked, he also used all his strength. The move failed, which made Han Tai pale with fear. He thought that he had been outmaneuvered by others despite all his calculations. All of this was a trap set by Yi Feng. He regretted it extremely, but it was too late to regret. He could only watch his body being dealt with by him at will. With a Tai Chi move of using the opponent's force to counterattack, you can feel your own strength and fly up into the sky. The target is directly aimed at the boxing dynamometer. With a loud thud, the boxing dynamometer exploded. Yi Feng frowned, looking a little worried. "Depend on what brand of dynamometer is this? It's so fragile. You won't ask me to pay for it, will you? I don't have any money." Tianhin hit the force gauge and then fell heavily to the ground. This scene seems familiar, but it is so different. Everyone in the audience looked dazed. After fighting on the stage for such a long time, he still has so much strength. He is simply like a god. At this moment, a loud shout broke the peace and tranquility that should have existed. "Go ahead, old man. Please accept my son's greetings." Everyone then came back to reality and looked back. Assistant Wu knelt under the boxing ring and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to Yi Feng. That's so respectful. That's so pious. This caught Yi Feng off guard. Han Jiangxue was also shocked. Assistant Wu, who had always been so arrogant, finally gave in this time. Just when he was about to cheer for Yi Feng, Father Han, on the other end of the video call, suddenly spoke. "This boy is great. I'll take him home and introduce him to myself later." Chapter 54, I want it all. Without waiting for Han Jiangxue to refuse, Han's father hung up the video call. Han Jiangxue was a little messy and chaotic. This is not about choosing a son-in-law. Why should I bring him home? The key is how to tell Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng at this time was completely unaware of the situation and was still immersed in the family happiness with his godson. In fact, he was also puzzled. "I really don't understand what's wrong with Assistant Wu. He is so happy and joyful. Could this grandson be planning something bad? Brother, I was blind to the truth. Please don't take my past seriously. I will host you tonight. Bring your relatives and friends to witness this grand moment again." How about that? That's not necessary. I like to keep a low profile. There's no point in doing those things. Besides, it's a waste of time. That's what the old man taught me. While they were recognizing their relatives, Han Tai on the other side also woke up. At this moment, his heart was completely subdued. Yi Feng's strength is far beyond what he can compare to. He is also a straightforward person, and he will not go back on his words. He stood up and ran over hurriedly. Everyone thought that he was unconvinced and wanted to fight again, but no one expected that when he arrived at the ring, he fell to his knees like Assistant Wu. Snap! 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 He kowtowed 3 times. Then he raised his head, looked sincere, clasped his hands together, and shouted loudly, "Go, man!" Yi Feng paused and suddenly burst into laughter. "You are such an idiot. I thought you were going to do something again. You scared me. Thank you for the name. From now on, don't call me Han Tai anymore. Please call me Tai Han Han." "Oh, this iron fool. Sometimes it's quite cute." Yi Feng waved his hand and asked them to get up. "I accept you too as my godsons, but I have a word to say. If you follow me, Yi Feng, you must be civilized and polite, take care of the flowers and trees, protect wild animals, help those who are in trouble when you see them, give up your seat to an old man when you get on the bus, and help an old lady when you get off the bus. Be a practitioner of a harmonious society and work hard to make the society we live in better. Do you understand? The two of them obeyed orders without any hesitation. Follow the instructions of the old man. Okay, add me on WeChat later. I'll contact you if there's anything. Otherwise, just do what you need to do. Yes. Seeing Yi Feng giving them instructions in a casual manner, Han Jiangshu was also somewhat impressed by him. I really didn't expect that Yi Feng is such a socially responsible person. Han Jiangshu, favorability +1. Han Jiangshu, favorability +2. At this moment, she remembered the task her father had just given her. However, they had only just gotten to know each other a little bit, and although they admired each other a little, it was really inappropriate to bring him home so soon. Seeing Han Jiangshu, who was worried, Yi Feng also came closer out of curiosity. I won the competition and am now qualified to be your bodyguard. But why do you seem a little unhappy? Han Jiangshu smiled awkwardly. I'm going to tell you something, but I'll make it clear in advance that if you don't want to, you can completely refuse. What's going on? Why are you making it so mysterious? You're acting like you're taking me to meet your parents. Just tell me boldly. Even if it's true, I'll go with you. Han Jiangshu opened his eyes wide, looking very incredible. If you knew Yi Feng was so straightforward, why would you frown? How do you know? Yi Feng was also stunned. What was going on? Could he really be going to meet his parents? I'm just being a bodyguard, not choosing a son-in-law, so why does it involve meeting the parents? In his heart, he actually refused. After all, he just wanted to be a humble servant quietly, get rewards, make himself stronger, and then, like a superhero, serve the society and fight against evil and tyranny. However, the words have already been spoken. If I back down at this time, she will definitely look down on me. It's not a dangerous place. Just meet me when I meet you. Who's afraid of who? When are we going? Do you want me to dress up? Do you want me to bring some cigarettes, alcohol, or something? Han Jiangshu covered his mouth and chuckled. Why are you laughing? It's nothing. Don't worry, my dad isn't some monster. He won't eat you. Besides, we have everything at home. You don't need to bring anything. Don't be afraid. I am not scared. Boxes, boxes, boxes. Han Jiangshu laughed again, like a silver bell. Okay, I'm not scared. I was just worrying too much. Let's go, he's waiting for us. So soon? I think I still need to bring something. After all, this is our first meeting, otherwise it would be impolite. Let's go, my dad doesn't have that much to do. Having said that, Han Jiangshu grabbed Yi Feng's arm and left the Comprehensive Fitness Center. When I went out, a Rolls-Royce was already parked at the door. Assistant Wu followed behind him, being very attentive, and his attitude towards Yi Feng was even better than that of Miss Han. He acted as a doorman and ran forward to open the car door for Yi Feng. My friend, be careful. Han Jiangshu opened the car door herself, sat in the car, and felt a little jealous. You, my godson, are really considerate. Haha, if you want, he can also be your godson. After being stunned for a long time, Han Jiangshu finally came to his senses. With a red face, she tapped Yi Feng's shoulder with her pink little fist. I hate it. Who wants to be his godmother? I won't pay any attention to you. Humph. Assistant Wu was secretly proud. This suggestion from Gan Lao is really good. This way we can become closer and become a family. Han Jiangshu's face turned even redder, and he pursed his lips deliberately, looking angry. Assistant Wu, why are you joking with me? Be careful, or I'll tell my dad and have him deduct your salary. When Assistant Wu heard about the salary deduction, he immediately behaved himself. Drive quickly. Yi Feng and Han Jiangshu continued to discuss this topic on the way, but before they could reach a conclusion, they arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, Yi Feng looked up at the towering Han Group building and couldn't help but exclaimed, I, Yi Feng, have decided on this father-in-law. Han Jiangshu was so angry that she laughed. You can admit it if you want. I am his only precious daughter. Have you got my consent? Do you agree? You wish. Han Jiangshu ran to the front with a red face. Yi Feng waved to Assistant Wu. What do you want, sir? What's the current situation of the Han family? Brother, do you want to ask about the lady's basic information? Her relationship status? Her family background? Or, I want them all. Chapter 55, Workers. Assistant Wu gave a detailed introduction to Miss Han and the overall situation of the Han Group. Han Jiangshu is a very simple girl. Although she has a bit of a spoiled temper, she is not the kind of person who is spoiled, paranoid or willful. There is nothing wrong with this. After all, a young lady from a wealthy family has the capital to do so. Her values are very positive, and she has a strong sense of justice and is very loving. If there hadn't been some problems in the group recently, and if Han's father hadn't been restricting her freedom, she would have probably gone to participate in some volunteer activities a long time ago. Yi Feng listened and nodded thoughtfully. This is really a nice girl. But then again, what kind of problem had happened that made the entire group so nervous? What trouble are you in? Brother, to be honest with you, Assistant Wu continued with the introduction. There are 5 top group companies in Huaqing. In addition to the Han family, there are the Qi family, the Xiao family, the Feng family, and the Zhou family. The 5 major groups each have their own business and do not affect each other. Originally, the Han family was about to win the National New Special Zone project relying on their own business capabilities and strength. However, they never expected that at this critical juncture, the 4 major family groups of Qi, Xiao, Feng, and Zhou suddenly joined forces to attack and snatch project resources from the Han family, catching them off guard. The Han family has spent a lot of manpower and material resources on this project, and it can be said that they have poured all their efforts into it. If the bid for the project fails, the Han family will be doomed. Not only that, these groups also tried every means to hinder it. Since they couldn't break the situation at the company level, they began to look for a breakthrough from President Han's family. Once, Han Jianshui almost became their bargaining chip. The project is important, but Han Jianshui's life safety is more important. However, her personal freedom cannot always be restricted. Therefore, President Han assigned her bodyguards to protect her life at all times. After hearing all this, Yi Feng finally figured out the whole story. Now, I finally understand Mr. Han's good intentions. Hurry up, the elevator is here. Han Jianshui greeted them. Entering the elevator, Yi Feng looked at her and suddenly felt that young ladies from wealthy families sometimes did not live a very happy life. Mr. Han's office is on the top floor of the company. He treats the company as his home and basically does all his food, clothing, housing, and transportation here. When I opened the office door, I saw a thin, middle-aged man. He looked decent, but his face looked a little weathered. At this moment, he was sitting at his desk, concentrating on reviewing documents. Someone came in, but no one seemed to notice. Assistant Wu was about to give a quiet reminder. However, Han Jianshui made a hushing gesture and then tiptoed back to behind President Han. He took him by surprise and shouted loudly, "Dad!" Oops! This frightened Mr. Han so much that he almost jumped up from his chair. When he turned around and saw that it was his precious daughter, he breathed a sigh of relief. "You stinky girl, you almost scared me to death." Han Jianshui looked aggrieved. "Who told you to be so serious? I came in and you didn't even know it. Tell me, should I teach you a little lesson?" It's right. It's Dad's fault. Please be more careful next time." "That's more like it." Then he changed the subject and pointed at Yi Feng and said, "You want me to bring him to see you, right? Now that I have brought him here, the rest of the matter has nothing to do with me, right?" Without waiting for Mr. Han's consent, she slipped away. Why did he leave? Was he going to shoulder all the responsibility alone again? The sight of this divine beast of a parent made Yi Feng feel a little uneasy, but he was powerless and could only watch her leave. Xiao Wu asked the secretary to prepare some good tea. "I want to have a good chat with this guy." "Yes." Assistant Wu also walked out. At this time, only President Han and Yi Feng were left in the office. Come on, please sit down, little brother." The person who was called that was really not used to it. Is it going to be just like what they show on TV, where we'll go our separate ways from now on? You call me brother and I just call you father-in-law? To be honest, it would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. After all, it was his first time meeting their parents, and he didn't know how to respond, which made him a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Mr. Han is quite talkative. "How old are you this year?" 20 years old. "Well, this age is really good. It's the right time to shine. Are you still in school?" "Yes, I am studying economics and management at Hua University. I'm already a junior this year and will soon face the problem of finding a job. It's hard to find a job these days. What are your intentions? What do you think of our company?" The more I listen, the more it seems off track. Didn't we agree to meet the parents? Aren't we supposed to talk about family matters? Why are we talking about finding a job? You don't want him to work at Han Group, do you? Yi Feng wanted to make money, but working in a group would definitely be very boring and tedious, which was very inconsistent with his personality. I want to refuse in person, but it seems too blunt, so I can only adopt a roundabout tactic. I don't even dare to think about running a high-end company like yours. I'm going to try to start my own business first. Mr. Han seemed to be thinking about something and understood what he meant. That's right. Young people are very idealistic and ambitious. Thank you for the compliment, President Han. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. In fact, Yifeng still can't figure out his purpose. They asked him to come over with such a solemn promise, but they couldn't just ask him if he wanted to work in their company, right? He couldn't ask directly to her face, so he could only retreat in order to advance. Sure enough, this trick was very effective. Don't worry, the tea hasn't come yet. When it comes, we can drink and talk. As he was talking, Assistant Wu came to the office with his secretary, carrying tea. Pour a glass for Mr. Han first. Boss Han, please have some tea. Then he turned around and poured another cup for Yifeng, introducing it enthusiastically. Dry man, this is the best Westlake Longjing, please try it. The word old man stunned Mr. Han. He stared at Yifeng and Assistant Wu, feeling very confused. Assistant Wu also noticed Mr. Han's confusion and quickly explained, Mr. Han, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you that this is my new sworn brother. During the video call, President Han heard the bet between them. I just didn't expect that the arrogant assistant would accept it so calmly, and even said it in public, and it seemed that there was even a hint of showing off on his face. Isn't this too magical? Assistant Wu is a very shrewd person. If there weren't huge benefits, he wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Originally, he just thought that Yifeng was a rare kung fu master and wanted to recruit him into his company and train him to be his confidant. However, it now seems that he is far more unfathomable than imagined. If you don't come up with something genuine, you won't be able to attract this talent. Chapter 56. The results will be revealed. Mr. Han coughed twice, cleared his throat, and then asked indirectly, Brother, have you been dating someone recently? The topic changed so quickly that Yifeng was caught off guard. What's going on? Could it be that this was his true intention? That he really wanted to accept him as his son-in-law? Yifeng couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. If it was true, then it would mean a meteoric rise to the top. Look at me. I have no money and my family is not well off. Although I'm a little handsome and have a decent figure, being handsome is nothing. What's the use of having a good figure? It can't be used to make a living. Who would like me? President Han nodded. It was still clean. Your family is poor, and it's not your fault. If you don't have money, you can go out and earn it. You're still young, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Who knows, you might become a big entrepreneur in the future. Thanks to your good words, I will work hard and try to surpass you. President Han was slightly surprised, and then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Good boy, you are ambitious. I admire your courage. If you don't make a name for yourself, you will be amazing. Huh? In fact, Yifeng's words were not exactly a big statement that would shock the world. After all, his potential was unlimited. Only if he dared to think could he work harder towards his goal. If from now on, he determines that he is a coward and a person who can never accomplish anything great, then he will never succeed. No matter what the future holds, just do it. After laughing, President Han asked with a shrewd look on his face, What do you think of Xiao Xue? Could this be his ultimate question? In order to retain such a talent as him, they spared no expense. This is indeed a very wise decision. Yifeng naturally understood what he meant, but if he answered immediately, it would seem too deliberate. The best way was to act silly and cute first to leave a good impression. She is a good student, has good character, is caring, and is a very outstanding girl. I heard from Assistant Wu that everyone in the group likes her very much. Well, this is a far cry from the answer Mr. Han wanted. Of course, he knows that his daughter is excellent. This was not what he wanted. His real purpose was to know whether Yifeng had any affection or love for him deep in his heart. How did it get dragged down to other things? Yifeng looks honest and doesn't seem like the kind of person with ulterior motives. Could it be that he really doesn't understand what it means? You can't let a father shamelessly like his own daughter in this kind of situation, right? No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't say it. Yifeng was also observing the expressions. Mr. Han looked calm on the surface, but he looked very anxious inside, which was really funny. Assistant Wu has been following President Han for many years, and seeing this situation, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Boss Han, let the young people solve their own problems. If we get involved, we might end up making things worse. Assistant Wu is right. However, let me make it clear here that as long as my daughter likes someone, I, Han Guoxing, will also support him with both hands. President Han easily resolved the awkward situation and made his attitude clear. However, the real purpose is not drinking. Even if Feng is a blockhead, he will definitely understand. Of course he is not stupid, he just can't agree to something casually. After all, some things must be carefully considered. Boss Han, The young ladies' concert will be held tomorrow. Do you think we should cancel it given the current situation? President Han's expression immediately became serious. Holding a concert has been Xiao Shui's dream since she was a child. It is only one step away. If it is canceled, it will definitely be a huge regret in her life. No matter how difficult it is, we must continue to hold it. But the four family groups, needless to say, send more people to prevent their people from causing trouble. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Turning around, President Han said to Yi Feng solemnly, "Actually, the reason I asked you to come here this time is because of something very, very important. That is tomorrow's concert. Please make sure Xiao Shuai is safe." Yi Feng also became very serious. "Miss Han has hired me as her bodyguard, so please rest assured that Miss Han's safety is in my hands. I have seen your abilities, but I'm afraid they are not enough for you on your own. Don't worry, Mr. Han. I have my own arrangements." "Okay, I feel relieved when you say that. Assistant will give you an advance on this month's salary." Although Han Jianxue hid outside, he was very anxious inside. "It's been half an hour. Why haven't you come out yet? What are they talking about in there?" Just after she paced more than 2,300 steps, Yi Feng and Assistant Wu finally left the office. Han Jianxue immediately ran to Yi Feng. "Why did you two talk for so long? What did my dad say to you? Did he not embarrass you? I'm so good. Even if it's difficult, I can easily resolve it. Is this really difficult for you?" "Not really. They just admire my talent and are planning to recruit me to work for the Han Group." "Ah, really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just ask our godson." Assistant Wu nodded aside. Yes, yes, yes. President Han admires Gan Lao's abilities very much and is ready to offer him a good job. However, Gan Lao has something important to do, so he refused first. Han Jiangxue seemed a little disappointed. Was he just asking about some job intentions? Is it necessary to bring it back? Wouldn't it be okay if we just make a phone call to the HR department? It would be unnecessary to do so now. Oh, what a waste of emotion. However, she was still unwilling to give in and continued to ask, "Anything else?" "Of course." Upon hearing the good news, Han Jianxue was immediately awakened from his depression. "What else? Aren't you going to perform at a concert tomorrow?" "President Han asked me to do everything I could to protect your safety. No matter what, there can't be any mistakes." Oh, Han Jianxue fell into despair once again. She was also very puzzled about her own heart. What happened? Why was she so lost? What exactly do you want to hear to be happy? In fact, Yi Feng had already discovered her little thoughts. The reason why he didn't mention it was that he was actually testing her. After all, they had an agreement before they met. At that time, Yi Feng was still the most handsome man in the beggar's sect, and he used money to win her favor. But now, he is a poor boy who can't even afford to eat, although both identities are his. However, Han Jianxue knew nothing about it. As for who she likes more, only she knows it. Fortunately, all of this will be revealed at tomorrow's concert. Chapter 57, Broken Heart. How are the preparations for tomorrow's concert going? Do you need me to help you with anything? No need. Everything is ready. We just need a little help. As long as the guest performers tomorrow don't let us down, we will basically be successful. Seeing Han Jianshui's confident look again, Yi Feng felt relieved. What he has to do now is to ensure the safety of tomorrow's venue. Time is short and the task is heavy. I'll send you home in a bit. Get ready. I'll ask our godson to take me around the venue and arrange security. Is that okay with you? Han Jianxue also knew the situation of the group and thought that staying at home might be the best option. Her father had given so much for her, and she couldn't let his efforts go to waste, so she gladly accepted it. There is one more important thing I would like to ask you for a favor. Tell me what's the matter. As long as I can help, I will definitely help you to the end and see you through to the end. I have many classmates in school who also love music very much. Based on our relationship, can you give me some tickets? Is this the big deal you want to talk about? Oh, you should talk to your godson. He is the one who handles all the ticketing matters. Assistant Wu nodded with a smug look on his face. Brother, let me get you 100 first. Is that enough? That's how you use public money. But I don't need that many. Just give me a few. Okay, I'll give it to you when I take you to the venue. After sending Han Jianxue home, the two drove to the concert venue. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. The concert was actually scheduled to be held in the music hall in Weizong, known as the Little Grammy. Yi Feng was very familiar with this place. All the actors and actresses he liked had performed here. He had long dreamed of coming here to watch a show, but he never expected that his life dream would come true so soon. Those who hold concerts here are all big names in the music industry. Ordinary people basically don't have the qualifications to do so. It seems that the energy that Mr. Han spends on his daughter is extraordinary. To be honest, Yi Feng has no security experience. But he was not worried. After all, he had another godson. After receiving a phone call, Tai Han-nin rushed to the scene. "What do you want, sir? How long have you been working in security?" This seemed to touch upon Tai Han-nin's pride. "Back then, I protected heads of state in Eastern Europe, generals in the Golden Triangle, and Comrade Jean on the peninsula. I was so majestic and had so many military achievements. All I had to do was protect Monk Tang on his journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures." Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop it. If you keep bragging, I think you should go protect the Super Saiyan. Hey, old man, I was just bragging about protecting Tang Sung on his journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, but I swear to God that I really did protect the others. So, protecting Miss Han is a waste of talent, isn't it? Tianan's head immediately shook like a rattle. No, no, no. How can they compare with Godmother? Don't worry. There will be no problems with the security of tomorrow's concert. What if something goes wrong? Tianhan immediately became serious and vowed. If there is even the slightest mistake, I will tear my head off on the spot and let you kick it like a ball. Yi Feng smiled helplessly. I shook my head and sighed. What a fool he is. Okay, I just wanted to confirm. I didn't ask you to sign a military order. With Tai Han-nin in charge, Yi Feng felt much more at ease. The rest of the matters are handed over to you. In addition, President Han has said that if you are short of money or people, you should ask Assistant Wu for them. Protecting the safety of the personnel is the top priority, so don't be stingy. Godfather, it is my job to protect Godmother. Besides, these may all be your assets in the future. How can we take your money? Yi Feng gave him a big thumbs up. Although he was a little silly, his words were really pleasant to the ears. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. After the concert is over tomorrow, I will find you a good place. I guarantee you will be comfortable and make a lot of money. Thank you, Gan Lao. Then you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. Brother, I'll take you there. No, I'm going back to school soon. If others see me with a Bentley, it will damage my image in the eyes of my classmates. I'd better ride a bicycle back. Assistant Wu was completely confused. What kind of bicycle could actually cause a Bentley worth millions to drop in value? When Assistant Wu saw Yi Feng scan the code of a shared bicycle, he completely fainted. However, he suddenly came to his senses. The low profile of Gan Lao is priceless and can naturally make $1 million luxury car pale in comparison. Yi Feng is not that capable. He just simply doesn't want to waste the monthly subscription service of shared bicycles so that Taba and Jack Ma won't get a bargain. When I returned to the dormitory, I thought of giving them the concert tickets so that they could show off in front of their girlfriends. However, after entering the room, he found Zhuang Chang sitting on a chair, looking sad and depressed. De Kongming and Wanbing asked him to play games, but they failed to arouse his interest. Yi Feng asked curiously, "What happened to Zhuang Chang? Did he break up?" "I'm not heartbroken, but it's almost the same." "What's going on? Aren't he and Sister Chi-Chi just in love? Why are they breaking up so soon? Did Zhuang Chang bully him?" Wan Bing stood up and waved his hand. "Let me be fair. Zhuang Chang really didn't bully the girl this time. Does that mean the little girl doesn't want to date?" De Songming also shook his head. "No, neither this nor that. Could it be that a third party popped up?" Hearing the harsh word third party, Zhuang Chang immediately slammed the table and stood up. "It's really fucking pissed me off. Stop playing dumb, you guys. What on earth is going on?" Wan Bing patted Zhuang Chang on the shoulder and asked him to sit down and calm down. "Forget it. Let me tell you, originally, Zhuang Chang and his girlfriend Chi-Chi were very affectionate to each other. As a result, a childhood sweetheart named Mr. Liu suddenly appeared. He found Zhuang Chang alone and told him that Chi-Chi was his from now on and he was not allowed to look for her again. Zhuang Chang didn't believe it and called to confirm, but he was blocked. This was like a bolt from the blue. It's not impossible to break up, but there should at least be a reason, right? Zhuang Chang was very unwilling to accept this unclear situation. After asking many people for help, I finally found out. It turned out that all this was forced by Mr. Liu's family. Chi-Chi's family is poor. His mother is ill and has to take medicine all year round. He also has a younger brother who is about to go to high school. All the burdens fell on her father alone. As a result, not long ago, her father was injured at the construction site and was hospitalized. The contractor didn't care, so she had no choice but to borrow 50,000 yuan from Liu Baiwan, a fellow villager. Chapter 58, I Want to Steal the Bride. Originally, it was agreed that the money would be repaid within 1 year, including principal and interest. However, her father had not even recovered from his injuries yet, and Lu Baiwan went to collect the debt. The family depends on Chi-Chi's father alone, and he is injured and unemployed, so how can he afford to pay them back? Lu Baiwan naturally knew this situation. So, he showed special mercy and pointed out a clear path for their family. The Lu family has a son, and the Chi family has a daughter. They grew up together and can be considered childhood sweethearts. They're also in the same university, which makes them even closer. In view of this situation, Lu Baiwan proposed that as long as the two families were engaged, the 50,000 yuan could be used as a betrothal gift and would not have to be repaid. Of course, Chi's father disagreed. He knew what kind of person Lu Baiwan's son was. He was a well-known playboy in the area. He was uneducated and had very bad behavior. He might end up in jail one day. If you marry your daughter to such a person, it would be like pushing her into a fire pit. After doing this several times, Lu Baiwan lost his patience and could only focus his attention on Chi-Chi. Let her know the current situation of their family, and let her bear the pressure of the family. Finally, just say it straight. Now, she has two choices. Either pay back the money immediately, or use the money as a deposit for the bride price. Chi-Chi is a good girl. She knew that her family was in financial difficulty and that she had been working part-time to support herself while studying outside, and sometimes even gave some financial support to the family. However, she was really helpless to come up with 50,000 yuan all at once to pay off the debt. She knew that her father's injury had not yet healed, and he could not go out to work. More importantly, she didn't want to see her father, mother, and brother worrying about this matter every day. So she decided to sacrifice herself to make some due contribution to this humble family. So, just agree to it for now. But the person I feel most sorry for is Zhuang Chang. I still don't know how to explain it, let alone how to face it. Although the two had only been together for a few days, they admired and loved each other. Zhuang Chang just hated himself for being incompetent. These 50,000 yuan are an astronomical figure for him. Today, Lu Baiwan will ask someone to drive over to pick up his son and future daughter-in-law to go home for the engagement. I guess we should be setting off soon. After hearing this, Feng immediately became furious, even angrier than when he was dumped. I never thought that in this era, there would still be a scene like the white-haired girl. It's really absurd. Brother, don't be so dejected. Do you dare to follow me to rob people? Zhuang Chang raised his head and stared at Feng blankly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but soon turned into bewilderment. Brother, don't just stand there, or else everyone will be gone and it will be too late to regret. Hurry up and make a decision. As long as you really like the girl, we will help you get her back even if it means risking our lives. The justice in Feng's heart and the heroism on his face immediately infected the Songming and Wanbing. That's right, take it back. It's just 50,000 yuan, everyone can chip in. If that doesn't work, ask your classmates to borrow some. At worst, you could just pay it back slowly. Suddenly, Zhuang Chang's eyes were filled with tears. This is what a good brother is. Since I have considered him to this extent, if I still remain indifferent and hesitant, I would be unworthy of being a human being. Fuck it, take it back. At this moment, Zhuang Chang also completely exploded. He ran all the way to the girls' dormitory. At this time, Mr. Liu was leaning against the side door of his Audi A6, holding a bouquet of flowers, looking very proud. Just wait for Chi-Chi to come out, then you can go home and get engaged. So happy. Many girls just heard that someone was getting engaged, but they didn't know the ins and outs of it, so they were all very envious. Even if someone drives an Audi A3, they will be attracted to it. Chi-Chi is such a lucky woman that she actually knows such a rich childhood sweetheart. These are all appearances. But who knows the pain in her heart? After being urged repeatedly by Master Liu, Chi-Chi finally walked out of the dormitory. Chi-Chi, you are here. This is a rose I gave you. Do you like it? Master Liu was very attentive and walked forward with a grin. However, what Chi-Chi saw was a face full of greed and ugliness. She looked back at the dormitory building, where she had lived for nearly a year, and wondered if she could ever come back. She did not take the flowers from Mr. Liu, but got directly into the back seat of the car, fastened her seatbelt, closed her eyes, and refused to have any communication. Young Master Liu snorted coldly and also went in. Driver drive? Chi-Chi was disheartened, but her inner reason told her that she had to live and be strong, not for anything else but for her parents and brother. Master Liu continued to be proud of himself. You'll be my person from now on. I'm pretending to be nice to you now, but But once we get engaged, you won't have any say in what I do. The car started and just turned onto the main road. Suddenly, a man appeared and blocked the car. The driver was also startled, and he stepped on the brakes and was stuck in the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing a seat belt, otherwise he would have been thrown out through the front windshield. Mr. Liu at the back was in trouble because he never had the habit of wearing a seat belt. The sudden brake sent me flying. If it weren't for the front seat blocking me, I would have definitely been thrown out. Although the person did not fly out, his face was stuck on the front seat. Coincidentally, there was a large metal logo on the back of the seat. Now, Mr. Liu's face became the image spokesperson for Audi. Chi fastened her seat belt and remained calm, as if everything had nothing to do with her. The driver lowered the window and yelled, "You're looking for death. You didn't even look at the road when you were walking. You deserve to be hit to death. I'm fully insured." Young Master Liu was also very angry. His family members were waiting for them to go back and get engaged. Now his face was basically disfigured. How the hell could they get engaged? Suddenly, he opened the car door angrily and rushed forward. When he saw Zhuang Chang, he seemed to understand something. Could this kid be here to cause trouble? However, the situation is now decided. Unless he has the ability to turn the tide, Chi will be his tonight. Young Master Liu sneered. Even if he had 18 courages, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything earth-shattering. Who was it I thought? Turns out it's you, you poor dog. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way. He really is such a dog that looks down on others. Fuck you. How dare you insult our brother Chang like that? Take my kick. As he said that, Songming suddenly kicked him. Young Master Liu never expected that they would dare to attack him. He was not standing steadily to begin with, and with his kick, he rolled backwards several times. Young Master Liu was relatively resistant to the beating and quickly turned over. He did not feel sorry for himself, but instead felt sorry for his newly bought clothes. This is the suit he is wearing for his engagement today. It is worth several $1,000s. Fuck, what the hell do you want to do? Zhuang Chang smiled coldly and shouted angrily. I want to rob the bride. Chapter 59. Throw money at him. At this moment, Chi seemed to hear the voice that she missed the most in the world and suddenly opened her eyes. I kept wondering in my heart, was I dreaming? I hurriedly looked out the window. The tall and mighty figure was still so familiar. Yes, it's Zhuang Chang. Chi felt that the person she felt most sorry for in this life was him. And now, she still didn't know how to face it. But think about it. If he really just walked away like this, it would be too irresponsible and a waste of his enthusiasm. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. No matter what the outcome is, this face is destined to meet. And he must be given an explanation, which will also be worthy of his courage to bravely stop the car in the end. Chi opened the door and got out of the car, wanting to rush forward regardless of her own safety, but was ruthlessly stopped by Master Liu. Chi, you're about to become my fiancée. What do you want to do? Seeing Chi coming out, Zhuang Chang also became excited. Chi, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. However, the Liu family's driver is no pushover either. Seeing someone bullying their young master, they rushed out and knocked down Wan Bing and Songming one after another. Then, they pressed Zhuang Chang, who was rushing forward, onto the hood of the Audi car. This star-crossed pair of Mandarin ducks actually met in this way. When their eyes met, they burst into tears the instant they looked at each other. Feng went to the bank outside the school to withdraw money. I hurried here and happened to see this scene. I never thought that the history of honest people being bullied is always so strikingly similar. Feng immediately became angry. Anyone who dares to bully his brother is simply seeking death. He kicked the Liu family driver away. The kick was so powerful that the Liu family driver rolled several times, then hit a tree and died. Master Liu was shocked. Who the hell is this? Why are all the people led by Zhuang Chang so fierce? After kicking the driver away, Feng did not stop and walked straight towards Mr. Liu. Instantly, a feeling of oppression came over him, and Master Liu couldn't help but pull Chi back. Zhuang Chang followed angrily, pointing at Master Liu and yelling, "If you don't want to be like your driver, just let go of me and get out of here." Zhuang Chang was furious and his eyes were red. He seemed really anxious. Chi naturally understood Zhuang Chang's thoughts, but anger in crowds could not solve the problem. Reality is reality. Even if he could prevent the engagement this time, if he didn't have the money to pay back, the result would be the same. It was just a matter of time. Chi sighed helplessly. Zhuang Chang, thank you and your good friend for doing this for me. I'm very touched, but I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Just forget about me. Zhuang Chang naturally understood her concerns. Chi-Chi, don't worry, we have already discussed it. Isn't it just 50,000 yuan? Even if we have to collect it together, we will get it for you today. Young Master Lu on the side sneered. If you guys, a bunch of poor losers, can really come up with 50,000 yuan right now, I will turn around and leave immediately. Otherwise, forget it. Chi-Chi didn't have much hope. After all, they were all children from ordinary families. Where could they get so much money in such a short time? The most important thing is that if she followed Zhuang Chang today, her parents and younger brother would definitely be injured. Although she is now at a willful age, she knows that she cannot be willful at this time and can only endure it all silently. Zhuang Chang, thank you so much. Although I was with you for only a few days, you showed me your sense of justice and your love. I really want to go with you, but I can't. So, I'm sorry. As she said this, she prepared to get back into the car. Yi Feng secretly admired. Chi-Chi is a really good girl. She knows the overall situation and would rather sacrifice herself than let her family suffer anymore. I don't know what good things Zhuang Chang did in his previous life to find such a good girl. Yi Feng hid behind Zhuang Chang and secretly handed him the bag containing 50,000 yuan. Brother, we can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you. Zhuang Chang looked back at Yi Feng, his eyes wide open, looking very unbelievable. Money? Where do you get so much money? Why worry about it? Just smash it hard. At this moment, Zhuang Chang suddenly became extremely confident. He walked straight to the car and grabbed Chi-Chi, who was about to get into the car. No one can take my woman away from me. Having said that, he hugged Chi-Chi in his arms and kissed her passionately. At this moment, the guys in the dormitory also burst into victory celebration. They were very happy, but Master Lu was extremely angry and felt like there was something green on his head. Moreover, she cheated on him right in front of him. This is really outrageous. As soon as he spoke, he went forward to beat Zhuang Chang. However, Yi Feng stood directly in front of Zhuang Chang. Just now, Yi Feng kicked their driver away, and his life or death is still uncertain. With his small body, he would probably be in danger if he continues to fight. Master Lu couldn't help but retreat to his original position. Since he couldn't beat them, he could only blame them morally. He looked at Zhuang Chang and others with a look of aggrieved expression. How can you bully people like this? Hearing this, Zhuang Chang was so angry that he laughed and sneered at Master Lu. We are bullying people? What a joke. Your family is ready to force an engagement, and you still have the nerve to accuse us of bullying people. Do you want to have some shame? You bitch. Oh, who said we were forced into an engagement? Chi-Chi volunteered. We were childhood sweethearts. Why do you interfere? What a volunteer. Are you going to be so shameless to the end? Chi-Chi finally couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough. If your family hadn't forced me to pay back the money, would I have gotten engaged to you? To tell you the truth, even if we were engaged and you forcibly took possession of me, you would never get my heart. Okay. You are such a pair of bastards, actually colluding with each other. I will call my dad right now and ask him to take over your house, leaving your parents homeless and living on the streets. As he spoke, Mr. Lu took out his cell phone. Zhuang Chang stepped forward and slapped his cell phone to the ground. Fuck, it's just money, right? I'll give it back to you. As he said this, he took out the 50,000 yuan he had just withdrawn from his bag and threw it hard on Master Lu's face. Take your money and get out of here. This scene shocked everyone, especially Mr. Lu. How is this possible? How did he come up with so much money in such a short time? Could it be fake? Chi-Chi was also very surprised. She knew that Zhuang Chang was also a child from an ordinary family. Could it be that he had borrowed so much money at once from a loan shark? He risked everything for her. Although she was very touched, how could she bear to watch him being harassed by loan sharks? Chapter 60. A beauty once in 5,000 years. Zhuang Chang, where did you get so much money? Did you borrow from a loan shark? Please don't do anything stupid because of me. Zhuang Chang smiled slightly. I said, even if it's just a small sum, I will give it to you today. This is all generously donated by my brothers. Chi-Chi felt better now. Young Master Lu looked at the money on the ground, still in shock. What the hell should I do now? The money has been returned to your family. Now I, Zhuang Chang, solemnly warn you here. If you have any improper thoughts about our Chi-Chi again, do you see these brothers behind me? I will beat you up so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Young Master Lu was unwilling to accept the fact that the fat meat he had finally obtained was snatched away without him getting any benefit at all. How could it be that it was taken away from him? He wanted to take back more, but he was outnumbered. If he went forward to grab them, he would definitely be beaten. At this time, Zhuangchang was in his prime and was too lazy to see him again. Take your money and get out of here. Don't show up in front of me anymore. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. At worst, he can take revenge later. Taking 50,000 yuan home is better than going home empty-handed, and it also serves as an explanation. So, Master Lu picked up the money and left in shame. After he left, Chi also completely relaxed. This time, we were able to escape without any danger, thanks to Zhuangchang's persistence, and of course, the great help from his brothers. He bowed deeply to Yi Feng, Dat Songming, and Wan Bing. Thank you for your kindness. I will never forget it. Please rest assured that I will return the 50,000 yuan to you as soon as possible. Dat Songming and Wan Bing waved their hands quickly. To be honest, we didn't pay a penny for this. You should thank Yi Feng more because he paid for it all. Chi bowed deeply to Yi Feng again. Thank you. We are all good friends. Why are you being so polite? You can just discipline Zhuangchang in the future so that he won't be stingy and won't even treat us to breakfast. Chi burst out laughing. Okay, I'll ask him to buy you breakfast for the rest of his life. When my wife speaks, I naturally listen to her. Not to mention this life, I've already reserved my next life. Ha ha ha. Dat Songming and Wan Bing also hurried to join in the fun. What about us? You guys? Do you guys still owe Yi Feng a month's worth of meals? You guys go first, and after you fulfill your promise, I'll treat you again. Fuck, you're such a thief. How dare you say that to me? I'll beat you up. Your girlfriend is here, so let's give you some face. When we get back to the dormitory, we will team up to deal with you. After playing around for a while, Zhuangchang suddenly became serious. Back to the topic, Yi Feng. How come you can suddenly come up with so much money? I remember that before, Su Shuiyao gave you money because you had no money to buy a bag. When Dat Songming heard this, he felt something was wrong and quickly interrupted him. What are you talking about? You are really talking about something irrelevant. Zhuangchang also suddenly felt that it was inappropriate and quickly apologized. Yi Feng, I'm so sorry. Look at my mouth. I apologize to you. This matter has long passed, and Yi Feng didn't take it to heart. However, it wouldn't be too much to take this opportunity to treat him to a meal. What's the point of apologizing? I might as well treat you to dinner tonight. Please, I must. Even if you don't tell me, Chi and I have to thank you. But, can you tell us first, where did you get the money from? Find a part-time job? Damn it, what kind of part-time job can make so much money? Yi Feng, are you going to sell your body? Yi Feng looked disgusted. Damn, can you please be more careful with your words? Your girlfriend is right next to you. Chi also raised her little pink fist and punched Zhuangchang hard on the chest to teach him a lesson. I'm sorry, I was careless. Ha, please don't bother with me. From now on, I will never say such things in front of Chi again. Are you going to say it behind my back? Humph, I dare not. I dare not. I will never dare to say it again in the future. Watching them flirting, Yi Feng was very envious. It seemed that he had to work harder. Dat Songming and Wan Bing were also envious, but they felt it would be better to be more realistic. Yi Feng, what kind of part-time job did you find? Can you introduce it to us? Be a bodyguard for Han Jiangxue. Who? Han Jiangxue? Han Jiangxue, the daughter of the Huaqinghan group? Yi Feng nodded calmly. Yes, that's her. Yi Feng, can we stop joking? Do you know how noble his status is? How can you be his bodyguard? This time Zhuangchang was very angry. You two have gone too far. You just taught me a lesson, but now you have become such a snob and look down on others. This is really not a matter of looking down on others. Do you know who the daughter of the Han family is? Zhuangchang was also a little confused. Isn't it the eldest daughter of the Han family? Who else could it be? I'm not asking you who she is. I want to tell you how distinguished she is. Not to mention how rich her family is, just take her personal achievements as an example. No one in Huada can compare to her. Yi Feng also suddenly became interested. Could it be that Han Jiangxue had some outstanding abilities hidden? De Calming paused and then asked everyone a question. I wonder if you still remember the goddess rankings of the Huada music department? Zhuangchang answered first. Of course I know. There are 3 goddesses in the Department of Music of Hua University. Peng Miaoyin is 3rd, Bai Anlin is 2nd, and there is another one who is 1st. I only know that it is a girl named Han, but I have never seen her in person. Could it be this Han Jiangxue? He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. When he looked back, he saw that Chi-Chi's face had become serious. Zhuangchang is Zhuangchang so smart. Aren't you a smart person who can't read people's expressions? Can't you see that Chi-Chi is already unhappy? Do you have to push him to the edge to be happy? Zhuangchang smiled bitterly and winked at him quickly. Fortunately, De Calming reacted and got back to the topic. The top student in the music department of Hua University is Han Jiangxue, the daughter of the Hua Qinghan group. The reason why no one has seen her is that on her first day of college, she was invited to study at the world's top Berklee College of Music because of her outstanding musical talent. However, Hua University has always kept her student status and legend. She is so beautiful that she is praised as a beauty that is rarely seen in 5,000 years. Therefore, the music department is on the list of goddesses. However, you have never seen her. I was lucky enough to see her once when I reported to the university. Her beauty, like a fairy descending from the earth, is still unforgettable. That Songming was talking with ecstasy, and it seemed that he was deeply immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. To be honest, Yi Feng has seen many women, and Han Jiangxue is indeed the most beautiful. But isn't it a bit too exaggerated that De Kongming is like a fangirl? Yi Feng took out his cell phone, opened a photo, and showed it to him. Come, take a look. Is this the super beauty you mentioned that only appears once in 5,000 years? Chapter 61. Airsai's answer deserves a slap. Looking at the photos on Yi Feng's phone, that Songming was stunned. He stared blankly for a long time, and suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes, and he asked excitedly, "How did you get her photo?" "Didn't I just say that? I'm her bodyguard now." Wan Bing couldn't resist the temptation and moved closer, wanting to take a glimpse at what this super beauty who appears once in 5,000 years looks like. Damn, it's really beautiful to the sky. Zhuang Chong, who was standing by, was also itching to do it, but Chi-Chi was right in front of him. He could only pretend to be disdainful. Tisk, no matter how beautiful she is, can she be as pretty as our Chi-Chi? Wan Bing and Songming were so absorbed in the photo that they had no intention of ing him. Is this the only one? Are there any more? What a greedy bunch of guys. Yi Feng simply put away his phone. No more. Wan Bing seemed a little impatient. That's all? Aren't you a bodyguard? Can't you take more pictures? Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, showing that he was very innocent. Ditsong was still lost in endless reverie. I heard that the daughter of the Han family group will hold a concert tomorrow at the Huaqing Music Hall, which is known as the Little Grammy. I really want to see her stunning beauty with my own eyes. What are you hesitating about? Then go and see. You said you would go, so go. Do you know how much the ticket is? How much is it? Isn't it 9.9 yuan, including shipping? Damn it. Do you think you could buy something on Pink 6E for 9.9 yuan with free shipping? To tell you the truth, even the tickets for the last row are 999 yuan each, and you can't get one without some connections. Even the fourth son of Hua University could only get a seat at the very back. Holy crap, is she that popular? How come she's almost a top star? What do you mean by catching up with the top stars? I've already surpassed them, okay. It seems that it is really difficult to see the beauty that only appears once in 5,000 years. Yi Feng was also very surprised. I really didn't expect that Han Jiangxue would be so popular. Since they're so enthusiastic, we should help them. Do you really want to see it? Of course, sure, and for sure. If I had known you guys love music so much, I would have bought a few more tickets. I was going to give them to a few of my crushes in the music department, but forget it, I'll just give them to you guys first. As he spoke, Yi Feng took out a few exquisite tickets from his pocket. After taking the ticket from his hand, De Kongming and Wan Bing were stunned. They were even happier than if they had picked up money. Damn, am I dreaming? Bing, how about you slap me? Wan Bing was also not polite and slapped at Songming in the face. Instead of being angry, he became even more excited. It's not a dream, it's actually real. At this moment, Wan Bing suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, the ticket above me is actually for the first row. Shit, mine too." Zhuang Chong looked at their excitement and became eager to try. "Chi-Chi, my dear wife, how about we go and join in the fun? Of course, I am going there because of my love for music, not to see anyone." Chi-Chi also has an immense passion for music, otherwise she wouldn't have chased by Anlin for an autograph. This time, Chi-Chi was particularly gracious and nodded in agreement. Zhuang Chong immediately came up to him with a very ambiguous expression, which made him look like he really wanted a beating. "Feng, can you give me 2 tickets? I want to take my wife Chi-Chi to watch and learn." What a cunning guy. Did Songming and Wan Bing watched Zhuang Chong take away the 2 tickets and began to have ideas. Such a good opportunity to show off. How can I not bring my new girlfriend to join in the fun? Maybe, because of this incident, the relationship between them will quickly heat up. "Feng, do you have any more? Can you give one to each of us brothers? Our little girlfriend also loves music." Yi Feng touched his pocket to indicate that he had no money left. If I had known this would happen, I should have taken all the 100 tickets my godson gave me. Ah, gone? What about our little girlfriend? Feng, you are the man who knows the daughter of the Han group. Can't you ask her for a few more? Don't be sad. Don't be upset. Just bring your girlfriends with you when the time comes. No tickets are required, and we will still arrange the best seats for you. Really? Could it be that even now, there are still doubts? Don't dare. We really believe it now. After dinner, I returned to the dormitory, feeling dizzy. Yi Feng took out his cell phone and saw dozens of messages from Su Shuiyao and Peng Miaoying. I took a quick look and found that it was all meaningless words. In fact, what he wanted to see most was Han Jiangshua's information. After all, they had previously agreed that they would tell him the time and address of the concert. The time and address have been set. Why haven't you told him yet? Since you have chosen Han Jiangshue as your target, you must stick to the dog's characteristics of being persistent. I took the initiative to send her a message. However, the identity that sent the message is still the most handsome man in the beggar gang. The most handsome beggar. I heard that the time and place of your concert have been decided. It has been so long. Why haven't you sent it to me yet? Are you planning to give me a surprise? After a few minutes, Han Jiangshue replied. Bai Shou Qinxian. I'm sorry. I've been busy lately and forgot about it. I'm really sorry. The most handsome beggar gang. It doesn't matter. I'm not a stingy person. Can you tell me now? Bai Shou Qinxian. Watching Music Hall. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. However, it seems that the tickets are in short supply and may not be available. The most handsome beggar gang. Don't worry. I have great powers and will definitely show up on time. Early in the morning, Yi Feng was still asleep. Zhuang Chong, De Tsongming, and Wan Bing began to rummage through the drawers again. Look, I'm still wearing this bright red dress, okay? Damn it. This isn't a dance. You're not asked to compete with each other for splendor. Can you be normal and just be an ordinary audience? Look at us. We are so plain and simple. Zhuang Chong looked back at the two of them and was stunned. Damn, when did you two buy such handsome black suits? We are just wearing simple clothes and not dressing up. Do we look cool? Why don't we feel that way? The two of them gave very Versailles answers, which really deserved a beating. But the most urgent thing is to find such a handsome suit somewhere. Otherwise, I will definitely be the ugliest one standing next to them. Feng, wake up. Don't you have a particularly handsome suit? Can you lend it to me? To be honest, this is the only piece of clothing Yi Feng can afford. Today, although he is a bodyguard, he still remains handsome. Just when I was considering whether to lend it to him, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it. Chapter 62, Clothes Make the Man, Saddles Make the Horse. Hearing someone knocking on the door and shouting Gan Lao loudly, the guys in the dormitory burst into laughter instantly. Damn, where did this idiot come from? He's calling me daddy so early in the morning. Hey, comrades, whose godson is he? If you don't agree, then I will. Having said that, Zhuang Chong was about to open the door and show off. Yi Feng knew who it was just by the voice, but why were they coming here so early in the morning? He stretched himself lazily and scolded with a smile. You kid, you dare to take advantage of my godson. Be careful that he will punish you in a while. Everyone looked at Yi Feng. Your godson? When did you recognize him? From the sound of his deep voice, he seems to be much older than you. Don't talk nonsense. Open the door quickly and ask him what's the matter. Zhuang Chong then opened the door and was stunned when he saw the person standing outside. There were a few burly men, all wearing suits and sunglasses, looking very impressive. Especially the leader, who was tall and strong, with puffy cheeks, bulging temples, and a pair of cold eyes that seemed able to kill people. Zhuang Chong was really scared. Did Yi Feng make a mistake? How could he think of a godson? It was clearly a gang. He quickly retreated back inside, looked at Yi Feng, and gestured to him. What is going on here? However, before Yi Feng could speak, Tai Henin suddenly grinned, nodded, and bowed as he walked into the dormitory. When he came in front of Yi Feng, he bowed deeply and respectfully. Good morning, sir. It is said that women change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, but compared with this idiot, it is nothing. I really don't understand what kind of magic Yi Feng used to make such a fierce, muscular man so obedient. What's going on so early in the morning? Gan Lao, the security for the concert has been arranged. Please go over and inspect it. He didn't care about the security issue, but he was very envious of their outfits. He was wearing a suit, shiny leather shoes, and big sunglasses, looking very impressive. Even if he put on his most proud clothes, It seemed that he could not compare with them. Tainan also noticed this abnormality. Don't be fooled by his silly appearance. His ability to read people's expressions is really no exaggeration. Suddenly, he chuckled and called out to the younger brother behind him. Here, bring it to Gan Lao. After saying that, for younger brothers, each carrying a suit that was more advanced than what they were wearing, came up to Yifeng. In the bodyguard business, outfits are very important, especially when protecting someone like the eldest daughter of the Han family. So, these are the 4 suits I carefully selected that suit your temperament. However, the final choice is up to you, Gan Lao. These 4 sets of clothes are simply amazing, fashionable and elegant, thick and generous, and several levels higher than the suits worn by Tai Henin and others. Did Songming and Wan Bing no longer dared to act in a Versailles manner, and both stared at the suits and drooled. In fact, Yifeng didn't know much about these suits. They all looked the same, so he just picked one at random. After all, he was still handsome, and with a little dressing up, he was bound to charm thousands of girls. He got up, washed, put on his clothes, and stood in front of the crowd. Immediately, he shocked everyone. Oh my goodness! Is this still the 4th child in our dormitory? Isn't he too handsome? Who said he wasn't? Fortunately, I know his background and details. If I didn't know, I would have thought he was a rich young man from somewhere. I think he's more handsome than those movie stars. Yifeng smiled indifferently. Looks handsome? I just dressed up casually. This outfit is really uncomfortable to wear. If the character didn't require it, I wouldn't bother to change into it. It's really not as comfortable as my sportswear. Zhuangchang secretly admired and gave a thumbs up. This is much more clever than the Versailles of its Songming and Wan Bing. In fact, he doesn't care about these. 3 of them had suits to wear, except him. How could there be such a big difference in their personalities when they lived under the same roof? Even so, you can't lose face by wearing sportswear, right? So, he started to think about Yifeng again. Feng, you have so many nice suits. Can you lend me one to wear? I promise, after I wear it today, I will definitely send it to the dry cleaner and clean it thoroughly for you. Yifeng naturally understood what he was thinking. It's just a piece of clothing, just wear it. If I could spend the money on my card freely, I would buy them 8 or 10 sets of clothes each, and they would all be different every week. Pick anyone you like. If you don't like any of them, I'll ask my godson to send a few more over later. No, these are more than enough. In fact, Zhuangchang had long been drooling over the black suit with a hint of dark red. If Qimei saw this, she would definitely fall for him. Yifeng nodded, and he immediately grabbed it. It is true that clothes make the man, saddles make the horse, and a dog runs happily with a bell. After putting on this suit, Zhuangchang instantly turned into a young man. That Songming and Wan Bing were also dumbfounded. They looked at Zhuangchang and then at themselves. Suddenly, the 2 of them looked at Yifeng at the same time. Can you lend us the remaining 2 suits? These are so much better than our clothes. They are so cool. Yifeng nodded. Take it if you like. After all, you're my friend Yifeng, and you can't embarrass yourself outside. Yifeng still has important things to do. After trying on the clothes, I left the dormitory. Walking on the campus, followed by a large group of bodyguards, he looked so majestic. He accidentally charmed thousands of girls. Whose celebrity is he? He's so handsome, isn't he? Why does it look like the loser Yifeng? Don't say that about him. Even if it's Yifeng, he's still the man of my dreams. Soon, we arrived at Weizong Music Hall. After a quick turn, Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. His keen perception told him that the security here was definitely of a high enough level and was more than enough to protect the Führer and the generals. He patted Taiyan's shoulder. Not bad. I'm not bragging, you do have some skills. Taiyan chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gan. If anyone is to be the best, it has to be Mr. Gan. He saw through all my plans at a glance. At this time, Assistant Wu also came over. Hello, sir. Why are you here so early? Why don't you take a rest? I am Miss Han's bodyguard after all. If I am late, wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty? By the way, how is the contact with the guest performers invited by Miss Han going? Is there anything unusual today? Some have already arrived and are discussing the performance with the eldest lady. Someone has been sent to pick up a few others. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Now that all the performers are in place, today's concert is half done. You guys continue to check for omissions, and I'll go see Miss Han. Chapter 63. Weird and Strange. There are many dressing rooms backstage, but the largest one is definitely Han Jiangshui's. Soon they found the dressing room with Han Jiangshui's name printed on it. I wanted to knock on the door politely and ask if I needed any help or something. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he found that the door was ajar, and he heard Han Jiangshue's voice. Stop standing at the door. Come over here and help me. Yi Feng was very surprised. What was going on? Could it be that Miss Han had the ability to predict the future and knew he was coming? So she let him in to help? Yi Feng, upholding his usual good style of helping others, immediately pushed the door and walked in. However, when I saw the scene in front of me, I was stunned. It was so beautiful and so white. My heart was pounding, and if the theorem wasn't so strong, I would have had a nosebleed. Han Jiangxue was wearing very simple clothes, and her figure was perfect. She took the long skirt she had chosen and prepared to put it on. However, she was wearing a facial mask, and it was not yet time, so she couldn't see anything, and it was a little inconvenient for her to put on her clothes. Yi Feng couldn't believe it. Was he really asking him to help put on his clothes? Could he have made a mistake? However, after looking around for a long time, he did not find any other living people. So, Yi Feng had no choice but to agree, even though he felt it was a little inappropriate. But who can blame him for being so kind-hearted? Ah, what are you still standing there for? Come over here quickly. Since Miss Han had no objection and was so proactive, if he remained where he was, he would seem a little too shy. So I stopped hesitating. He walked straight over and started to help according to Miss Han's instructions. To be honest, it was Yi Feng's first time helping a woman put on clothes, and his hands and feet seemed very clumsy. Han Jiangxue also felt a little strange. What's going on today? Why are you so clumsy? Yi Feng suppressed his evil anger and did not dare to say anything for fear of losing his temper. Han Jiangxue was really something. She actually tested him in this way. Fortunately, he had strong self-control. If it were someone else, they would have lost control long ago. After stumbling a lot, I finally managed to zip up the back. It's done. Yi Feng also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a girl with twin ponytails and wearing a JK skirt came skipping in, holding a bucket of popcorn in her hand and eating it with relish. Sister Han, I'm so sorry. I was so hungry just now that I was delayed by finding something to eat. Have you put on your clothes? They look pretty good. Yeah. Who is this brother? So handsome. Hearing this, Han Jiangxue was stunned. What's going on? Wasn't it Bai Shiyin who helped her put on the clothes just now? Who is this brother she is talking about? Could it be that he was the one who helped me put on the clothes just now? Doesn't that mean he has seen everything he should have seen? Han Jiangxue was extremely panicked and quickly took off her mask. Looking back, she saw the very handsome Yi Feng standing behind her. Half of the anger in her heart disappeared in an instant. However, if you don't teach her a lesson, you might think she is just a casual girl. Han Jiangxue's face suddenly changed, and she looked shy and angry. Why are you here? Who asked you to come in? Was it really you who helped me put on the clothes? What did you see? Yi Feng felt extremely aggrieved. Didn't you let me in? Didn't you ask me to help you put on my clothes? Since you helped me put on my clothes, you can't just close your eyes, right? However, in order to take Han Jiangxue's feelings into consideration, he could only pretend to be mute. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? I closed my eyes at the time and didn't see your slender, white legs and smooth jade-like back at all. I don't believe your lies. You described it in such detail, and yet you still say you didn't see it. Apologize to me now. Humph. Apologize? If an apology could calm the situation, Yi Feng would be very willing to do so. After all, if he had taken advantage, an apology would mean nothing. Just when Yi Feng was organizing his words and wanted to use sweet words to make her happy. No, it should be sweet talk. Bai Shiyin suddenly stood up. Sister Han, how could you do this? Your brother was kind enough to help you put on your clothes, but you scolded him and asked him to apologize. This is wrong of you. You should thank your brother. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. This girl was very observant and fair. However, Han Jiangxue scolded coldly. You little girl, what do you know? Bai Shiyin deliberately puffed out her chest and loudly retorted. Who is small? Who is small? Please don't look down on me, okay? Humph. This incident made Han Jiangxue very angry. It's not because of what she said, but because of her impressive capital. I don't know what this girl ate to grow up, but she has developed so well that it makes her cousin feel ashamed. Bai Shiyin turned around and comforted Yi Feng. Brother, please rest assured. I, Bai Shiyin, will definitely seek justice for you and will not let you suffer any loss. Yi Feng smiled helplessly. This Bai Shiyin really didn't mind making trouble. To be honest, this girl is so well developed, at least D or above. Ding dong. The candidate is under review. Ding dong. The overall score of the disgraceful object is 90 points. The disgraceful object review has been successful. Immediately afterwards, Bai Shiyun's information appeared in my mind. Nin Beiheyun. Age, 17. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 9 points. Specialty, drawing. Favorability, 10 points. Difficulty, 2 stars. When the favorability exceeds 90 points, the counterattack is successful. Reward 110 points of reward. Reward 218 attribute points. Attribute points can change the host's own attributes, including speed, strength, spirit, aptitude, talent, perception, etc. When the favorability is lower than minus 60 points, the mission fails and 20 points of reward will be deducted. Ding dong. Host, do you want to start the mission of disgracing the dog? Looking at the information in his mind, Feng was also very surprised. She has such a beautiful face and graceful figure at such a young age. If she becomes more feminine in a few years, she will be amazing. Since God has blessed us, we must not let him down. Open. Ding dong. The mission is started, and the object of shame is bound successfully. Bai Shiyun stood in front of Feng, eating popcorn while confronting Han Jiangxue. This damn girl is really a traitor. Han Jiangxue couldn't do anything to her. Forget it. Forget it. I won't bother with you too. Get out now. I have something else to take care of. Do you need my brother's help? You damn girl. You really deserve a beating. Oh no. Brother, hurry up and leave. If Sister Han gets angry, she will be like a tigress and both of us will suffer. He didn't even want the popcorn and just grabbed Feng and ran out. After running a long way, Bai Shiyun finally let go. Looking at Feng, the bone elf asked proudly, Brother, you were talking about the Feng that Sister Han mentioned, right? I helped you a lot today. How are you going to repay me? Chapter 64. Competing with yourself. Feng was a little amused and helpless. This was not helping at all. It was clearly making trouble. Originally, if I just said sorry honestly, the matter would have passed quietly. But now, it has backfired. I don't know how to get Han Jiangxue's forgiveness next. Seeing Feng remain silent, Bai Shiyun pouted and said angrily, In order to help you, I even threw away my favorite popcorn. Could it be that you were so cruel to watch your savior starve? This little girl looks quite cute and playful when she gets angry. However, Feng gave a bitter smile. You look so overnourished, yet you're still starving. You really look like a foodie. Oh, there is no way, forget it. Who told him to be in the wrong? Just do as he wishes. Tell me, what do you want to eat? It's my treat today. Anything you want to eat? As long as it's available in the world. How much can you eat? As long as you are not afraid of eating too much, you can eat as much as you want. You have enough money. Bai Shiyun gave a smug smirk. This is what I've been waiting for. Now I can do whatever I want without restraint. You said it. Don't go back on your word. Let's go. Let's go now. Now. Of course. I'm hungry now. This place only has popcorn, but that doesn't satisfy my hunger at all. But I still have to organize security. It's okay. Don't you still have those smart and capable godsons? They're all experts. It's okay. Feng stared at her blankly and thought, she knows a lot. It will be hard to fool her. Besides these, what else did your sister Han tell you? There are so many things to ask, like how much pocket money she has, what she likes to eat when her period comes. Anyway, there are so many things to ask. Let's go. I'll tell you as we walk. Feng looked at each other in surprise. The two of them really could talk about anything. With Bai Shiyun's force pulling, the two finally arrived at the food court of Wanda Watching. Although it was not as lively as at night, it was enough for this little foodie to eat. Ding dong. The rebate from Tiango was successful. This time, the consumption was 100 Chinese yuan, and Tiango rebated 45 times, and the rebate received was 4,500 Chinese yuan. Your savings card with the last number 5,999 received and paid out 4,500 Chinese yuan, dog cash, at 11:44 on July 19th. The current balance is 40,001,004,500.00 Chinese yuan, and the original accumulated balance is 0 Chinese yuan. I haven't spent any real money in a while. Today, watching the real money double in size, it feels really good. However, this also made him envious and jealous. Why couldn't he spend it on himself? If I could spend money on myself, I would probably be driving a luxury car, living in a villa, and maybe even have a yacht and a private jet to play with. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ah, why are you staring at your phone by yourself? Are you secretly looking at photos of beautiful women? That's not okay. How can I be worthy of my sister Han if I do that? As he spoke, he snatched Feng's mobile phone. When he saw the bank message, he was shocked. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Oh my God, how much money is this? My mind is confused. Let me calculate it again. Ones, tens. This girl is really quick-eyed and quick-handed. Your billion-dollar fortune must not be exposed. Otherwise, you won't be able to be an ordinary person. Before he could count clearly, Feng quickly snatched the phone back. Don't be fooled by all those zeros. They're all fake. They're just for show. I wanted to find an excuse to get away with it, but Bai Shiyin seemed a little disdainful. TSK, I'm not a child anymore. You can't fool me. If it was fake, would you still be so nervous? Don't worry. I'm not lending you money. You don't have to be so scared. Feng was a little embarrassed and couldn't even refute. Don't think Bai Shiyin is a naive little foodie, but she is very shrewd and can reveal the secret in one sentence. Am I right? Don't worry. Since you were so low-key, I will keep the secret for you. Feng was just about to express his gratitude. Suddenly, Bai Shiyin changed the subject and said with a sly smile, however, you have to provide me with good food and drink in the future. Of course, in return, in addition to keeping the secret, I will do my best to help you pursue my sister Han. He didn't expect to be tricked by this little girl. He didn't want to sign such an unequal treaty. I don't want to chase your sister Han. I've already told you that you can't fool me. If someone else had helped Sister Han put on her clothes, do you think she would have been able to walk out? Well, that's because I'm capable on my own, so I don't need your help. Humph! Then I will go to Sister Han and complain that you bullied me, touched me, had bad intentions, and have a problem with your character. It's just right that she won't have to hesitate between the two. She will definitely pass you up. This trick of framing someone else is really hard to guard against. I didn't expect that this little girl was so cunning. What did you mean by hesitating between the two? You want to know? Certainly. Then give me 2 more fried meatballs on a skewer, and I'll tell you. Still eating. This girl has a great appetite, and she's not afraid of being full. As the saying goes, a little kid can eat his father to death. It seems that this little foodie is even better. In order to find out the truth, I had to compromise. It's for you, little ball. Can you tell me now? Bai Shiyin ate while proudly saying, a few days ago, my sister Han was live streaming on Douyin. Someone admired her talents so much that he directly gave her 100 million views and said he would come to watch her performance today. So you should be careful. However, if you want to win the favor of Sister Han, you should try to please me quickly. Who knows, if I say a few nice words to you, you might become my brother-in-law. After hearing this, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So, this was the case. I never thought that I would become my competitor. This is really rare and unheard of in the world. Ha! Bai Shiyin was stunned. Why are you laughing? I just felt so good that I couldn't help but laugh. Bai Shiyin curled her lips. Nerve! Anyway, she has the evidence in her hand, so she won't have to worry about food and drink. I'm full too. Shall we go back? Etc. After a while, Feng came back with a lot of delicious food. Bai Shiyin's face was full of surprise. Did you prepare this for me because you were worried that I was hungry? You are so kind. TSK, you little foodie, you are full, but your sister Han hasn't eaten yet. That's quite considerate. I'd like to thank you on behalf of Sister Han. Come, I'll help you carry it. Letting her carry him would be like walking a sheep into a tiger's mouth. If you are exhausted, I will do it. Took a taxi back to Weizong Music Hall. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw a lot of people gathered around, seemingly watching the fun. Bai Shiyin also suddenly perked up. Look over there, let's go join in the fun. After getting out of the car, regardless of whether Feng was willing or not, he was dragged over. Chapter 65, Profligate Merchants. This girl is really open-minded and likes to join in any fun. If Bai Shiyin hadn't been so strong and hadn't dragged him over, he wouldn't have bothered to participate. After looking closely, I seem to have discovered the brothers in the dormitory. They brought their little girlfriends and seemed to be arguing with someone. Since his brothers were present, there was no reason for him to just ignore it. However, Bai Shiyin was more anxious than Feng and pulled him directly into the crowd. When I got inside, I found that it was these 3 grandsons who were blocking the road and deliberately causing trouble. Qi Juanhao, Xiao Hongyi, and Feng Zilong stood aside, looking at Zhuang Chong and the others with a sense of superiority. The gap between the two sides immediately became apparent. How did the 3 of them get together? Could it be that they all knew each other? At this moment, Bai Shiyin frowned slightly and snorted. The sons of the 3 major Huaqing groups, the Qi family, the Xiao family, and the Feng family are all here. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken, and has no good intentions. Yi Feng also suddenly realized, I have always heard that there are 5 major family groups in Huaqing. Apart from the Han family, there are the Qi family, the Shao family, the Feng family, and the Zhou family. What no one expected was that the 3 of them were actually the sons of their respective families. The 4 major groups have close ties and are in cahoots with each other. Moreover, they are plotting the affairs of the Han family. Now that the 3 young masters have shown up, it is likely that the young master of the Zhou family will not be too far away. Yi Feng did not rush to stand up, but waited and saw what happened to see what this group of people wanted to do. Qi Juanhao stood in front of the 2 of them, looking condescending and speaking in an aggressive tone. You losers, don't think you are upper class just because you wear a few brand-name suits. You are still far from it. Zhuangchang had long disliked Qi Juanhao's grandson. If it weren't for him, Yi Feng would not have been abandoned by Su Shuiyao. He only regretted that Yi Feng didn't break all his ribs last time. The scar has healed, and the pain has been forgotten. Is your rib healed? Do you want me to send you to the hospital for a few more days? I get angry when I talk about this matter. When I find an opportunity, I will definitely seek revenge on Yi Feng. However, the most urgent task now is to find a way to get the first row of tickets from them. I won't argue with you. I'll tell you a real price. How much do you want to transfer it to me? Since you guys are so honest, I'll be happy to sell it for 1 million per ticket. 1 million? You dare to ask for so much? Do you think it's made of gold? Even if it is made of gold, it's not so expensive. Zhuangchang smiled calmly. Didn't you just boast that you are the leader of the 4 great lords of Huaqing and spend money like water? Why are you scared now when you hear this price? The people watching the excitement around supported Zhuangchang and couldn't help but applaud and cheer for him. At this moment, he represents not himself, but all the ordinary people around him. They all really dislike such arrogant and domineering young men. If the law didn't intervene, they would have probably taken action themselves. Yi Feng also nodded secretly on the side. This Zhuangchang has some of his style. If he is trained in a targeted manner, he may not have to show up in public in the future. Qi Juanhao was so ashamed that he felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Xiao Hongyi sneered and said, I've said it before, you can't count on these losers. Even the 4 great masters of Huaqing are not qualified to buy front row seats, so how can you buy them? So, the tickets must be fake. I just checked it, and there's an anti-counterfeiting mark on it. It can't be fake. You haven't seen the first row of tickets. How do you know they are fake? You idiot. I gave you a way out, but you refused it. Why do you call me an idiot? Before anything happened, the 2 started arguing. Zhuangchang stood there in a daze, looking a little at a loss. Why is there an internal conflict? These young masters really deserve a beating, but it is not appropriate to create trouble now. However, I would not be able to swallow this insult if I let them go so easily. Yi Feng thought of a good idea. Since they want the first row tickets so badly, sell them. This time, the money I earned went into my own pocket. He took out his cell phone and called Assistant Wu. Assistant Wu was also very efficient and handed all the tickets for the first row to him in less than a minute. If I sell this stack of tickets at 10,000 yuan per piece, I can still make a lot of money. Yi Feng, hiding in the crowd, greeted Zhuangchang in a low voice. Zhuangchang, Zhuangchang, come hier. Following the sound, I looked back and saw Yi Feng. With a look of joy on his face, he hurried over. Why are you still hiding here? Did you see my heroic act of confronting someone just now? Very brave. However, I'm not going to discuss this with you now. Let me ask you a question. Do you want to make money? Making money? Of course, I've thought about it. I still owe you 50,000 yuan. Tell me if you have any way to make money. Tickets for sale. Selling tickets? How can that be possible? My sister loves music so much, and it took a lot of effort to get a seat in the first row. How can we just sell it like that? 50,000 yuan per ticket, 10% commission. What do you think? Zhuangchang raised his head and thought carefully. 1 ticket costs 5,000, 10 tickets cost 50,000, and 100 tickets cost 500,000. This is really a job that makes money. However, they would be reluctant to sell the tickets they had. After all, they brought their girlfriends here to brag, and if they broke their promise, their girlfriends might get angry and leave. Yi Feng had already seen through his thoughts and casually took out a stack of tickets. Are you still worried now? Zhuangchang's eyes widened. Holy crap, where did all these tickets come from? Don't worry about it. Just sell it boldly. If it sells well, I suggest you sell the tickets you have as well. How can that be possible? Don't worry, even if there are no tickets, I will still let you sit in the front row. Zhuangchang made up his mind. Since Yi Feng said this, he had nothing to worry about. Take the ticket and turn around and leave. Bai Shiyun pouted and muttered angrily, "Swindler, a complete swindler." Yi Feng remained calm and smiled slightly. "This is to prepare funds for your future food." Hearing this, Bai Shiyun's face changed instantly. "Why don't you talk to him and set the price of the ticket at 100,000 each? Anyway, these young masters didn't make their money in such an honorable way. We can be regarded as getting rid of harm to the people. You are still so cruel, but you have to do me a favor later." Zhuang Chong walked up to the young masters, showed them his tickets, and asked arrogantly, "Hey, do you still want your tickets?" Qi Juanhao and Xiao Hongyi stopped arguing. He stared at the ticket in Zhuang Chong's hand, his saliva almost dripping out. "Where do so many votes come from? I was just kidding when I told you guys that the price was 1 million yuan per ticket. Seeing you guys fighting over a ticket, Zhuang Chong, couldn't bear it. So, I've applied for a discount for you guys. The price is 50,000 yuan per ticket, while stocks last." 50,000? This is still too expensive. These bastards, even after reducing the price so much, still complain that it is too expensive. They are so greedy. "It's too cheap. I'll buy it all." Chapter 66. Do whatever you want. If I had known that these would be considered expensive, people would complain about them. So, in addition to Zhuang Chong, he also arranged Bai Shiyun pretend to be grabbing tickets to make them nervous. But Zhuang Chong was completely unaware of this. "I was so happy to hear this. There are at least 50 tickets. If all are sold, I can get 250,000 in commission alone. This will make the surf sing. 55 tickets, a total of 2.75 million. Do you want to pay by cash, card, or scan code? This is the only way to get close to the stage, and also the best opportunity to get close to the eldest daughter of the Han family. Their goal is to gain the favor of Miss Han. If they develop feelings for each other and get married, that would be the best outcome. By then, all the assets of the Han family will be transferred over, making it the largest group in Huaqing. So, for this purpose, a small investment is nothing. Opportunities cannot be wasted and must not be snatched away by others." Qi Juanhao immediately came forward. "Wait a minute. You have to act accordingly. My Qi family wants this ticket." Xiao Hongyi smiled coldly. "First come, first serve? How ridiculous. Now it's a free economic market. Of course, whoever pays the most will get the ticket." He didn't gain any advantage in the argument with Qi Juanhao just now. This time, we must not let him get ahead of us again. We, the Xiao family, are willing to give a tip of 100 yuan more per ticket than the Qi family. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 5,000 more. Then, of course, it will be sold to the one with the highest price. Bai Shiyun's appearance had two main purposes. One was to create a tense atmosphere and make tickets popular. The second is price gouging. She has also been thinking about how to create this effect. As a result, before it was her turn to make a move, they started competing maliciously among themselves. It was more fun to just watch the fun, so she simply went back to her original place. He made an okay gesture to Yi Feng, and then said proudly, "Mission accomplished. Don't forget to go to Haidaleo tonight." What a little foodie. Looking at the two people fighting, Yi Feng also found it funny. On the surface, the four major family groups worked together in close proximity, preparing to jointly bring down the Han family group. However, unexpectedly, there were all kinds of overt and covert struggles behind the scenes, all of which wanted to monopolize the wealth of the Han family group. Their ambitions were really big. Just when the two were arguing over the price, Feng Zilong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "It's just 50,000 yuan for a ticket. Is there any need to be so stingy? One price, 3 million. Give me both of these tickets." The two were immediately unhappy. Qi Juanhao scolded coldly. "Why should I give it to you? You are competing maliciously." Xiao Hongyi was also very indignant. "Don't think that paying a little more money is a big deal. Did your family get its money from the wind? You loser." The house dragon was dismissive. "Yes, our family's money was blown away by the wind. So what? If you have the ability, you can surpass me." Xiao Hongyi was so angry that he wanted to throw money at him. But this was the limited budget, and he couldn't take out a penny more. Some are happy, some are sad. Looking at the rapidly rising prices, Zhuang Chong was extremely excited. Yi Feng is indeed good at economics. The speed of making money is even faster than the wind. In order to prevent Feng Zilong from changing his mind, Zhuang Chong took out the tickets for himself, to Song Ming and Wan Bing. "Here's the ticket. Pay the money and we'll deliver the goods." Feng Zilong smiled slightly. "Although I spent a lot of money today, I was able to enjoy the hospitality of the eldest daughter of the Han family alone, which was definitely worth it." Just as he was about to transfer money to Zhuang Chong, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. I'll pay 5 million. Give me the ticket. 5 million. Did I hear it right? Originally, 3 million was shocking enough, but unexpectedly, it was hyped up to 5 million in the blink of an eye. This is too exciting. I don't know what magic this concert has that attracts so many young men. Everyone turned around and saw a young man in a white suit and a shiny slick back hair appear in their sight. The Rama Bai Shur is slightly different. I didn't expect Zhou Wuji from the Zhou family group to be here too. It's really rare to see the four great masters of Huaqing all gathered together. Zhou Wuji. Yi Feng also looked at him carefully. Whether in terms of temperament, cultivation, or posture and manners, he is totally incomparable to those three losers just now. It seems that I have met my match this time. However, Zhuang Chong doesn't care whether he is his opponent or not. After all, whoever can come up with the money is the boss. Zhou Wuji walked up to Zhuang Chong and casually took out a check. 5 million, give me the ticket. Without waiting for Zhuang Chong to react, he slapped the check on him and snatched it away at the same time. What happened next was incredible and shocking. Zhou Wuji found the middle seat in the first row among the many tickets, and then tore up the remaining tickets one by one in front of everyone. There was a sigh instantly. This is such a waste of resources. Even if you have money, you can't squander it like this, right? Qi Juanhao was the stingiest one among the four people. His heart was bleeding as he watched Zhou Wuji tear up the tickets one by one. Brother, can you not be so wasteful? If you don't want them, can you give me two? Zhou Wuji sneered. I paid for this, so I can do whatever I want with it. Also, you are not my brother, so please don't call me that in the future. You are too high for me. Xiao Hongyi was also very unhappy. You were supposed to be one of the four young masters of Huaqing, so why do you still have the idea of going solo? Zhou Wuji, I warn you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. Zhou Wuji smiled coldly. I'm sorry, but money really can do anything you want. After saying that, Zhou Wuji threw the pieces of the ticket in his hand into the sky, and paper snow began to fall instantly. This also allowed everyone to see his coldness and arrogance. Against the backdrop of paper snow, Zhou Wuji left triumphantly and walked into the concert hall with the ticket. He is young, rich, handsome, and has the aura of a domineering president. In an instant, he attracted a large number of crazy fans. Fortunately, Bai Shiyin is only interested in food. He just smiled disdainfully at Zhou Wuji. TSK, my sister Han won't even look at you if you keep pretending, humph. Zhuang Chong took the check and walked up to Yi Feng. As instructed, all the tickets have been sold, including the tickets they had with them. Now we don't have tickets anymore. How do we get in? Where do we sit after we get in? We came with our girlfriends. We can't make a fool of ourselves. Don't worry, just follow me. Chapter 67. Has anyone arrived? There was nothing exciting to watch, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Yi Feng waved his hand and brought a few people to the ticket office. Qi Juanhao and the others were standing not far behind. Although I didn't get the first row tickets, at least I have a guarantee. Looking at the few people who were about to be turned away, he sneered. How are you going to get in without a ticket? Chi and her little sisters were also very nervous. Although I made money, but if I didn't have a ticket, could I really get in? Zhuang Chong was also unsure, but in order not to make Chi worry, he had to bite the bullet and try to comfort her. Don't worry. Yi Feng has never let us down. If he says we can get in, then we can definitely get in. Maybe he can even bring us unexpected surprises. As they said this, they reached the ticket gate. Seeing those meticulous staff members and bodyguards in suits, Zhuang Chong and a few others lowered their heads in insecurity, not daring to look them in the face. And, at this moment, they suddenly stood at attention, in unison, bowed deeply to everyone, and shouted in unison, Hello, Mr. Yi, hello, Miss Bai. Yi Feng nodded and pointed back at Zhuang Chong and the others. The people behind me are all my friends. They don't have tickets. Can they go in? Zhuang Chong murmured in his heart. Why is Yi Feng so straightforward? If he doesn't have a ticket, then he doesn't have a ticket. Why does he have to say it out loud? Does he still expect to let us in and arrange a good seat for us? Of course, no problem. We have reserved super VIP seats here. Hello, Mr. Yi, your friend. Please follow me. This stunned Zhuang Chong and the others. I really didn't expect that Yi Feng would have such a face. No wonder he didn't need a ticket. It turned out that a VIP seat was reserved. This is even more impressive than the seats in the first row. Suddenly, Zhuang Chong also became arrogant. What do you think? I told you. Yi Feng won't let us down. Huh? Qi Juanhao, who was hiding behind and waiting to watch the show, was also stunned. What the hell is going on? How did you get in so easily? Could it be that if he said that his friends could enter without tickets and be given VIP status? This is too exaggerated. The brain is a good thing, and Chi Juanhao works very quickly. In that case, I might as well pretend to be his friend, and maybe I will be treated similarly. If this comes true, it will be worth much more than Zhou Wuji's 5 million. Strike while the iron is hot. Chi Juanhao called to Xiao Hongyi and Feng Zilong behind him. Do you want to sit in the VIP seats? Their purpose today was to find a way to get close to the eldest daughter of the Han family, and they naturally dreamed of this VIP seat. The two nodded excitedly. Chi Juanhao imitated Yi Feng and said to the ticket inspector very impolitely, "The three of us are Yi Feng's friends. Did you reserve VIP seats for us?" The ticket inspector was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Yi Feng had said too much. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a shameless person who dared to pretend to be anything. He followed the instructions and smiled at the three of them. "Please follow me, gentlemen." Chi Juanhao was very proud. Although he hated Yi Feng very much, it felt good to use Yi Feng's name to cheat people everywhere. Xiao Hongyi and Feng Zilong were also very surprised. "Unexpectedly, I managed to get away with it. Awesome. You are worthy of being the leader of the four great lords of Huaqing. Let's unite and make Zhou Wuji recognize your status." Chi Juanhao was even more proud. "Don't go against me anymore. Otherwise, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Yes, yes, yes. The two agreed on the surface, but they were very disdainful in their hearts. What's so great about this? This kind of opportunistic approach seems to be something that everyone can do. Several people followed the staff and walked forward, but the further they walked, the more they deviated in what seemed to be wrong. Chi Juanhao was the first to notice the abnormality. "Hey, brother, did we take the wrong path? This doesn't look like a place for concerts. Why is it so eerie?" The staff member ignored him, walked a few steps forward, and then stopped in front of an open door. "Everyone, your VIP room is here." As he said this, the staff member also made a gesture of invitation. The three people were wondering, what the hell is this place? Why is there no one here? Why is the VIP in this godforsaken place? However, driven by curiosity, they still went over, stand at the door, and look inside. It immediately shocked them. The room was in a mess, with dust all over the floor, and it smelled even worse than a bathroom that had been in disrepair for years. It was so stinging that I couldn't open my eyes. Several people immediately turned around and prepared to flee. But suddenly, several bodyguards in black rushed over, kicked them one by one, kicked them inside, then closed the door and locked it up with iron chains. "Fuck, you actually dared to pretend to be a friend of our boss Gong Lao. I'm going to suffocate you to death." Now Chi Juanhao and his friends were in trouble. No matter how much they banged and shouted, no one paid any attention to them. As the concert approached, the audience began to arrive one after another. It's no wonder that the people attending the concert are very stylish. They are all dressed in suits and look very gentlemanly. Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Feng and his team also walked towards the front. The seats in the second row and behind were full, except for the first row where only Zhou Wuji sat. It makes people very envious and jealous. When Yi Feng and the others walked to the first row, Zhou Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. He was the only one occupying the first row seat, and he was still moving forward. Did he want to humiliate himself? Unexpectedly, this group of people didn't even look at him, just skipped the first row and continued walking forward. Going further, that is the VIP zone reserved for official leaders. What a noble guy. Are these losers going to sit there? In his extremely shocked eyes, they really sat there. There are round tables, leather chairs, free tea and snacks, which makes the room very comfortable and cozy. This treatment is really too good. Suddenly, he felt that the 5 million he spent was not worth it. If he had known this would happen, he would have used the money to make friends with them. Who knows, if they were happy, they might even take him to sit in the VIP room. Why? Why do you have to brag and pretend to be a big shot? Are you stupid now? Even if he occupied all the seats in the first row, he probably wouldn't get the attention of the young lady of the Han family. Yi Feng also felt a comfortable seat. I wanted to stay like this, but suddenly I remembered the food I bought. I quickly sent it to Han Jiangxue while there was still some time. I must not perform on an empty stomach. You guys sit down here. I'll go backstage to check the situation. Zhuang Chong, you take care of them. With me, Zhuang Chong. Here, you can go with peace of mind. Yi Feng and Bai Shiyun came to the backstage. When he arrived at the door of the dressing room, Yi Feng hesitated. Never be so reckless as last time. This time, she planned to knock on the door first. However, Before he raised his hand, the door suddenly opened. Han Jiangxue stuck his head out and asked nervously, "Are the people here?" Chapter 68 Piano Master. What's wrong? You're in such a hurry. Who wants to come? You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and fill your stomach while the food is still hot. Han Jiangxue shook his head in disappointment. Hey, I'm not in the mood. What happened? The man sent to pick up the pianist, Mr. Guan, hasn't returned yet. The show is about to start. Why haven't you called them yet? Have you called them? What did they say? The cell phones are turned off. Even the driver who was sent out has his cell phone turned off. Assistant Wu just sent another group of people over, and they're waiting for news now. Yi Feng looked at his watch. The concert will start in 20 minutes at most. Even if I come now, I probably won't have enough time to put on makeup and choose clothes. He had been worried about the security of the concert. As it turned out, there was no problem with the security, but something happened to the performers. There is always a loophole in a perfect plan. You should prepare well first. If it really doesn't work out, Teacher Guan's performance should be canceled. How can that be possible? This is the opening music of our performance today. If he doesn't come, the music that follows won't be able to match it. In other words, without this ensemble music, even if the music that follows is wonderful, it will be mediocre and may even be ridiculed. Yi Feng didn't expect things to be so serious. He suddenly thought of the 4 major family groups in Huaqing. In all likelihood, they were the ones behind this, trying to embarrass Han Jiangxue in front of everyone and use this as a means to attack the Han family. These people are really scheming. At this time, Assistant Wu also ran over in a hurry. Han Jiangxue hurried forward and asked, "Have the people who were sent out come back? How are they doing?" "I'm sorry, Mississippi. The people we sent out have returned, but they didn't find Teacher Guan." "What shall I do?" Han Jiangxue was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do. Seeing her anxious look, Yi Feng couldn't bear it. Isn't he just a master-level pianist? His level is not bad, and he is more than qualified to be a master. So, Yi Feng volunteered and said, "How about letting me try?" Han Jiangxue was a little hesitant. She knew Yi Feng's piano level, and it was no exaggeration to call him a master. However, the opening music they played together today was an innovative piece, with many techniques and very fast changes. She believed that Yi Feng could easily understand the arrangement of the music, but it would not take just 1 or 2 minutes to play it proficiently. For this opening piece, Han Jiangxue and teacher Guan practiced hard for 3 months before they barely reached a passing level. From Han Jiangxue's expression, Yi Feng seemed to have understood her concerns. Yi Feng remained calm and composed. Things have come to this point, so I'll try my best. Maybe with my efforts, I can even perform the opening song and rock the house. Han Jiangxue also sighed. Oh, this is the only way. Come on, follow me, and I'll get you the music score. Having said that, he hurriedly pulled Yi Feng into the dressing room. We can't waste even a second. Every second we can give him means a greater chance of winning. After handing the music score to Yi Feng, he called on by Shiyan. Come on, come over here and help him put on makeup. Yi Feng smiled confidently. I'm so handsome and charming. This is totally unnecessary, right? Hurry up and look at your music. I don't have time to joke with you. Yi Feng sat on the chair, watching the two of them dressing him up carefully, feeling so happy. Why are you so narcissistic? If you are so disobedient, be careful, or I will let Sister Han spank you. Yi Feng quickly lowered his head. Fortunately, by Shiyan reminded me, otherwise I would have really forgotten the most important thing. The time to go on stage is getting closer. Han Jiangxue was becoming more and more nervous. Fortunately, Yi Feng is a man, so he doesn't need to put on too much makeup. Moreover, the suit he wore today is very suitable for the performance. Finally, at the last moment, all the preliminary preparations were completed. How's the score going? Yi Feng didn't say anything, but made an okay gesture with full confidence. The snow on the cold river is incredible. Zolfast? Did you write it all down? Don't worry, not a single note will be wrong. Han Jiangxue still couldn't quite believe it, that he had memorized such a complicated score in just 10 minutes. There's a piano over there. Do you want to try it? At this moment, the voice of the host at the front desk was heard. Good afternoon, friends. Welcome to Han Jiangxue's concert. The host has already announced that there is no time left. I don't think there is any need to try. After all, I'm a piano master, and the piano keys have long become a part of my body. Ah, I hope so. After leaving the dressing room, the two went to the waiting area to wait. The host had said everything he needed to say and then got straight to the point. Next, we invite piano masters Yi Feng and Han Jiangxue to bring you the opening piano ensemble, The Great River Flows from the Sky. Han Jiangxue was extremely nervous, not because she was afraid of making a mistake, but because she was worried about Yifeng. It was really difficult for him to perform such a complicated piece without even practicing it once. Yifeng naturally understood her concerns. "Trust me, I know the score by heart, and I won't let you down." As he spoke, Yifeng also held Han Jiangxue's hand. Instantly, it gave her a lot of comfort. When people heard Yifeng's name, no one reacted. However, Zhuang Chong and the others immediately became nervous. "Fuck, what's going on? Did the lady who announced the show just now call out Yifeng's name? I think I heard it too. Could it be that we have the same name? I didn't know our fourth child, Yifeng, was also able to play the piano." Just as a few people were talking, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Oh my God!" They were so surprised that they almost shouted out loud. "I didn't expect it was really Yifeng. I didn't expect that he had such a skill." What's even more infuriating is that he actually kept it a secret from us for so long. I'll have to torture him severely when we get back to the dormitory to see if there's anything else he hasn't told us. Zhou Wuji, who was sitting in the first row, originally came to see Han Jiangxue, but was furious when he saw Han Jiangxue and Yifeng coming out holding hands. Just now, he used his free time to have someone check the information of Han Jiangxue's bodyguards. This group of people is indeed much stronger than before, and the security measures are very adequate. If you try to force your way through, you will probably die miserably. However, among these bodyguards, one person caught his attention. That's Yifeng. His identity is very simple, a poor student at Hua University. Such an unprepossessing man is Han Jiangxue's personal bodyguard. I don't know if the news is wrong, or if they are trying to hide something deliberately. Zhou Wuji stared at Yifeng closely, hoping to find some clues from him. Yifeng didn't feel his attention at all. Instead, he devoted himself to the performance that was about to begin. He sat in front of the piano, and as long as Han Jiangxue started to sing, he would follow closely. Chapter 69 explodes the whole audience. The two people were standing on the left and right sides of the stage, facing each other across the stage. To be honest, Han Jiangxue was very nervous. Today, the focus of the performance is the opening. If the opening is not good, the performance will be a failure. She looked back at Yifeng, but Yifeng responded with a look of great determination and confidence. Suddenly, her heart calmed down a lot. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath. Things had come to this point, and there was no room for maneuver. Life and death were determined by fate, and wealth and honor were determined by God. It all depended on today. Han Jiangxue gently plucked the piano keys. The melodious piano music floats up, making people feel extremely relaxed. The water of a great river comes from heaven, mainly wants to express the femininity and strength of water. The cold snow on the river represents femininity, and the piano played also gives people a light and soft feeling. She was not worried about herself, but she didn't know how Yifeng should express his toughness. The soft notes gradually build to a mellow rhythm, and the soothing feeling becomes stronger. Afterwards, Han Jiangxue pressed the last note of the first section, which also indicated that Yifeng's rhythm was about to begin. Yifeng couldn't wait to start his performance. Suddenly, the style of the music changed drastically, and the sound became sonorous and powerful. The strong collision between femininity and strength makes people's adrenaline surge and feel extremely excited. Han Jiangxue was also excited. The connection, the rhythm, and the incomparable feeling were even better than those played by piano master Guan. Previous worries seemed to be unnecessary. My anxious heart gradually relaxed. Finally, I just relaxed completely and appreciated the baptism of the river water from heaven. The feeling was so good that I couldn't stop and almost forgot about what I was going to play next. Fortunately, Yifeng was very comfortable with the performance, and he could even communicate with her through eye contact while playing. Without any worries, Han Jiangxue suddenly became focused. The music style is softer and more beautiful, making people feel more relaxed and happy. A piano duet between the two came into being, sometimes gentle and soothing, sometimes soul-stirring. It's like a roller coaster, just as exciting. The audience and the stage also emptied themselves and were brought into the world of music by Yifeng and Han Jiangxue, feeling the beauty of this world. It's refreshing and hearty. After playing the song, I'm still immersed in it and can't extricate myself for a long time. It took a long time for the audience to recover from their shock. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Although the ticket is a little expensive, it is worth it to be able to enjoy such a unique performance even if the price is doubled. Han Jiangxue's eyes were also filled with tears. She had never expected that this piece of music could create such a beautiful mood. It not only touched others, but also touched myself. This time, it was really all thanks to Yi Feng. It was he who was not afraid of difficulties and accepted the mission in times of crisis. It was his outstanding performance that turned the tide. It was he who gave new life to this piece of music and presented it vividly to the audience. This was the result she had always dreamed of, and this moment was beyond her imagination. Even when playing with Teacher Guan, with whom I have worked for a long time, I could not achieve such a tacit understanding in playing a song. Yi Feng only gave him more than 10 minutes, and he didn't even test the bullet, but the final result was surprisingly good. If this isn't a master or a genius, then what is it? Suddenly, she seemed to understand what Yi Feng had just said. The piano is part of me. Han Jiangxue. Favorability +2. Han Jiangxue. Favorability +3. After the performance, the two bowed and walked backstage arm in arm. The applause did not fade away until the host appeared again. Han Jiangxue was very excited and wanted to give Yi Feng a big hug to show her love. I forced myself to walk off the stage, just about to release the emotions in my heart. At this moment, Bai Shiyun suddenly pounced on Yi Feng and hugged him tightly. Brother, the song you just played was so beautiful and perfect. Shall we celebrate by having hot pot together tonight? Originally, Yi Feng enjoyed this warm hug very much, but after hearing the words that followed, he felt embarrassed. He was so unscrupulous that I thought Bai Shiyun liked him very much. It turned out that everything was just for food. He is truly a determined foodie. Seeing Bai Shiyun hugging Yi Feng so intimately, Han Jiangxue suddenly felt jealous. You are just a little girl. You don't know how to behave at all? Bai Shiyun was very disdainful. I know you like my brother, but I suddenly like him very much too. Sister Han, I am ready to compete with you fairly. Just swipe it. Han Jiangxue's face turned as red as an apple. Who said I like him? That's great. Since you don't like me, then I am the only one who can do that. Huh? It doesn't matter. You still have the most handsome man in the beggar's sect. Go find him. Maybe he is the one for you. Look for it, then just stay with your little brother, hum. After saying that, Han Jiangxue returned to the dressing room angrily. These words were apparently spoken to Bai Shiyun, but Han Jiangxue's eyes were always fixed on Yi Feng. This made him quite embarrassed. You really can't blame him. It was Bai Shiyun's wishful thinking. He didn't agree to it. Oh my! This girl is so strong that I can't break free even if I want to. I never thought that he would have such a glorious moment. There were actually two women competing for his favor in front of him. However, when they found out that he was also the most handsome man in the beggar's sect, they didn't know what to feel. The opening ensemble music ignited the whole audience, and they were very busy and happy with the rest of the performance. Only Yi Feng felt very relaxed and comfortable. He found a very comfortable sofa, lay down gently, and closed his eyes to rest while eating the fruit feast that Bai Shiyun fed him. Before we knew it, more than 3 hours had passed, and the performance was coming to an end. Today's audience enjoyed themselves very much and finally felt the charm of music. Yi Feng also enjoyed it very much, but before he could enjoy it enough, Han Jiangxue pushed the door and walked in. Seeing how comfortable Yi Feng was being served by Bai Shiyun, she felt a pang of pain in her heart and said with a hint of anger, "Haven't you laid down enough yet?" Before Yi Feng could say anything, Bai Shiyun stood up and spoke up for him. Sister Han, do you know how many brain cells my brother has wasted just now? What's wrong with taking a break? You are a girl, and you are already acting like a fool even before you do anything. I will go to your father and complain to him. You are so young, but you don't study hard. You are imitating adults in dating. I'm not afraid. Why are these two people still arguing? Isn't it good for them to live in peace? In order to prevent the situation from escalating, he quickly stood up. Okay, stop arguing between the two of you, or else you'll be laughed at by others. Yi Feng helped Bai Shiyun sit on the sofa and pulled Han Jiangxue aside. He took out a strawberry with a toothpick on it and handed it to Han Jiangxue's mouth. Come, brother will feed you.